ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. I'm Wardy, joined by Rotterdam as we get ready to kick off day one of what's going to be, I think, in total something like 17, 18 days of StarCraft 2. Roddy, we always have a good time in these events. It's 3 full weeks of StarCraft and we've got changes galore and everything. How you feeling, mate?
Yeah, I'm always feeling good when it is time of the year, just like Clem, I think, by the way, since this is when he peaks. But no, I'm excited for it. We've got a new format that I'm sure you're going to talk about soon. I think it's a good change. It should make for a lot more even and competitive matches that matter a little bit more early on. And on top of that, it's like you said, man, we've got 3 weeks of non-stop StarCraft. And then the one day of the week where we don't have StarCraft, there is WTO and the weekly. So if you're a StarCraft fan, this is a good time of the month.
Absolutely, man. It's a good time of the year. Like you say, it's like 3 weeks straight, and obviously we've got all these kind of new fun regions and everything as well. Obviously, some stay the same, some have changed. I feel like this is maybe the best format we've had in a while when it comes to just being able to watch all of the StarCraft, but we'll get to that in just a moment. First of all, of course, a quick thank you to our sponsors of the show, Blizzard, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and the ESL shop, because without them, the ESL Masters definitely would not be back for another season. So it's fantastic to be here and ready to do this all again. We've got obviously 2 seasons of the Masters this year. This is the summer season, and we're going to start kicking off pretty much right away, Roddy. We're going to start talking about our first region, and we are going to cover all 3 regions on every single day, and that starts with the Asian region today, which is going to be the region that's had, maybe the most changes, because this is the Chinese region, the Oceanic region, the Taiwanese region, all merged into one, and now kind of just completely different from what it used to be.
Yes, and I love that you mentioned as well that we have different regions, because now suddenly there's no more just Latin America, but we have to talk about special every single season, even though Gem did win that final one, right? And that was a nice little switch up. But America is going to be so much more competitive, and perhaps this region is going to be a whole lot more competitive as well. Even though when one of these guys is the world champion of StarCraft 2 and the others are not quite, I think it's safe to say that we've got a clear-cut favorite coming into this region, but I still think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch the games.
Yeah, this region's going to be a lot of fun, man. Oliveira, Harstem, Mika, Cyan, Nice. All these players that obviously, again, Oliveira was kind of the king over in China. Mika became the king of Southeast Asia recently as well. And then you've got the Taiwanese players, and now they're all going to be competing. It's going to be a ton of fun. So we're super excited to get started with this. Again, this is the group for the Asian region. We'll be talking about the European and Americas regions later on in the show when we get around to that point, which is, I think we got 2 best-of-3s in Asia. In fact, we'll bring up the schedule here so you can see exactly what's coming up. We've got 2 best-of-3s in Asia to start the day, Tebow versus XY, then Oliveira versus SCV. And then for the rest of the day, we have 5 matches from Europe and 3 matches in the brand new Americas region as well, which is North America and Latin America merged. So that's going to be a ton of fun. Any particular part we're looking forward to the most here, Roddy?
Well, for me, I'm always a little bit European biased, right? So obviously we're looking forward to the European matches. But I think Europe is really going to get very interesting on the 2nd play day, on the 3rd play day, because we do have kind of like a divide, how do you say that? Like a skill gap
Division
between some of the top tier players. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that. But I don't know. I also really look forward to Trigger later today against Masa. I think he's a big favorite there. But overall, Trigger for me is a big storyline, but I'm not going to talk too much about America today. I just like being here, Wadi, and covering 10 best-of-3s with you for another season of the EPT, because we can't just take these things for granted, right? It wasn't necessarily a certainty that we're going to have another year, so I'm just super happy to be here, super happy that ESL made this happen, and we're going to get spoiled over the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, spoiled, I think, is absolutely the phrase for it. I think we're going to have a very, very good time. I'm really excited for it as well, and I really think this, entire kind of new format is exciting too. Worth mentioning, I know we didn't say it yet, but this is obviously Swiss groups as well. So what you need to know is that basically on the first day, everyone's just seeded into matches, and then for round 2, you play someone of the same match score. So 1-0 players play 1-0 players. And to advance to the playoffs, you need to have 3 victories. So 3 is the magic number. 3 wins, and you're through to the playoffs. 3 losses, and you're out of the tournament. So you can go 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, make it through. You can go 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, make it through as well. You can go 0-3 and get knocked out. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know a lot of people aren't necessarily familiar with Swiss, but I think it's going to be fun. We'll see a good mix. Like, as you mentioned as well, as the days go on, the quality of games should get better, because even the players that are losing are then matched against other players who are losing, so it's a bit of a meta matchup in general as well.
Yeah, it's super exciting for various reasons. What I love about it the most is that now I feel like if you're a new up-and-coming player, if you're a young guy, you make it into the DreamHack Masters, it's not that you have one best of three in your round-robin group that's doable, and the other ones, they seem just like, okay, we cannot overcome that 400 or 500 MMR deficit. Now, sure, maybe in the first round you go up against a Serral or a Reina or a Clem. However, if you then lose, you're going to get a slightly more competitive match. If you lose, then you really go up against the guys that are pretty much in the same category than you, and if you would lose that one, you will still have one more shot. So it's just much better practice for these guys to finally break into the big leagues and actually play series where, hey, it's doable, we are allowed to dream, because we all know StarCraft is a game of skill. It's not that much RNG, but obviously when the MMR gap closes a little bit, it just becomes a much more realistic chance to get a couple wins on the board and just get used to playing in this high pressure environment where you know a lot of people are watching and where you know the stakes are the highest. So for that reason alone, I am very happy with this format, but obviously when it comes to all the winners playing against each other, that's also fun because that means we're going to get some high skilled games.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to start off with Tebow versus XY. I know Tebow was in Katowice, and I was really excited about being there, and said he was really motivated to keep on going for this year as well. So I'm going to be extremely excited to see how he starts off, because I always feel XY is a dangerous opponent, Roddy, but he's a very beatable opponent too, right? He's the sort of guy that can almost lose to anyone, but on a good day can definitely beat anyone too, just really kind of out there and a bit wild.
As you know, Waddy, I'm a big fan of you. I'm a loyal sub, and I've been watching you for many years. And now when I see XY, I'm smiling because I think of that story that you shared at your most recent WTL broadcast, where he's got a 10 for mentality. And I was like, why does he have a 10 for mentality? And then you explained the inside joke that, according to the Chinese scene, this man has been going at it for 10 years straight. And for 10 years straight, he never wins anything. He keeps on losing. However, he never gives up. He keeps on pushing. And because of that reason alone, they gave him a 10 for mentality. I thought that was a funny little story. However, this dude is dangerous. If I think of TVT, I really think of the matches that he played against some of the Team Roddy youngsters, not in the most recent WTL qualifiers, but the one over a year ago. And he was legit one of the very few Terrans, or one of the very first Terrans that I saw do that thing where the moment we're on 3 bases, and it's not so much about Marines anymore, but it's a lot more about Vikings and tanks, he would just split off packs of 28, 36 Marines without medevacs. He would just rally them in a random route to the other side of the map, and he would get so much damage done. So now whenever I see somebody pull that move off, I think of XY.
XY, man, he's a creative player. I mean, I remember Gaster in WTL seasons gone by as well, where he's just been that kind of guy who can absolutely take on, like I say, anybody. And he's like, you know, we had a meme when it was like XY versus TY. It's like, oh, that's kind of funny because, you know, the names are very similar. But then I remember this game was like 40 minutes, and it was on Purity and Industry, I think, and it's just like, and he can really, like, bring it to the best of the best. This is when TY's TVT was considered to be absolutely up there as well. So, very exciting stuff. We're going to be diving into our very first match of the day here in just a few seconds. And, yeah, obviously, best of threes all the way through, best of threes all the way until playoffs. So, best of three, best of three, best of three. Our maps for this series, I believe, Royal Blood, Grezvan, and there was one other, but I've just lost it as we head into the loading screen. So, pretty standard stuff. I think this map pool already is fairly well figured out generally, so don't think we'll have too many surprises, but we are pretty much ready to begin. So everything's working. We can head on in to the bottom left-hand corner of the map, where we are going to begin the Asian regionals of the EPT Summer Masters. This, in the bottom left corner from Invictus Gaming, is XY.
And that obviously means that in the top right side of Royal Blood, we're going to take a look at the beautiful blue main base of our UK Protoss. But he holds a Pakistani passport, and because of that, he is allowed to play in this region. This is Tebow.
And Tebow is really rising the ranks over in the oceanic scene, right, with that Pakistani citizenship. And was really, you know, pushing top 2 sometimes into those finals, was definitely playing into top 4 a lot of the time in that region, so he was one of the very competitive players out of Oceania, and so he is one of the players we expect to make a push for playoffs, even in this new format, I feel.
It's very hard, man, because I feel like I'm going to sound like a broken record, but we're just going to have a lot of very competitive matches this season, with the regions obviously being fused in one, so it's a lot harder. Like, you don't just basically, as long as you are 5.5 km or higher, qualify for a certain region. No, the amount of slots per region are limited because they now all play in this big Asia region, so it's already going to be a bit more competitive. And on top of that, we just get to see a whole bunch of matchups that we rarely saw before. I didn't check on the league like, mate, but when do Tebow and XY ever play against each other? If you ask me, that must have happened at best 3 or 4 times throughout history, but it could very well be 0. So I don't really know what to expect. I don't even know who I favor here, Waddy. Like, generally, you can put a gun to my head. I wouldn't know who I favor here. Like, no idea. Clueless.
Yeah, I know. I almost feel like maybe XY, because I feel like he has got the experience from trying all these years. They have never played each other, you're right. That's not something I'm surprised about, because they're 2 players I wouldn't necessarily expect to meet against each other. I think XY's style may be better for tournaments, because he's really, really quite fantastic at just being that crazier, kind of more crazy player. And I feel like that, especially at this sort of level, can have a big impact as well, and definitely some benefits.
Yep, but obviously going up against the Protoss that you're not familiar with is scary, and if we have a hard time sometimes catching too many games of Tebow, because he's not someone who plays in every weekly or every WODI TV qualifier out there, right? How can XY possibly like prepare solidly for this series? I think that's going to be very difficult for him as well. We have a bit of an interesting opening here. There's a random Zealot running to the other side of the map, and we're going to follow that up with some Adepts that are being shaded towards the bottom side now. Another Adept, and also a quick Twilight Council. But if I see Zealot, Adept, and Twilight, I'm actually thinking DTs earlier than Blink Stalkers, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, obviously just no Stalkers at all, so DTs could make sense. Just a very aggressive opening, right? If you come across and put a lot of pressure on, and then you follow up immediately with DTs when your opponent's still perhaps a bit distracted. Tebow also has the proxy on the bottom side, so there's Pylon about to be done here, and he's got the money to build whatever he would like, and it's going to be the Dark Shrine down in the corner of the map. Dark Shrine and a Gateway to start us off, Roddy, so we are going to see that very, very aggressive opening.
Casted the finals of the weekly last night, Waddy, and one of the games this was a strategy that was being used. Maybe Tebow took a page out of the D Mauer playbook. And right now, if you're XY and you see a Zealot, you see 2 Adepts, you're already probably a bit confused. You're like, what is this all about? But it's like, okay, we're just gonna go ahead and deal with it, not lose too many SCVs, and we will take it from there. But it is important that he starts thinking about the possibility of there being a Dark Shrine. Now, what is also important on the side of Tebow is that he gets a couple Stalkers at home, right? Not just because that one Hellion has potential to maybe kill a couple probes, but if that Hellion drives into the main base and it sees just 1 Stalker or 1 Adept, at that point all the alarm bells go off. So at this point you kind of want to sell it convincingly for Tebow, and you want to show as many Stalkers as you can afford.
Yep. If he can show any, he's got nothing in his base, so this Widow Mine drop is going to have to be dealt with by just sacrificing workers. Right now he wants his warp in to go on the other side and get the DT started, but obviously you see the Twilight not upgrading as well. 3 probes initially, both of these Widow Mines go away. 1 Stalker is going to obviously try and give chase. That's not going to do too much, and here come our initial couple of DTs. They're going to go to the front. Do we have scans? No, we just dropped the mule! Oh dear. Buddy. This does not seem good.
You mentioned that Twilight. You mentioned the Twilight. That's perfect. This could very well be game over immediately, guys. This could be it for the first game of the ESL Pro Tour this season, because we've got a DT in the main base. We've got a DT in the net zone. 8 probes have died on the other side of the map. 9 probes have died. That is a lot of workers. But we have 0 scans. We have no Raven. We don't even have an eBay finished. Like, Tebow can always warp in 1 more DT to make sure that he will always have 1 DT in the main base, 1 DT in the natural. Don't lose 2 DTs against 1 scan, though. That would be a disaster.
Yeah, that definitely would have been a little bit of a disaster, just unnecessary. You've got this game under lockdown at the moment, and we will clean up the Widow Mine drop as well, so no more pressure from that. I mean, 12 probes, though, is a pretty big deal, and this Liberator still here is coming through to get a lot more done. So actually, we're continuing to deal some decent damage, and now Lib at least will now go down. Stalker's getting to deal with this, but man, the damage is really kind of wild.
I never expected XY to be the player here to deal more damage. That is just insane. Obviously, Tebow did make a bit of a mistake, A, defensively, and B, he just didn't really keep up the DTs, right? One more DT, because you know that 1 scan will never take all that long. But if you then still have a DT in the main, you still have 1 DT in the natural, the Terran just cannot mine and cannot get that turret up. That was not supposed to happen. It almost feels that maybe we over-defended at home, but then again, with the amount of probes we lost, we can hardly call that over-defending. That is crazy, and that is absolutely not supposed to happen when XY has no tech lab on the starboard, no eBay, and no energy to scan, and 2 Dark Templars walk in. Why, this is supposed to be so much better for Tebow than what it actually is.
I mean, when the mule dropped down, I thought it was going to be game over. It's a ton of SCVs that are meant to fall, or army, or whatever, but Yeah, just so much happened on Tebow's side of the map. Now he's going to add on a ton of gateways, because what he wants to get to is charge, and he wants to get as many Zealots as possible. That is his way to surviving in this game, just hoping that Zealots are going to be able to carry him through some of these fights. He's got the Prism as well, so he can harass, but it's going to be scary. If XY gets a proper amount of units, I guess he doesn't have Stim or anything yet, so that's a saving grace for Tebow, but there are definitely pushes that can be extremely terrifying for Tebow to deal with. I think charge is really his savior, though, at least.
Yeah, I like the fact that we went for quick charge. He's going up to 7 gateways. That almost gives me the idea that Tebow wants to be aggressive before XY is going to be aggressive. Not necessarily something that I would recommend here, right? Because you're still the 3-base Protoss. And sure, it's going to take a long time before you get Storm or Colossus or nice upgrades on your Forge, but I would still say I like that Colossus. No, we had that Robo Bay going down. He cancels it, drops the Templar Archives instead. So perhaps some nerves coming in here for Tebow, as he seems to be a little bit indecisive, and XY is dropping another CC at home.
Yep, just ready to go up toward 3 bases. Here comes our first Prism harassment into the main base. So you have a couple of these Zealots unloading and starting to deal some damage, try to get towards the tank, but it's only 2 Zealots. It's not that scary. We do pretty much just lift them back up into the Prism and say, no, that's enough for now. Back away from here and be done with it for the moment. And we'll just kind of let this move on to the next step, which... well, the Raven actually turned around as well, so it's not going to do much harassment. A very peaceful few moments, actually, considering how it all opened.
If this is just a sneak peek of all the things that we can expect in the upcoming 3 weeks, Wardy, I am loving it. Because 8 minutes ago, we looked at each other and said, I'm honestly not sure we favor here. 8 minutes in, I am still not sure. I feel like Tebow could have won this game already. Instead, it was XY who dealt a whole lot of damage. But now Tebow is still the one who's heading into a pretty sweet spot if we can just get a couple of High Templars out. And I gotta say, I love the way he's been keeping this War Prism safe so far. That is a sweet way of dealing with War Prism arrest, though. Just keep the Raven at home. But he has to keep in mind, Waddy, that there is still a Dark Shrine, right? So not having the Raven with your army could be a bit annoying.
Yep, because now that DT player can come in on the other side, and of course with that DT play, you're going to be able to really just come through and have a pretty good time. Just kind of, forcing scans constantly, just taking away economy potential from your opponent. We actually go diving into this. This is obviously a bit of a weird position because of all of these Zealots fighting through the choke point, but the Immortals are here. Would love to see the Immortals trying to target the tanks a little bit more quickly, but we are going to get the full cleanup on this, and that is Tebow winning this fight. Wow.
Yeah, that was quite a fight, mate. And we don't often talk about tanks actually being tanky, because that's just not one thing that they really are. But they did a pretty damn good job there in keeping the bio units safe. And I love to call on the Immortals there, because I could already see the Nightmare scenario where these Immortals were trying to kill the Marines that were being healed up by Medevacs, and then you're just going to lose your entire army. In the end, pretty good cleanup by Tebow, because that was just not an easy area to engage that Terran army. And he's now going to rebuild the Cybercore, drop 2 forges. But we can't forget about the fact that Storm is on the map, and I haven't seen a Ghost Academy yet. And with the way that this game has played out, I feel like it's just always going to take quite some time before XY is ever... Okay, he does have a Ghost Academy, but before he gets a whole bunch of Ghosts out, as we also have Vikings on the production tab. He's going to rebuild the Ghost Academy, but he already has one, and he cancels it. We're all over the place here in Game 1, mate.
Mate, there's just been units, all sorts of units all over everywhere, hasn't there? A bit wild. Obviously, you had the Robo Bay canceling to Templar Archives. That choice was made earlier. Looks as though Tebow might be thinking about a bit of aggression himself. Zealots set up on the left side. We've got a few Zealots warped in bottom right. He's taken the wrong side of the gold-based Nexus as well, because why the heck not? It's that kind of game. If you're going to go up against the Madman XY, then why not be a bit of a Madman yourself? I like it.
Yep, obviously this army does look good, right? Especially with all the Widow Mines. It's going to be hard for Zealots to get a whole lot done. But if we can land a couple of big storms before those girls make it to the front lines, there's a lot of potential. And a couple of Zealots are going to keep the girls busy. Those storms, Wardy, are absolutely fantastic. This is a really sweet attack by Tebow, where he's not overcommitting, right? He's transitioning into the second Robo in the Robo Bay. Sure, he threw away a couple Zealots, but that's what Zealots are made for. Mate, I'm very impressed by this attack. This was excellent by Tebow.
Gets damage done, backs away, like you say, lost nothing too meaningful. I think he lost one of the High Templar, but yeah, I don't think you can complain about that at all. He's taken control of this map, and that allows him to be safe on that gold base he's establishing too. I think Tebow has got to be absolutely in love with the position he's currently set up on.
Yep. However, he's far from done. We all know that. Obviously, especially when you're this zealot heavy, it's very easy to take a horrible fight, and then it all comes down to the disruptors. But I think XY's got pretty damn good micro. The disruptors are gonna be great in playing Minesweeper, though. Oh my goodness, that pylon is giving me shivers. By the way, don't show that natural of the Protoss anymore, Wadi. I cannot deal with it.
It's just connecting everything, man. I'm gonna trigger you a little bit here, Roddy. 2 robos, 2 forges. Oh, nice widow mines to start this little engagement off as well. I mean, you have to have a follow-up to the mines, but at least they are going to be low when units show up. We do see some probes dying on the other side of the map as well. We also have the medevac with more widow mines about to show up on the 3rd base, so both sides taking some damage this time. Tebow is going to get the cleanup on the medevac, so that's a nice shutdown on a little bit of the harass.
This is such a fun first game. We're 12 minutes in, it's all over the place. XY is about to find that gold, Wadi. And sure, it was taken on the wrong side, but it obviously means that these probes are still in a bit of a pickle. And the Marauders can shoot across these gold minerals as more Zealots run into the natural. Good split off there as well. I'm really impressed by Tebow, man. He's playing a very solid game. Is that going to be enough to take the W here in game 1? That I don't know. More work is falling on both sides as these armies were flirting with each other in the center of the map. Seems that XY has decided to pick up. Definitely lost a decent amount of bio by the looks of it. Does Tebow have an army where he can now keep on pushing? It really comes down to the storms and the disruptors, and I kind of want to say we need an observer here, right?
Oh! That was a massive disruptor shot to start us off. Tebow with all the eco damage done as well. I mean, XY's army as it stands might be okay, but he's only on 25 SCVs. He's not going to be well set up for the rest of this game or for the follow-up here, so that part is going to be a problem. And, well, I think XY is right in kind of moving across the map and saying, I got to do something now before this eco disadvantage really starts to show itself in the armies.
He's got the bigger army since Wadi. We don't have any bosses anymore. We are in charge right now. Let's go ahead and play the guessing game real quick. How many workers do you think have died in total in this game? Both sides, quickly.
50 and 50.
I think close to 100 is probably correct, because we're going to take a look at that as the Colossus dies and that pylon, Wadi, that I was worried about does get taken out, and it means literally everything is unpowered. This is a terrifying Terran army. There are a couple of DTs in the main base, but the Raven is still in the mix as well. What's the Protoss accomplishing on the other side of the map? Running into a lot of widow mines. More workers are falling. Like, we are going to actually almost lose 200 workers in this game. This is ridiculous as the missile turret gets a couple of shots off. As +2 gets denied. Okay, well, we may have lost the forges, but that's obviously a big denial. I see 4 medevacs there, Wadi, that have kind of been working overtime already.
Yeah, those medevacs have been pretty busy, and this army is not getting healed up, so that's going to be a big issue if these two armies do clash, of course, because, yeah, that would actually be a major part of whether or not you can actually take the larger fight eventually. What tech units do we have? We have 1 Disruptor, 1 Colossus, 1 Archon. The 4 Mortals are actually pretty good at this point, right? Because they're just so tanky against this Bioforce. In this sort of situation, I think I love that. So, yeah, as we enter this base trade, I think I still prefer this a little bit for Tebow, but it isn't going to be easy.
You know what I'm gonna almost suggest? This is crazy, but I would almost say don't use your Colossus at all. Put your Colossus somewhere AFK in a corner or near the last few probes that you still have, because that Colossus is just never gonna survive against the Vikings for longer than 10 seconds. What could happen is if you don't reveal this Colossus, he leaves it behind there for a split second. Don't know if that was a purpose or not, but it could be awesome if you can force the Terran to land the Vikings. You land the Nova, you land the Storm, or the Immortals do their thing, and then maybe the Colossus can have a big impact later if it truly comes down to the final few units. What an absolutely insane way as this Colossus now a bit of trouble. Double widow mine shot is good, but not good enough to kill this Colossus. This is our first game of the day. We've got 10 best of 3s today.
Yeah, 10 best of 3s, and this one's setting the tone for the rest. Obviously, what Tebow can do and what he is doing is setting up this base in the bottom corner, and you've got to love that. Take the batteries. He's got probes to mine with. That's one thing XY does not have. He's got 2 SCVs on the map. A couple of mules, sure, but that still doesn't quite make up for the 20 probes that Tebow has. You got to like where Tebow is at still, I think.
Well, double orbital, 20 probes. I'll take double orbital.
You think? Yeah. Okay. Triple orbital, actually. Wow.
A little, but okay, it's triple orbital, mate. I think the Terran.
Yeah, I mean,
at this point, obviously XY is gonna have to rebuild a couple of depots, and it will take a little while before he gets things going. Good job there by Tebow, warping in a single stalker to maybe at least put some damage on this orbital. XY throws down the scan. He knows about the big base in the bottom right side, but can he walk into the high ground? He's got an interference matrix. He goes for the disruptor feedback. We need some feedbacks here. There's a couple of EMPs left. land. Still plenty of storms remaining though, and that first storm on the Vikings is absolutely perfect.
It really is. The Vikings taking a lot of damage. Zelt in the front, that super battery putting in work. That was always going to be the benefit of this position here for Tebow. This Wooden Mine does get taken down, but there's other Wooden Mines blowing up. A couple DTs getting caught in this scan. We will storm one more time to take down Medivac, and it looks like Tebow is going to have what he needs to chase down XY and to get the GG.
Wow, what a ridiculous first game of the day. Tebow takes the 1-0 lead in his opening best of 3 of this new Swiss format that we've got. Can he go all the way and send himself into sort of the second round where he will go up against another winner? Or will XY make a comeback? I think it's safe to say with how close this game was that it's truly impossible to call. I almost think that XY obviously got a bit impatient towards the end. Like, I understand the fear. You see an army, you see a base, and you're like, whoa, that's Protoss. But obviously the Protoss needs to rebuild a whole bunch of stuff as well. There are many other things that you can do rather than running into the overcharge battery, because those 4 Immortals that you highlighted correctly a while ago, those Immortals next to an overcharge battery, I mean, they slap, baby. And sure, he landed some EMPs, and he even dropped an interference matrix on a High Templar, but that was still too much Protoss to run into when it's protected by all those batteries.
Yeah, I think he just saw so much that was scary. He saw like the full base, he saw potential production still, and he was like, oh man, you're set up. I gotta go before it becomes too big a thing. But in this scenario, he might have been okay with triple orbital, get some build up yourself. I think he could have taken it more carefully, get the snipe on a Colossus, and just be slower in general, more tactical, instead of just fully sending it straight away. Like the Ghost ran in, not just to like try and land EMPs, like they were so like in the middle of the army. It was like, well, did they need to be that deep? Probably not, really.
And don't forget that XY was quite Widowmine heavy too, right? Still towards the end. And obviously Widowmines are very good defensive units, and they are amazing if the Protoss attacks into you, but they're not the best unit to run into the Protoss army. On top of that, you have to run up a ramp, so your army is kind of just inclined to always clump up a little bit more, and that's where the Storms connected with Medivacs, Vikings, a Raven, and Bio units underneath at the same time. So XY had a good army, but it was not a great army to engage on top of a ramp into batteries. Yeah, I honestly think that if you look back at that, and then you just kind of float that one orbital back to your side of the map, you're like, yeah, actually, I want to see you take another base. You can have one base, but with the triple orbital, I have more than a one base economy as well. And I have an army that's strong defensively, not the great offensive army, with obviously the Vikings as well, so Viking heavy against single Colossus. Yeah, I don't think XY needed to do that, but I also completely understand that he felt, all right, I'm supply blocked, I see a lot of probes, I'm just going to go for it, let's see if I can get it done.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just one of those tough in the decision moments, right? And we have all the information. XY has very little information comparatively. Yeah, man, what a way to set the tone for the series. Like you said, we didn't know what to expect. But, you know, honestly, I could have seen this being like a couple quick 5-minute games. XY like proxies something, Tebow panics and like messes up. I mean, this could have been a 5-minute game on the other side. The TT showing up could have ended the game too, and obviously we got something pretty spectacular out of it instead. So just really sets us up for a good few weeks of StarCraft. I know, like you say, we're going to probably say it a lot, but I think we're just excited that the ESL Masters is back and in full force, so I'm very excited. And Game 2, pretty much ready to go, by the way, so we'll be a few moments before hopping into that.
Yeah, when we had the old format, I was always a bit of a fan of round robin, so I'm not suddenly going to backpedal and there's like, oh, big groups, it was terrible, but it's just that we did it for 7-8 seasons in a row, and at one point we all kind of knew. And my hopes and dreams initially were like, all right, if new players qualify for the DreamHack Masters, instead of having just 2 series like they would have in the GSL group format, when you have formats, I was like, they have 7 series to play, that's going to be awesome, but it just didn't really seem to help some of these younger kids a whole lot, where, you know, 5 out of the 7 games were just almost impossible on paper. And I think with this format, it should always be a bit more competitive, it should be more even, and they will still be able to play a whole bunch of series, right? Like at the bare minimum, you're going to play 3, which is obviously better than 2, and they are going to be more doable than your random round robin match against some of the best players in the world. I love it, I'm excited, and after the first game, I'm even more excited because that was ridiculous. And kudos to XY, because obviously we could only look at kind of one side at the time, and we were focused on the DTs because we expected the DTs to do a tremendous amount of damage, but somehow with a Hellion and a Liberator and I guess a Reaper or something, that man did more damage than 2 DTs did, and he had 0 detection.
It was, it was actually, I actually had to like, do a double take because I was like, I saw the worker kill count going up on the side and I didn't really notice what it was. I was just like, yeah, he's killing loads of SCVs, right? I was like, wait, those are probes. I was like, wait, there's probes dying? Like, how did he get like 15 probes while the DTs were free in the main and the natural? Yeah, it was absolutely just ridiculous as we do dive into game number 2. And we're going to start off this time around in the bottom right-hand corner of Grezvan with our Red Terran, who is down a map and looking to try and bounce back from Invictus Gaming. It's XY.
And that, of course, means that in the top left side, we are looking at the main base of one of the UK lads. We can absolutely still call him that. Awesome first game, beautiful transitions. Love that first attack on the triangle base as well. This is Tebow. Not an Epic Land champion, though, is he?
No. He got very close one time. I don't think he's won it, though. He had finals a couple times. If Epic Land ever happens again, mate, they just shut down the venue. It's terrible.
What?
Yeah.
No more Epic Lands?
Well, no, Epic Land wants to go on, but the venue it was in just got shut down.
Yeah.
So they're trying to move it. I know. It's crazy.
Unbelievable.
You know what it is?
Comes over, wins it one time, and you guys call it quits? Jeez
I
Louise.
was going to say, I booked my ticket for the first time in 5 years, and they're like, no, can't have you showing up, can we? So, yeah.
Aw.
But no, he's always been like, it was kind of surprising when he showed up the first time, because didn't really know who he was, and then he just was really good at StarCraft, and that was always the magic of those kind of local events, right, where there was just players who were in like Grandmaster League that didn't play in a lot of tournaments and they were just low-key good, and then they show up and it's like, oh, these guys are actually really good, huh?
Yeah, it's awesome. I really love it. It's some of the old romance of StarCraft 2, right? Where you come into a tournament and you don't necessarily know what players are capable of. I've always enjoyed watching the Epic Land tourneys. For the people who don't know, that's basically a UK DreamHack. It's obviously a little bit smaller, and the StarCraft tournament is not so much for like the international scene, but more for the UK scene. The boys have always had a great time, and Risky has won it more than Gabe has won the European Pro Tour Weekly, so that says enough.
Yeah, pretty much the same thing as this opening, by the way. Reactor first from XY. Is going to go straight into Marines, which is nice. You'll have a solid Marine count against this proxy Stargate super nearby the main. So this Oracle's going to hit quickly, as we do have a Zealot coming across the map too. Both games, Tebow really opening quite aggressively, really wanting to bring the fight to XY and set the pace himself rather than letting XY kind of decide what's going to happen.
Yep, he would probably not mind seeing that Hellion first again out of a factory. That seems like a pretty good scenario for the proxy Stargate player, but we'll keep an eye on that as XY has it positioned where he could even do the swapperoo, right? We can even stop building Marines and then start building a whole bunch of Hellions very quickly. This honestly would all be very good for Tebow. The Zealot, you don't want to lose the Zealot because you want to keep as many Marines in the natural as possible. Tebow doesn't need to take the fight here. All that Tebow wants to do is force XY to rally every single Marine that he's producing to the low ground. Oh my goodness, he's gonna do the swapperoo, and yeah, Hellions are great enough, but that's not gonna help you against this first Oracle that's about to fly into the main base. This is really going to hurt.
This is going to suck. To put it simply, this Oracle flies in. There is nothing in the main base at all. So this is, of course, arriving super quickly. There's no more anti-air being built either. So this low kind of Marine 6 is enough to take down an Oracle, but definitely ain't enough to take down 2 if we get to a second one. And if you team this Oracle up with the low ground units, that would be great. I feel like I want him to stop getting SCVs, just get out and wait for Oracle 2. You're going to be so powerful.
Yep, he took a lot of damage and obviously lost all of his energy there. At the same time, the Zealot and the Adept did absolutely nothing. Well, I kind of felt there was definitely a moment for them to try to accomplish something, even if that Zealot already took a lot of damage earlier. I thought that was the whole plan, right? The 1-2 wombo combo. Oracle in the main base, that's going to get a lot of damage done unless all the Marines go there to defend against the Oracle. Well, then your Adapting your Zealot is going to get a lot of damage done. I want to say for back-to-back games, a minor missed opportunity for Tebow to get much further ahead than what he is, if he is even ahead in the first place.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I just, even if the Adept and the Zealot just click into the natural and just get left to do whatever they can do, they probably get a few SCVs at least, right? So, or you force the SCVs away, whatever is a good outcome, really. As this Oracle, the only one is actually going to get locked onto a Cyclone, and now that Oracle is going to be dead.
Yeah, no, I mean, Tebow's just not ahead at all now, even losing the Oracle. That's a shame. Missed opportunity there. Maybe he just thought it was all a little bit too good to be true, and there was a trap somewhere, and that's why he was afraid to do a certain thing. as we now have one Phoenix being produced, and that Phoenix should always be able to come out before this pylon will die. And that's actually pretty sweet. If we take a look at the production tab of XY, and we can see that he's building a Raven, just having a single Phoenix to prevent that thing from idling in between your main base or your natural in the top left side of Tebow's main. I think it would be nice to get a single Phoenix out.
Yeah, I love it. And Phoenix obviously will just rescout this main as well, just double check what's going on. And you can see the full setup, the barracks timing too. Just be careful. Cyclone locks on. Shouldn't be able to get if the Phoenix continues in a straight line. High ground vision is good too. Whatever you can do to break the lock on, basically. And yeah, all you want is that Phoenix to, like you say, ping away at that Raven, stop it from just sitting there. How often do we see that Raven being annoying? And now we want to use it also for some high ground vision to blink up in the main, where to be okay, the few Marines getting repositioned, so the Stalkers shouldn't be able to do too much. But they can, if they want to, blink in and then just wait a little while until Blink's off cooldown, and then they should still get a free trade.
Okay, Cyclone gets another lock on. Previous time he didn't kill it. This time around he will kill it. And that's obviously the only high ground vision that Tebow was working with. I have to admit, I don't truly understand why we just sit there at the bottom of the main. Like, either we go in or we run back, right? Like, there's no point in just standing there for as long as Tebow did. And I think the first time there was a little opportunity with only a single tank out. That tank obviously being positioned in the natural. I thought that, you know, if you want to get something done, just be annoying, shave off a couple of Marines. That was probably the moment. At this point, this army of XY is a little too big. I'm definitely concerned for Tebow here in game 2. It just does not feel like things have quite lined up for him. He is going to get charged at least, Wardy, but look at the army supply. It's 14 against 37.
Yeah, I mean, not really much else to say. That it's a massive army from XY. This is just Tebow not doing enough with his damage early. You know, the Oracle initially, it was okay, it was good, but, you know, to then lose the Oracle and the Stalkers to not have done anything, and it's just all added up to not being enough. It was too much of a commitment, and now XY is looking to punish Tebow big time as he gets straight across the map, and obviously no rampant into the natural. It should be a pretty easy siege up and deal a lot of damage. There's not even a battery in the natural that's finished just yet. It's building, but not ready yet. Raven taking a few pings, but the tanks are in position, and honestly, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, obviously Zealots can be good against tanks, but this is 3 tanks very well protected by a whole bunch of Marines, and even if these Marines don't have any of their feisty upgrades, can also drop an auto turret or 2, right? I do think Tebow is going to try to engage with a couple of Zealots from the bottom, but I just don't ever see this Protoss army being good enough. The only way Tebow wins the fight is if the tanks do a whole lot of friendly fire.
Well, they are going to try and do something, but they're target firing the Stalkers. The Zealots are getting cleaned up by the Marines, and even if it's just one tank remaining, the bio units that are still here are about to kick into Stim Combat +1. Gateways are being depowered. The Super Battery doesn't have anything to really heal, and obviously the tank just pushes further up, and XY sits here up almost double the supply, and absolutely looking as though he is just about ready to close this out.
I love that recall, by the way. We're going to go ahead and try to saturate the 3rd base, and take a look at the army supply. It's 6 against 48 at the moment, guys. A Stalker and a Dream. The few little Stalkers that could, mate. We're going to try to rebuild all the gateways as well, but obviously, yeah, this game is ultra over. XY just played very clean. Should have been in trouble in the early game. The Zealot and the Adept in the natural and the Oracle in the main base, that should have really been a big problem with the build that he went for. And I'm sure that Tebow's kicking himself a little bit for how all of that played out. I really just think, Waddy, that he was worried about something being there that wasn't there, right? That's my only explanation for the way that Tebow played it out.
Yep, absolutely, and that is going to be GG XY closing it out, and that is going to give us a tied-up series to be able to start our tournament, man. I mean, we won 1, we're going to Game 3 already. The Asian region already showing up. 2 players from previously different regions are showing us just how fun and competitive these games can be. So, yeah, we can look forward to Game 3, man. 2 very different games, of course, as Tebow kind of bringing the same idea of aggression, not quite working, but in Game 1 he was able to draw it back in. Game 2 he just did not have enough, and just a game of missed opportunity to even think, like you say, blinking in with the Stalkers, not doing that. It was also a missed opportunity to at least just get a couple of kills and start making up for the Oracle not having done enough. So, yeah, a little bit of a shame, but we'll see what he can do, turn it around maybe in Game 3, maybe shake out some of those nerves or so, because we know he's capable of making some of the plays he's currently missing out on.
Yeah, and even if he would have gone for that blink into the main base, maybe he doesn't get a whole lot, but what he will get is time. And time is obviously what he needed, right? For those extra gates to finish up, to actually properly send over the probes to the 3rd base, because we saw a bit of a missed rally as well. He had 26 workers in the natural. That was obviously not on purpose. It's just a bit of an unfortunate game, but hey, then again, that first game could have very well easily gone the other way. So I think it only makes sense that we're all tied up after 2. And our final game is going to be played on altitude by the looks of it. So could be a completely different Tebow this time around, right? Maybe it's going to be a much more macro-oriented Protoss, because I don't know Tebow as someone that I think of as overly aggressive, and he showed us on Royal Blood that he's very comfortable in making difficult transitions. That first transition into splash damage the first time is hard, and then that second transition into the double robo, the robo bay, and all the forges, that's a difficult one as well. And Tebow honestly all did that at kind of the correct moment, so we could see a much more defensive Tebow here in Game 3 and just kind of try to rely on some solid macro.
I'm all for it, man. I mean, altitude is not a map you expect XY to be able to find a lot of his aggressive pushes, and if that's what Tebow's been scared of and trying to like force XY off of, no need for it here. Just play your macro game, and I think Tebow could be the better player in a macro game too. It's just not what I really see from XY as being his strength. His strength to me is, oh, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to come in with a weird build, something you've not seen before, so yeah, I'd like to see Tebow, like you say, a bit more macro-oriented, just come in just very standard and just get himself into a good setup, because I really think he can control the game if he does that.
One thing that truly stands out for me, though, for XY is his crisis management in both of these games, where in Game 1 he was supposed to fall completely apart against DTs. Like, I casted a very similar scenario yesterday, and you know what happened? The Terran just left. The moment it saw the Shimmer, it just left. Now, obviously, the Terran didn't have a Liberator and whatnot, but it was still very similar. And the fact that XY handled that as well as he did while still finding a lot of damage even on the other side of the map is impressive. And here in Game 2 was also kind of easy to just panic and be worried about that Zealot and the Adept and be worried about the Oracle, but he's kind of stayed very calm, cool, composed, collected, and he's like, no, send a couple of Marines over, it's gonna be okay, temporarily pull the SUVs back, only lost 3. Completely out of position against the quickest possible Oracle since it was proxied of a very early Stargate. I don't even understand how he only lost 3 SUVs there.
No, I still don't. Like, it's kind of baffling how that first game all started out. And, yeah, I honestly, like, I want to go back and look at the replay, because I don't know how anything went down in that first game. Like, I was so convinced and, like, following the DTs and everything, and then the next thing I know, I'm like, man, there's just so many probes dead, and, like, none of that damage was SCVs. Like, I know it sounds ridiculous, but, like, it was kind of baffling to watch, honestly, so yeah, crazy stuff. Countdown starts up here for game number 3. As you mentioned, Roddy, we are going to altitude here for this upcoming map. So it's a big one. It should be a fun one. I really expect these guys to give us a bit of a bang in this final game of our first series of the day.
Yeah, we obviously had the Widow Mines as well on Royal Blood, so it was like a combination of the Widow Mines, the random Hellion, then the Liberator, but somehow that dealing more damage than 2 invisible boys, one in the main, one in the natural, when we have no eBay, no Raven, no scans. Still odd, like not the way that we expect things to play out. Let's see who's going to win our opening best of 3 of this edition of the ESL Pro Tour Asia. New group format, Swiss format. Bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of the man that is representing Invictus Gaming. He does that in the WTL as well. This is XY.
Taking on our blue Protoss in the top right, repping Berserker Esports. It is Tebow. Also a WTL team, which is awesome.
Yep. He has not played for them yet, right?
I don't think so, no. I mean, they have a pretty strong roster, right? Like,
Battle Booty and Spatz.
Yeah, that's a fun roster, actually. It's the kind of team that you really feel can, like, do a lot, and obviously these are some players we're going to be seeing later today, even. Spatz takes on, I think it's Serral, actually, in the EU group.
Yeah.
So that's going to be fun, I'm sure. But, yeah, Berserker, they just have a fun roster, I'd call it, because it's a lot of up-and-coming players who definitely can make a splash in any given match, so yeah, cool to see Tebow joining them as well and repping them here in the Asian region, and there's the engineering bay block here for XY to get a bit of his own kind of say as to how this game starts up.
Yep, and it seems that Tebow does not want to deal with this at all. He is not just going to expand elsewhere, so he's going to pull 4 probes and could still get the Nexus down here immediately. We'll get Cybercore first. Now you have to make sure that it doesn't rebuild an eBay, right? Or there's even a supply boom. Oh, that is exactly what is going to happen. Like, I am not a fan of Nexus before core, but I kind of feel that if you already got eBay blocked once and then you can get it down, maybe you should have just planted down that Nexus, right? Because now you're losing a whole lot more mining time with these 4 probes, just not doing what they are supposed to be doing.
Yep, I would have taken exactly what you said. Take the Nexus just when you can get it and not let that happen, because that was a little bit silly and just going to be causing Tebow to be a bit further behind than he maybe needed to be, because obviously catching the fact that this engineering bay went down so quickly the first time is meant to be great for you. It allows you to pull the probes, like you say, and just get the kill and the cancel. And then you just don't really capitalize off of that at all. Just a bit of a shame, really.
Yep. Forcing your opponent to expand elsewhere is obviously nice for a turn, especially here, because the third base is a bit further away than it would be on some other maps. And then I think 3 Rex is always intimidating to go up against if Protoss players are forced to expand elsewhere, or just multiple Hellions, Hellion Reaper, all of that stuff. Normally it's easier if you just have to worry about the main and natural, but if you now have to worry about the main and the third base, it just becomes a whole lot harder to deal with these very quick units early on. And that is indeed the opening here that XY is going to go for. But since this is altitude, and in the end he did not force Tebow to expand elsewhere, because Tebow was on top of it so quickly, I'd be surprised if he makes more than 2 Hellions. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I imagine this has to be like 2 Hellions into like Widow Mines and just get like a 4 Widow Mine drop going. It's hard to, like you say, imagine that he can do much with 4 Hellions. It's such a gamble if he tries to do anything with more than 2 Hellions, I think. 2 Hellions is fine. They can poke at the front, take some attention, force a unit on the natural, maybe give the Widow Mines a better shot. So yeah, I like this, and I like the Phoenix. Obviously, the Phoenix provides a really good defense early on, typically, helping to minimize the sort of damage that can be done on the back of these, early harassing units.
Yeah, no, I like this call by XY. I think it makes a lot of sense. Obviously, Tebow still needs to respect 2 Hellions, because it wouldn't be the first time that we see 2 Hellions do a whole lot more than they are supposed to. We have a Phoenix. He's going to lift the lower HP Hellion, and that means that a lot of probes right now are a bit clumped up. They are lined up. Good save in the end. Sure, we lose a little bit of mining time, but obviously that's a whole lot better than losing a bunch of probes against 2 Hellions.
Don't lose the 2 probes now. No. Yeah. A little bit of a shame. I was going to say the only thing I would have liked to see there was maybe the probes on the natural if they were going to pull to fight the Hellion. If they pulled a little sooner, the Hellion would have never got behind the mineral line. Maybe would have made it a bit easier, but all said and done, I mean, 2 probes still ain't too bad. Obviously, it's just sad because it was pretty avoidable at the end, but it is what it is. And now we've got that Widow Mine drop going to be the next stage of this.
Yeah, and that is actually going to hurt, because even though this is a great Phoenix map, right? Because normally we think like, if a map is large, it's great for Phoenix because they fly and they're freaking quick. And that's obviously a fact. But it also means that if Phoenixes are out of position, it takes a very long time, even for this fast unit, to make it home in time. Now, Tebow did immediately realize something was not quite right. He's going to spot the medevac. He's still not going to be home in time, though. This is going to hurt Wadi. The question is just how many probes are we going to end up losing?
Yeah, we pull all of them away. We just about chased with one of those Widow Mine shots. Didn't think that was going to reach, but we got about 4 workers. We're going to reburrow and one more Widow Mine shot just to hit the Adept. No, maybe onto a probe or so. Phoenix going to try and get the cleanup, and that is now going to be the shutdown. I mean, pretty decently defended, all said and done at the end.
There are 2 Widow Mines, yeah, but this is a lot of damage, man. It's too much. Like, if the Phoenixes were in a better spot, this is just too much. Look at this. The medevac is going to sit on top of the 2 Widow Mines that have been, as 1 Widow Mine is indeed hiding in the main base. What is, sorry, I missed that one because I was looking at the booby trap that XY was temporarily setting up, but now he's like, nah, never mind. If I can save my medevac, I'm just going to go ahead and save my medevac. I don't need to set up this trap. There's a good chance that these mines will connect anyway. And there we go. That's the first Widow Mine shot. There is an observer. I hope that Tebow realizes there's another one. What about that mine in the main base? Wadi, it just got 6 kills. Oh.
Yep, that just sneaking back in, being sat in that corner, waiting for the opportunity for a few moments, and now going to get cleaned up. But even more damage on top of what you said before was just too much. So I have to expect now that XY going to feel pretty darn good. You know, Tebow on not the fastest of third bases behind this either. He's going to try and scrape together a Robo Bay and attempt to go to Colossi. And just hope you can maybe get to that kind of somewhat stable Phoenix Colossus composition before, well, XY gets pushing.
Yeah, I almost think it would have been better to stay on 2 bases here, as crazy as that sounds. But I just don't believe that Tebow can ever defend the natural and the third base at the same time. So it might actually be better to just try to stabilize on 2 bases for a little bit, and then eventually down the line go up to 3 bases. Raven is on a suicide mission, but before it goes down, it will still drop some other turrets and disrupt the Protoss economy even more. A couple of workers are falling, and obviously all of them are not mining. It's just a very painful game for Tebow so far. If you can take a look at that income advantage, you can just really see how much of an impact all this harassment by XY has had.
Yep, that is a big dip multiple times over at this stage, and it just keeps adding up. That's the sort of thing you really don't want to have kind of coming your way, and yeah, Tebow just in a tough spot. Going to try and do something with the Phoenix, but they get locked on too quickly. They're going to get chased away without too much issue. It's really not going to find anything there. Would have loved to just use all the energy perhaps on some SCVs just to try and retake a worker lead that you're meant to have because of mules. You kind of want to have a probe lead over the SCV count, but that's just not happening right now.
To be fair, I'm actually stunned by the fact that Tebow still has a quote-unquote worker lead. It may not be a lot, because it's a 7-minute, 30-second game where he didn't even have an ultra-quick third base, right? Obviously, he still took it somewhat early, despite all the damage he took, but he lost 19 probes in this game, and despite the fact that 19 probes have gone down and barely any SCVs have fallen, only 2, we are awfully close in workers, and the Proto still has a tiny lead, which I'm a little bit surprised by.
Yep, absolutely. As we got XY. Just going to lag out here for a moment. We'll see if he gets to regain, or maybe we'll have to go for a quick resume. So we'll give this a few moments and hopefully get back to it in just a second. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Roddy, this is a situation here where we are really in a place where Tebow and XY, you know, Tebow's definitely scraping something together, XY in a bit of a lead, but the fact it's a big map, do you worry that that means that XY can't capitalize as well as he might want to on this kind of lead that he has?
Yeah, there is a good chance because obviously he has just gone for a very defensive setup. We even have a whole bunch of turrets, despite the fact that the Phoenix count is not all that high that he truly has to worry about it. And I thought he would have more than enough units to deal with it. There is a chance that this game definitely goes on for a little while longer with extended turbulence close to finishing up, a bunch of extra gateways, and as I said, Tebow economically still in a sort of fine spot. Not the spot that Sweet Brothers dreams are made of, right? Where it's like, oh, 8 minutes in, we have 3 workers more than the Terran with 3 orbitals. That's not great for Protoss, but it is playable. Like, one great fight is really all it takes, and obviously that Raven did die after it dropped the other turret, so there's no interference matrix. Yeah. There is a chance for Tebow. I feel like it should have been worse than what it actually is, but I'm sure that he's not loving this game.
Yeah. No, I'm absolutely convinced he's not loving it. I mean, you gotta hate the amount of damage you take, and the Terran gets their 3rd base, so not long after you, it's fully, you know, set up and producing as well, so just a few reasons not to be super in love with it. As it looks as though we are gonna have XY fully kind of dropping here, which means we probably have to recover the replay, which just takes a few more moments, but we should be able to get that going sooner rather than later. So a couple moments here, we'll get back into it, and we're just gonna have to get this regamed. Roddy gives us a couple moments, obviously, to just again reflect on this setup that Tebow has, the 3 bases, trying to get up to gates and charge and extend thermal lance, and yeah, just basically just has a long way to go until he's really comfortable still in the overall game, though.
Yeah, I guess if we are going to rehost it, we can go ahead and take a look at the worker graph, because I have the feeling that maybe XY hit like a supply block or 2. Take a look. He has been supply blocked for 25 seconds in this game so far. And I'm going to take a look at the amount of workers. It's not a very steady line up, right? It kind of felt that XY built a couple SCVs, focused on dealing damage, went back to building SCVs, dealt some more damage, and because of that, his economy was maybe not as strong as what it could have been, because, yeah, his graph just looks a little bit random. He has not taken any real damage himself. He's only lost 2 SCVs in this 8-minute game. He should have been in a even better spot than he already is in, but I'm sure that he's probably quite feeling it, right? Maybe he just feels confident in his ability to control the late game army, and he will feel that as long as I've got a steady 3+ base economy, I've got all my production facilities up and running, I'm going to be fine here because I believe in the Terran army. And if that's his approach, he will still be fine, and he will still be loving where this game is heading.
Yeah, it'd be fun to see how the moves he makes to kind of shut down Tebow. I'm interested to see how aggressive he gets, because he's about to hit all of his upgrades as well, right? So is he going to start dropping? Is he going to just go for a larger push? What is he going to do to stop Tebow from getting set back up himself? I think there's a lot to be kind of seen in terms of how that plays out, so I'm excited for that as we're just waiting for our referee to start hosting up the replay again. Looks like it'll just take a moment or two. Obviously, again, we do have a fantastic feature built into StarCraft where you can recover a game from the replay and just pick up where we left off, so it just takes a couple minutes to get it loaded. Once it's all loaded, it shouldn't be so bad, and we can just get back into it as though XY never disconnected.
Yeah. After the Hellions and the Withermines, I'm sure that Tebow was happy about the fact that XY had like a triple CC build here and a Raven, because if this is just a strong 2-base Marine tank follow-up, I think you're ultra dead as a Protoss, right? Taking that amount of economic damage, I do not believe that you can ever deal with 3 or 4 tanks and 20 Marines and 2 Marauders with Stim. If it's triple CC, you obviously always have a bit of a comeback mechanic as a Protoss, because it means it's going to all take a little bit longer for the Terran to actually feel comfortable and make it to the other side of the map. On top of that, I kind of have to question the decision to go Raven here. I often joke that unless your name is Maru or Foxer, you're not allowed to build a Raven against Phoenix play. Now, lately, I gotta say more and more Terrans have impressed me by keeping their Raven alive and still being able to get a big Matrix off against a bunch of Phoenixes that fly around. But if we build a Raven to then send it into the main base, drop 2 turrets, and we don't follow this up with a big push at the same time, then I don't really understand why we build a Raven in the first place.
Yeah, no, the Raven is one of these units where it's meant to, like you're right, it's just been to fly into the main against Phoenix and then not be there with, big pushes and stuff. Yeah, it's a little bit crazy. As wondering why our referee is not inviting anyone to the lobby. Sorry, that's why I'm a bit distracted. But yeah, I feel like this game has some fun to it. Okay, we're getting invites now. Perfect. But yes, we got ourselves this resume coming up. And XY in a position to try and close it out. Apparently his game just crashed. So that, that's the new one. I thought, sometimes, China connecting over to the NA server, for example, in this case, is sometimes a bit dodgy, but no, his game just crashed. I mean, that's a new one too.
That is scary. I play a racing game that does tend to crash sometimes often. And it's starting to crash more and more by the time they get ready to release the next one. But StarCraft 2 may have a couple flaws, but fortunately my game never seems to crash. I'm going to knock that off immediately because you don't want to tempt the faith or the computer gods out there. But it seems like we are pretty much good to go to continue this, guys. Just a couple minutes. We obviously apologize about the inconvenience and the minor delay here. Apparently something went wrong, and we're gonna have to rehost this again. We should be good to go. Good news is we've got 9 more best of 3s after this. 1 hour for the first series. How are you feeling about spending 10 hours with Roddy on the very first day of the ESL Pro Tour, Roddy?
Couldn't have asked for it to be anyone else, man. I'm I'll say the same to Zombie Grub later this week, I'm sure, but
I know, you're gonna do me dirty.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for anyone better, so. No, I mean, for day one, I feel like we have a good time, a fun day one as well, right? Because day one is the day where maybe there is going to be some mismatches and not every match is going to be super serious because we expect a Serral to win out. And obviously that's not the case in this first game of the day. Obviously, it's very close. So yeah, that's obviously not the case in this first game, but definitely one of those situations, I feel, where we are just, super excited, ready to go. We're going to have a fun day. I don't know, man. I'm ready for it. I feel like it's going to be a lot of StarCraft, but yeah, we're good at doing lots of StarCraft,
6 out of 7 days, we've got the ESL Pro Tour to enjoy for these upcoming 3 weeks. And then that 7th day, there will still be the weeklies. There will still be WTL as well, especially next Monday, what a big match in the WTL.
Did they move the WTL for the weekends?
Oh, I don't know, but I think they are playing on...
I see.
Yeah, I think there is a... as far as the last time I checked, at least. Maybe that's changed again, but last time I checked...
Who did Basilisk play then? Tell me.
DKZ.
DKZ? Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. On the most glorious day of the year, buddy.
Oh, May 8th?
Yeah, that's right.
Didn't need to think about that one, mate, did I?
No. I told you too many years in a row for you not to know at this point. All right, the nerds are ready. We are ready. Once more, we apologize about the minor delay, but we are good to go. We've got a game 3 where XY is off to a very good start. However, still altitude. It's still a large map. It's still going to be difficult for him to make it to the other side of the map. Hopefully, his game won't crash anymore. We have 7 minutes and 45 seconds in. And we are ready to continue. And Tebow needs a pylon, Marty. Tell him quickly.
Bro, you need a pylon. Yeah, okay. He didn't, well, he didn't cheat during this downtime, Roddy. That's for sure. Didn't check in on what he needed to do. Yeah, that's, he's actually not started still, so a little bit painful.
Yeah, that's painful. it's extra painful, right? Because then it does feel that you're a little bit out of your rhythm as a player. Because obviously, you know, these things happen, disconnects happen, mistakes happen. Now losing that depth is actually a saving grace. As Tebow now wipes the units, he's still not building a pylon. Okay, there we go. By the time that this pylon is done, I think he's gonna have 7 pylons on the way. But yeah, that's obviously because of the disconnect, right? He's just a bit out of his rhythm, out of his comfort zone, and the focus is gone. And that's a big one.
Yeah, it's just especially unfortunate because it was as a lot of the gateways finished too, so you just don't get as big of a surge of units that you really wanted to. And we're at a point where XY is absolutely going to be setting up to attack at some point. Stim is actually still quite a ways off. He's got Combat Shield and +1 already, but not Stim. So that's actually kind of wild how late Stim is going to be here. If he had Stim, I feel like he'd be across the map knocking on the front door already. So maybe Tebow actually getting a little bit fortunate that we're missing the most important upgrade of all for the Terran.
Yep. Bunch of Vikings already being produced by XY too. Let's take a look at the starport count. That's still at 1. No Ghost Academy. Last game I thought, or on Royal Blood I thought there was no Ghost Academy. There was one, but then XY also thought there was no Ghost Academy, so he planted one down too. He's like, never mind, I do have one. But yeah, this game just shaping up to be that macro game that we were alluding to in the beginning. Has that second Robo is now finishing up. Templar Archives as well. Hey, if there are no Ghosts, I'm a fan of Archons, mate. Like, I am not a believer in Archons in this matchup, but without a Ghost Academy, yeah, that unit becomes around 7 times better than it is when Ghosts are on the battlefield.
Yeah, the difference of an Archon versus Ghost and versus no Ghost is quite tremendous, to say the least, as we have a Zealot playing Chase the Cyclone at the moment, too. Not too exciting. The Cyclone, not something you really necessarily need to keep up, as I do not want Tebow to take a fight. Move out, maybe threaten in some way, weird way, but there's no world here where he wants to be taking a fight. He is heavily down in supply. He's not had a good opening in this game. He wants to sit back. He wants to be the defender, take a 4th base, get set up defensively. I can appreciate trying to pressure a bit on the map. Just don't get yourself caught off guard. You're playing a dangerous game right now.
Yeah, exactly. If we just want to stand there to maybe drop some force fields, fire a Nova forward and disengage, I love it. If we're going to try to fight, I really don't love it, because this is a tiny old Protoss army, Waddy. If the plan is to just pull XY back and buy some extra time for ourselves, I think it's okay. XY, however, is not returning home yet. I'm keeping an eye on the minimap. He's even pulled all the boys. Now the boys are still making their way to the other side of the map while the army is returning home. So this move up by Tebow is turning into 300 IQ. We need a recall right here. Right now, the boys are like, what should we do? Should we still fight? No. You guys come back too. I mean, if Tebow just gets a bunch of Archons right now, this is the first time ever I'm asking for like 4 Archons. The SCVs have turned around again, Marty. They want to battle.
They're here too soon, though, Ronnie. They run straight into the army, a few of them going down. Obviously, that's a sign for Tebow that this army's still about to fight. Why are we out over here? Disrupt a shot, sure, maybe, but get back home, sit by a battery, be as safe as possible. The Vikings are going to have a field day here going towards these Colossi. Disrupt a shot down the ramp. Nearly gets a bigger shot than what it was. We do have just a little bit of back and forth. Force fields buying you some time at the moment.
Mate, get some Archons as he wipes in 7 Zealots on the left side. There is a battery there. Could have gone for the overcharge. Tebow goes to the low ground. Tanks are going to siege up. Can the Novas connect? No. Mate, 1,400 minerals, 1,400 gas. Tebow with a couple of Archons. You would have taken a tremendous fight there. Still in it, still has 4 bases, can even saturate these or send these probes to the top left side. It's gonna wipe in a couple Zealots, gonna wipe in a couple Stalkers. I mean, this is, oh, why no Archons, bud? If there was ever a moment to build Archons against Terran, this is definitely the moment when it's Marauder, Tank, Viking. There is no better scenario for Archons.
This would have been it, man, unless he was just feeling he didn't have time to merge the High Templar in, I don't know. Man, there was also so many disruptor shots, I felt like they were a moment away from being great, and then they just stopped short, they stopped moving. Tebow pulling back, he's going to need the disruptors to deliver here. He's also got to go down this ramp with tank fire on him. It's going to be extremely tough. You can see a disruptor already getting blasted down. He panics and gets just a single Marauder now. Pushed into a corner, essentially, in his own base. Tebow just has so little way to break out. He's got Zealots warping on the far left. I wouldn't mind those ending up being a flank rather than a potential counterattack, which I'm not sure what he's going to do, but I mean, he's got to do something. Another disruptor just going down. These Marauders controlling the game completely.
Such a shame there for Tebow that Nova did not go off, because it was still maybe doable, but now another high-tech Robo unit gets picked off. We do have a couple of force fields go down. Few Zealots coming in as the tanks deal a little bit of friendly fire. The tanks deal more friendly fire. like, if Tebow would spend all of his money, Wadi, and cleans this up, don't forget he has that top left side, right? There would still be a chance for him for sure, as he's working on the +2. Now losing the natural 2 is obviously painful. It has to happen now or never for Tebow. XY has a pretty big army supply late. The Zealots and Stalkers are trying to do whatever they can, but the micro is good on the side of Chinese Terran.
Yeah, XY's just got a little bit too much as he pushes up into this main base. The final fight is pretty much going to happen. The Liberators will really seal the deal. That's just a little bit too much to have to deal with right now. As Tebow gets pushed further back, trying to morph in an Archon, but too little, too late, Roddy. And XY is going to win the first series of this season of the ESL Masters Asia. And what a way to do it. I mean, just a bonkers match to start the day, huh?
Can write a little novel about that best of 3, mate. Especially that first game on the Royal Blood obviously was very wild. The second game where we thought that Oracle and the Adept and the Zealot would have a lot of potential, in the end didn't quite work out. And then the third game where we were both worried about that move up. We're like, that's a tiny Protoss army. But if the plan was to just indeed delay that big attack from XY, well, it worked out wonders, right? Couldn't have gone any better. The recall saved all the important units. I sort of understand, like, trying to go a bit forward and dropping a couple of force fields and trying to delay the attack from happening. But I think if you want to play that game, your Colossus need to stay way further back, right? Because now the Colossus, they kept on eating those volleys of the Vikings, because the Vikings, they don't give a damn if a couple of force fields go down and prevent the tanks and the Marauders from participating in the fight. And then with all that gas, this was really a great moment to have like 2-3 Archons come in from the left, like Archon Zealot flank from the left, main army from the right. I think it was doable for Tebow.
Absolutely. And he'll be kicking himself for that one, especially if he checks out that replay. With that, guys, XY is the first victor of the day. And we've got more StarCraft coming up. Up next, none other than the world champ himself, Oliveira, going to be taking on SCV, a lesser-known Chinese Protoss player. That's coming up in just a few moments' time. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. I've lost Roddy. Where did you disappear to, mate? There you are. For some reason, I think I minimized the screen with you on. Would you believe that, Roddy? I just hid you away. Unbelievable. Well,
I believe it, mate. I feel like you've been a little jealous of me ever since I got the gold card of Crown Zenith.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You're trying to get one up on me.
mate, I've got that Umbreon right behind me. Don't you make me bring it out, like.
Okay, I'm not ready. We are getting ready to hop into our second series of the day. Obviously, there were a couple of technical difficulties, but we are working on it and we are doing our best, just to let you guys know. It will be another PVT. I was chuckling a little bit when you mentioned SCV before, because this almost feels like a BattleNet ladder trick, right? to throw your opponents over, like, my name is SCV, so you're going to go for your little PV or the XV Terran opening, and then, surprise, I'm Protoss. But why would a Protoss player name himself SCV?
Yeah, I know. It's definitely a weirder way to kind of approach your the naming conventions in StarCraft, I guess. So, yeah, kind of intrigued as to what we're going to see out of this, as obviously Oliveira comes in as the world champion, mate. He is going to be a hefty favorite, not just in this match, but in this just tournament in general in the Asian region. You got to say Oliveira straight up is just the favorite, right? Like, is there anyone that comes close to competing with Oliveira? I don't really think so, based on recent results.
No, if we have I am Katowice Oliveira showing up, then the answer should obviously be no. Nobody in this region should be able to reach that level. But we have seen Cyan in the past. I remember legendary grand finals where Oliveira basically won 6 seasons in a row or 5 seasons in a row. Then he was up 3-0 over Cyan. And somehow they had the reverse sweep with Maney and Pig casting back then, I believe. So I won't forget that one. So there's obviously a chance. But even if Oliveira shows up at like 85-90% of what he's capable of, he will still be the favorite in this region, and especially here in the earlier rounds. He should be untouchable. We're going to just be a little bit critical of him, right? Because we don't expect him to just win, but he is supposed to win convincingly, and he's supposed to look great while doing it.
Oh, absolutely. Like, he is meant to be the downright favorite. It's not meant to be close realistically. He is meant to absolutely dominate when it comes to this series. So we'll see what happens. We're going to start off on Grezvan, and just like that, Roddy, we are able to go. You know, one good thing about me and you, we don't have to do much of this talkcraft business. We just get down to business, you know? Straight into the action.
Probably a good thing when we've got 10 best of 3s and 6 or 3 weeks and 6 days of non-stop StarCraft. People want to see games. They don't want to see talkcraft. I'll let you do the first intro because I don't know what you're looking at.
All right, in the bottom right-hand side, our red Terran player from Dragon Kaiser Gaming. It's going to be Oliveira.
The world champ himself. And in the top left side, we're looking at the main base, the man who tried to get a couple of ladder points a long time ago by perhaps pretending he's Terran, but instead he is a Chinese Protoss. This is SCV.
This is a weird one, man, because I think it's going to happen a few times in this event, right? Where there's just some players we don't know as much about. And for me, SCV is absolutely one of those players where I don't know what to tell you about him. You know, he's been in a regional once before in China, got knocked out in the group stages, and, you know, like, that's his StarCraft history pretty much.
It'll be cool though, right? Just to learn a little thing about these players that we don't get to cast very often, we don't see a whole lot of, and basically there is everything to win, nothing to lose here, because no one is going to bat an eye if SCV loses to Oliveira. But if he even just takes a map, that's already something that we'll be talking about, as we have an interesting opening here coming out of Oliveira. Not 1, but 2 barracks. So maybe a triple Reaper into double Hellion. That's kind of what I'm expecting whenever I see this opening.
Yeah, I wonder if this for Oliveira is a way to be a little bit safe sometimes as well, right? In case like super early aggression comes your way, you've got 2 racks to work off of. But also just sort of say, hey, look, I'm really quite good, and I'm gonna come at you pretty hard. And you've got to be able to defend from the very beginning. And if you can't do that, then I don't have to waste my time playing the macro game. Because it sounds crazy, but this kind of opening can snowball if your opponent messes up the defense. So we'll see if that's something that maybe happens. It's going to be a good first test here for SCV as the Reaper pops out. And we'll kill off the probe of SCV.
Yep, and that probe obviously had no way to return home unless he would have recalled it immediately. But yeah, you have to be 100% certain that that is what you want to do. And maybe SCV after scouting is like, nah, I'd rather have a Chrono Booster 2 available. Because obviously as a Protoss, you don't have a lot of units early on. You often go one gateway into your tech structure, whether that's a Stargate or a Twilight or a Robo. So if you know your opponent is producing 2 units at a time and you're only producing 1, I understand maybe not using the recall and rather using a Chrono Boost when you need it the most.
Yep, as we get instantly resumed back into this quick hotkey issue for Oliveira. These guys play on new accounts specifically for this tournament, so sometimes there's a hotkey that's not set up here or there, so just a little thing we sometimes have, especially in day 1 or 2. A couple of these pauses as Reaper comes across the map. First one to just poke around, and obviously has just a single Adept out right now, and it's going to come down the ramp to start being a little bit of a defense, as the Twilight has to go down in the wall as well, so that's a good scout from Oliveira.
Yep. Interesting follow-up, by the way, by Oliveira. This almost is leading into like a 2-1-1, right? Where we're just going to have 1 reactor, 1 tech lab, quick stim, and then we're just going to move out with 60 Marines and 2 medevacs. The first time that those 60 Marines show up can be a bit dangerous as a Protoss. Like, if your units are in the correct position and you know that this is coming, it shouldn't be too problematic to deal with. But if you're out of position with the first few Stalkers and these Marines get unloaded in your main base, it could actually be game over immediately. Because this just shows up a little bit quicker than Stim Marines normally show up in this matchup. And I won't be afraid to admit that I've lost a couple times against this specific build. It's just weird because you look at it, you're like, this is not supposed to be that great. But yeah, if you underestimate it, you're out of position, it can once more snowball very quickly.
I kind of like it, man. You know, when you're the favorite in a series like this, little builds that are just a bit quirky can do so much to throw your opponent off guard, right? And just to make them feel uncomfortable with the situation. And I feel like this kind of builds a sort of one where if you pull it out against a stronger Protoss player, they'll probably be like, okay, I can adapt, I can change things. But for someone like SCV, who may be very set in his ways with how he's going to build up and set up, you know, little changes to the builds like this and hitting slightly sooner, those are the things that can really end up being quite punishing. So intrigued to see if SCV can find a defense against this. For now, some Adepts moving across the map, and we do have the Blink most of the way done. It's 3 gates in total for him, so he is going to be heading into a decent amount of pressure, but not anything as committed as 4 gates, as the Reapers are going to show up a little bit too late to block the Nexus back at home.
Well, so far I do really like what I see from SCV, right? He's got a 10 worker lead, Woody. That's absolutely what you're supposed to have as well as a Protoss, if your opponent is going double barracks before expanding. But yeah, he's just had all of his units in the correct position against this Reaper opening. He hasn't really taken any damage, hasn't struggled, hasn't pulled any workers. Goes up to 3 bases with a lot of confidence. And if he weathers the storm, that is the first 60 Marines with Stim and maybe a random Winter Mine or 2 in the mix, he's actually going to be in a very good spot. But obviously, this is Oliveira, this is the world champ, and his Marines just seem to hit a little bit harder than most of the other Marines out there.
Yeah, his Marines are something special, man. They've got that world championship kind of behind them, powers them up. And you have the Adepts still staying active, by the way.
It's gold ammunition, Waddy.
It's gold ammunition.
It's a little pay to win feature.
From the world champion Marines to do 1 more DPS each, adds up, man. And there's a lot of them.
The Marines with the golden gun. Everybody that played GoldenEye will know how problematic that is. But here they are. They are going to stim. And this is obviously something that you kind of wanted to be in position for. You already wanted to shave off a couple of Marines. Shield battery not quite ready yet. Here come the Marines with the golden guns. I don't hate that force field. Just makes it a little bit harder for these Marines to commit as probes are falling. SCVs are falling as well. What killed 5 probes? A Widow Mine, I guess. How did that Widow Mine even get in? Or was it...
I just think it walked in?
Drop.
Oh, there's a medevac?
No, medevac.
Oh.
Yeah, it's still flying around in the top side of the map. Was that a single mine or double mine? Oh, double mine. Okay.
Okay, well, that makes up for some of the losses on the other side, but obviously the Adepts dove in at the same time. That's what I turned my attention to when the probes started falling as well. So, yeah, actually, we do lose a few SCVs, a few probes as well, and Oliveira still about, 11 workers behind. He is not in a hot position when it comes to economy. Probably still needs to get something done with the follow-up push, which is going to be with these siege tanks, and when once he gets a couple more medevacs on the way.
Yeah, no, what we were talking about earlier in the beginning, as the Stalkers are thinking of trying to see if they can accomplish something in the natural, but against double tank and a bunker that's well positioned. I almost want to say take notes up at 3 Zelda, but that's an inside joke, Waddy. I kind of feel that SCV is in a really good spot, and what I was going for before I saw the Stalk spoke into natural is like, we expect Oliveira to win, and we expect him to look very convincing. so far this is far from convincing, because if we would normally tune into a game like this, you are casting or anyone else, I open a stream and I see the Protoss in this spot, I'd be like, oh, looks pretty good for the Protoss, right? And you wouldn't even necessarily think that there is supposed to be a skill gap between these two and that one of the two is the world champ, because SCV honestly is in a very playable spot. Oliveira does have a big army, has a powerful army, but without a third CC, this is basically becoming an all-out movement, right? And he pretty much needs to win the game as SCV goes up to 4 bases. Maybe that's a bit over-ambitious, but 1 Nova is all that our Protoss player needs to potentially win the first game.
He needs 1 Nova and he's got 1 Disruptor already. The only problem with that means is you've only got 1 chance. At least initially he hits the Zealots. He also gets a Marine. We stim back up here. Super Battery's already popped. We're going to start moving down this ramp. The Bio will sit behind the tanks and let them tank a lot of the damage and just create a choke point against the Zealots. And now the Bio can chase up after these Stalkers. Super Battery's going to be fading away in a moment. We jump for the Disruptor. The Super Battery will save that for now. Do we have enough Bio to keep going with this fight for the moment? It looks like we just about do. We die for the Disruptor, getting that as well.
That Stalker warping was so unfortunate, right? Imagine if those are just Zealots a bit further towards the left. A lot of these Stalkers were very exposed. I want to say the fight is still close, but at this point, SCV is just lacking firepower. He was a couple of units short, and now he has dropped to 6 army supply, and that is obviously just not going to be enough. It seems that Oliveira will get away with it with the final few Marines and 1 low HP tank, even though SCV has warped in a few more units, and is finally going to get that tank, sends forward another Nova. These medevacs are working overtime, but at least a couple of them still have a bit of energy. It really isn't a whole lot, but it's just barely too much, I think, for SCV to handle with.
That Obs gets knocked down. Nexus continues to take damage, and this really should just be a bit too much because Extra Zealot's going to show up here. Let's see if they can make a difference. Of course, they're going in with an upgrade deficit, which doesn't help them either. Oliveira focuses down the Stalkers first. He can obviously kite against the Zealots after he keeps away from that Disruptor shot too. Not letting that be a factor, and as he stims these Marines up once again, just going to keep on fighting. His reinforcements are showing up too quickly. Now he's going to jump on the reinforcing warp in so you don't even get the blink back on the first Stalker or so there. Just problem after problem continuing to arrive.
Yep, the Nexus falls, the probes are pulled, but they will all fall as well. GG gets called. Oliveira does do what we expect him to do, and that is to take the 1-0 lead. But that really was awfully close, and I generally feel that if that big Stalker warp in, right when that shield battery overcharge was about to run out, if that was a little bit further towards the left, or we would have just ran back a bit further, warp in all those units in the natural, and a couple of those Stalkers would have been Zealots, I actually think he defends there. I think he keeps that Nexus alive, and then we're looking at a 4-based SCV against a 2.5-base Oliveira, and Oliveira really would have been in all sorts of trouble. Very close first game, way closer than we expected it to be.
Yeah, absolutely competitive, right? And like you say, you know, Zealot warp in different instead of Stalkers, and it could have been all the difference that you needed. Oliveira had to do damage right then and right there, and yeah, he did it, but it wasn't actually a guarantee that that was going to be the case. So, a fun first game. I mean, gives you hope for a fun series here. Perhaps, obviously, Oliveira's build a little bit weird, right? The 2 Reapers into then that 2-on-1, but just sort of not really doing much with it at first, I guess. It'll be interesting to see what he does going into a second map, which we'll be starting up in just a couple of moments. Getting our hosts going, getting that one ready to begin.
Yeah, obviously we had the Marines with Stim taking that awkward route via the top side of Grassvan, and that was a bit of a distraction maneuver for the Widowmine drop to come in. And even though that Widowmine drop did kill 5 probes, 2 mines did go down in the process of killing 5 probes. The medevac lived, so that was obviously nice for Oliveira, but I don't think that really was the start that he was hoping for. Either your mines deal an insane amount of damage and the medevac can pick them up right and they come back for round 2 or maybe even a round 3, or the Marines take a great fight. But neither of those things really happened, and obviously kudos to SCV for just having a good build, having pretty good defense, and yeah, slightly different warpins, and I really think he holds there. And then it would have been very interesting, because no matter if you're the world champ or not, if you're going up against a 4-base Protoss and you're a 2-base Terran with just Marines and +1, you're gonna have a pretty tough time.
Absolutely has. So I was just letting admin know we are ready whenever the players are, just to make sure that we've, you know, because one of the earlier games, I kind of forgot to tell them that we were ready, and they were kind of waiting on us, and I'm sat here waiting for the game to begin. But yeah, man, like, it could have been a game. It was close. It had some possibilities, so excited to see Babylon. What do you think for Babylon? Do you think this is a map that's going to work out a bit better for SCV, a bit worse? How do we feel about this from the PVT perspective?
I think it's difficult for sure. Just tanks are godlike on this map. Not just in TVT, not just in TVZ, but against Protoss, tanks are very good as well. And even if you're playing a style where normally you're maybe not too worried about tanks, like kind of what he was doing in the previous game, right? A lot of gateway units, stalkers, and zealots with charge. Even then, tanks are a problem on this map, just because it can be really awkward for zealots to make their way around all these, not just the side blockers, but basically the mountains that we have, the terrain that's going up and down, up a ramp as well. This is just a difficult map to play Protoss with Terran, and even late game can be difficult because the Liberators tend to be very strong in this map too.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point as well. If we get to that sort of stage where libs can just siege up, it's so hard to break through them. Everywhere's choky, right? Like everywhere's just a little bit, tough to push through if those libs come out and get set up. Obviously, that means that early pushes can also be very deadly too. One of those early attacks with tanks that then, as it continues, a couple Liberators show up a bit further down the line. If that doesn't get cleaned up immediately, that could be a problem as well. So I think SCV is going to have to play a very careful game. Maybe even a bit of an aggressive game, right? Take things into his own hands early on, just sort of stop Oliveira from being able to take control of the map and set up in, particular places.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Maybe we can go for a wild, old school max packs opening, right? Or something that some of the Protoss players like is that 3-gate opening. I don't think it's that reliable, but it doesn't really matter. Because just sitting at home here and trying to play the nice macro PvT against a man who can be as freaking good and scary as Oliveira, I don't think that's really the magic recipe to victory.
All right, well, in the top left-hand corner to start us off for Mystery Gaming, our blue Protoss player is SCV.
Solid first game by him, though. Definitely memorable. Something that we won't forget about. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of absolutely the favorite of the Asia region here at the ESL Pro Tour 2023. This is the world champion of StarCraft 2, Oliveira. I have to admit, by the way, Wadi, that it became a whole lot easier to call him Oliveira after he actually won Katowice.
Star Katowice is like, I'm very ready all week to explain that this is Time, and, Oliveira's new name, but, we're going to call him Time for you. Yeah, well, win the World Championship, and that's definitely a way to name change.
Ian Blue reminded me that while we were hanging out in the green room in the first day of IM Katowice, we were talking about one of the TVTs. Maybe that was Oliveira against Clem, actually, and apparently I was like, man, I refuse to call this guy Oliveira unless he actually wins this entire tournament. And he's like, oh, yeah, well, watch me, Roddy. Call me Oliveira. I'm like, all right, I'm sorry, mate. Oliveira it is.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it was, he really just went out there and did it, didn't he? Okay, well, yeah, Oliveira. Like you say, I mean, obviously never changed to calling someone something faster in my life, I tell you that much. It's very true.
At first, I was just like, man, this is frustrating, and we just know him as Time, and Time is a cool name. But yeah, after he did that as Oliveira, I haven't struggled. I haven't even think about calling him Time one time. Like, he's just Oliveira, man. He's the world freaking champ.
The world freaking champ, as we do have our probe scanner around, and it is obviously a different opening, by the way, right? It's this double gas opening here from Oliveira, so he's got that faster factory, some pressure he can put on, take that expansion a little bit later on his side this time around, and see what we can do with that as the Reaper also moves up into the natural for a little bit of a investigation in these early stages.
One gate fast expand into a Twilight Council once more for Mr. SCV, as he seems to be fan of the Protoss wall-offs. I feel like it's very hit or miss, right, when it comes to good Protoss players, whether they like the wall-offs or not. Sure, it makes your life easier against Reapers, but I personally hate it so much if I get like Marine tank push, and then you lose a gateway, you lose the pylon, you lose the Cybercore, then you need to warp in a couple Stalkers, and you don't have a Cybercore. But yeah, obviously it does make your early game a little bit easier to keep track of those Reapers and potentially deny your tech. Last game that didn't quite work out, but or deny an easy scout on your tech, that is. But this time around, it seems to be going a bit better for SCV.
Yep, Reaper doesn't do much. We do lose one probe on the other side, but it was going up to try and get a bit of info, see what the reactor is on, so it's now reactoring out bio units or Reapers or something along those lines rather than Hellions, so you get a bit of an idea as to what to expect, perhaps. Obviously, this is not uncommon once you've kind of set up into that earlier kind of group of units and group of structures. We do have, a start of a wall. There's a battery here. I don't think this is going to be too problematic. Drops the other building to help finish this off. We do lose the probe at the front, but not letting the Reaper Hellion in is very valuable.
Yeah, kudos to Oliveira, though, right, for immediately realizing, okay, can't battle the Stalker, can't battle the Adept. Hey, probe, I'll take that. Like, it's the little things that obviously always add up in StarCraft 2. So, just getting a little sneak peek up to the ramp there and killing a worker feels good if you're Oliveira.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so he's going to try and just poke up here and just see if there's anything around. Obviously, pick up information, but you don't get to see the Twilight Council. If the pylon isn't in the wall off, the Twilight can also always build out of reach of being seen, so you don't know if that's a Twilight based on the fact that it's a Twilight Council, but you do see a lot of the Stalkers, so Oliveira does pick up some information still, if not directly through seeing the building.
Yep, maybe this is one of these moments where he's a tiny bit worried about some DTs being out on the map, but nothing on the production tab or in the main base of Oliveira suggesting us that he seems to be ultra concerned about it. I mean, he probably knows SCV a whole lot better than we know him, right? Look at the SCV count, by the way. It's only 28, once more, an 11 worker lead on the side of SCV. And I know Chrono Boost is good and all, Wadi, but most of the time we don't look at 11, 12 worker lead. We can also see Oliveira is just not producing any SCVs. I always get some Uthermal vibes, right? Because I feel that Uthermal was the OG Terran when it came to early SCV cutting and making strong Banshee tank pushes. Oliveira is not here to entertain us, he's just here to win, and he's going to try to get the job done with a very early move out. Marines without combat shield, without stim, but if they are protected by a Banshee and a bunch of tanks, they are still a problem.
Yep, this is just a real kind of get up and go army from Oliveira with so much DPS in it. You know, things can die quickly, but yeah, you gotta start killing them as the Stalkers have to blink back. That almost looked like as one died, the rest evaporated, but it was a blink back into the natural expansion as Oliveira gets set up over here, and that Robo is gonna have the super battery protecting it, but with double tank sieging up, I'm not sure we get that Immortal out, Roddy.
No, this is the new overcharge, which is not as good as it once upon a time was. And don't forget that one pylon is powering everything there right now. Obviously, if the gateways die, that's maybe not that much of a problem. But we will go for the pylon, so we don't just lose the Robo. We lose power to that battery. We lose power to these gates. And SCV is just in all sorts of trouble. He's got a 15, 16 worker lead. That is great and all. But that's about to disappear as he's going to pull probe straight into the meat grinder. Tries to blink on top of this army. But this is not the kind of army that you can blink on top of. GG gets called, and that's maybe a little more in the style that we expect Oliveira to win. Because that first game truly was awfully close. Even it was only a 10-minute game. But the second game, maybe not the fanciest build ever from Oliveira, right? Because it's kind of all-in-y early on. But hey, if your all-in works this convincingly, then who are we to blame him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have to convince anybody after that, right? Just super easy, super simple. Come across the map and make yourself look pretty darn good in doing it, right? Just like you say, convincing. This is kind of what we expected from Oliveira. You know, when he came into the games today, this is, you know, absolutely what I thought we were going to see from him. So, yeah, he comes in, looks very good. That first game, obviously, a lot better for SCV. We were kind of hoping to see something, you know, a bit more like that first game again from him in that game too, but he just never got a chance to get going. And, I mean, that's sometimes going to be the skill gap, the skill difference on the first day or two of this event, Roddy, where we've just got these first, you know, few matches. You know, obviously Tebow and XY was a great matchup, and maybe they'll, you know, meet up further along or be a similar scoreline at the end, but this is two players where you could very easily say Oliveira, he's going to end up 3-0 through the group, and SCV, you know, could end up, you know, 1-3 or so and just out very quickly too. So it is two players that are kind of on the different end of the spectrum here in the Asian region.
For sure, but SCV still impressed me in that first game, and even in the second game I felt that the macro was good, but maybe it was just a bit too blind, right? It felt that he was overly concerned about Reapers and Hellions finding damage, that he kind of forgot about the bigger picture, and that is figure out what's happening on the other side of the map. Because if he would know the kind of strategy that he's playing against, he could bring those Stalkers out and about, he could shave off a couple of Marines before that push actually arrives, and maybe get some much better engagement than earlier Immortal, etc. But that first game, I still think should give SCV some confidence that he should be able to deal some damage in this Swiss format, and I already look forward to his second match. I don't know when that's going to be, but I'll keep an eye on him.
Yeah, obviously with the Swiss group, it's actually a few days, you know, if we only played 2 of the 8 matches from Asia in round 1 today, I think it's about 3 days or so until we start seeing round 2 of Asia picking on up. Gonna bring up our schedule here quickly, just an update as to where things are at, because we have rounded out our first region of the day, Roddy. It might seem like we're very far along, but we're only actually 20% of the way through, so lots still to come. XY takes a thriller 2-1 over Tebow and Oliveira. A bit more convincing over SCV, especially in game 2. And that obviously leads us into Europe coming up, starting off with Serral versus Spatz, followed by Spirit versus ForJumi, Harstem versus Cass, Elazer versus DNS, and Showtime versus Wayne. Before we go to a little bit of a longer break ahead of Europe, Roddy, just because that's scheduled to start in about 20 minutes or so, any of these matches in particular you want people to watch out for?
For sure. Obviously, Serral is always fun to watch, but Serral is an overwhelming favorite against Spatz. I think Harstem Cass has some potential, because Papa Cass recently has kind of been punching above his weight. Like in the old days, Cass was without a doubt one of the best European Terrans. Then he kind of dropped off a little, and we thought, Cass is done. But he actually got a couple of pretty impressive Ws on the board over the last few weeks in somewhat random tournaments, sometimes the weekly, maybe some VOD qualifiers as well. So I think that's a fun one. I thought Elazer had a pretty fun match as well. I have to bring it up quickly because there was a whole bunch of information. Yeah, I think that has potential, especially because we know that Elazer is not in love with the ZVP matchup, right? I think we can say that. And Spirit versus the Epic Land champ ForJumi. I know Spirit has been red hot, right? And this, I think we can actually say this has been the best Spirit that we've ever seen. But don't count Yumi out, man, because Yumi is actually surprisingly just damn good, solid. And I think he has what it takes to at least make Spirit sweat a little. And stylistically, I just really like Spirit against Yumi.
Yeah, I like that one a lot too. I think there's going to be some fun matches in Europe, so we'll be back with that very shortly. It's about 20 minutes of downtime, and then we're going to be back with our little pre-show of Europe and then jumping into those matches, guys. So a little bit of a longer break, only because we've got so much StarCraft still to come. So we'll be back in just a few. We'll see you after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL SC2 Masters. Roddy, I keep minimizing you, and then you disappear, and then you're not there, and you just get more of me. So vain. Welcome back. Obviously, we've just wrapped up our first region of the first day of the ESL SC2 Masters Summer, and Woody and Roddy are back. And this time, it's time for some European SC2 action, Roddy. We're super excited about it, and I know you like Europe as a region, especially.
Yeah, I mean, these are obviously the nerds that we get to see a whole lot of in the weeklies and a lot of the other tournaments, because whenever they participate, it's often a good time zone for obviously us to watch. So we're very familiar with all of these guys, and once in a blue moon, I get to play against some of them as well. So that makes it extra fun for me. And I think Europe over the years has just delivered, man. And it's obviously not just Clem, but especially the way that Clem has peaked in this tournament time and time again. It gave a lot of big WTF moments. What on earth is going on? So how can you not get excited over Europe?
How can you not get excited over Europe? I don't disagree, man. Let's have a look at where we are at in terms of these groups. Obviously, where we're at is at the very beginning. Europe is the one region with 2 groups of 16 players. So here in Group A, we have Serral, who is very much so going to be the one expected to top this group, but he's going to be alongside Spirit, Harstem, Elazer, Showtime, Shadone, Geralt, and Christiana, as well as Petit Drogo, Battleby, Acheron, Wayne, DNS, Cass, ForJumi, and Spatz. Half of these players will be making it out to playoffs, Roddy.
Yeah, and that obviously means that a lot of them are allowed to dream. Of course, we have a couple of pretty much guaranteed playoff contenders. We all expect Serral, Clem, and Rainer to obviously make it into the playoffs. And after that, you normally say, of course, a Lambo is supposed to make it, and Elazer is supposed to make it. But it's obviously not going to be easy. On top of that, Lambo has been a little bit shaky. Showtime has been looking very good recently as well, so that's also very exciting.
Yeah, I like this. I like this group a lot. I feel like there's going to be a lot of contests, and it's going to be really fun when we get to those matches where the players are 2-2, and it's like you're winning in, right? Like you win and you're in, or you lose and you're out, and it's like there's going to be some absolute heartbreak, especially in this group. I feel like, but I do feel like we're going to have a very good time. There's going to be some really cool matches there. Obviously, there is a second group in Europe. I don't believe we actually see any matches from Group B today, but we can bring them up anyways and just have a quick look at the players. This group is ridiculously stacked. Raynor, Clem, Max, Bax, Skillis, and Hero Marine almost sounds like just the top of the playoffs anyways, man. Like, it's kind of ridiculous, no?
Yeah, no, I think Group B on paper is definitely the stronger one, and that's weird when Serral's not in it, but it's so tough that even Rainer was in Italy a couple days ago, apparently already came back a little bit earlier than he planned on coming back, because he's like, yeah, my group is a bit too tough to mess around and play from Italy with a higher ping, and if even he shows that much respect to the opponents, it obviously means that this is a dangerous group. Like, I don't even know where to start. There's just some of the best players, the hottest players in Europe at the moment. This is going to be awesome, man. And there is a good chance that we'll see 1 or maybe even 2 big names drop out of Group B.
Oh, yeah, absolutely possible. It only takes 1 or 2 upsets, right? Especially in this format. Let's have a look at what we're going to be looking at today. It is going to be mostly games from Group A. Serral versus Spatz to begin with, then Spirit versus ForJumi. Harstem will be taking on Cass. Elazer fights DNS, and Showtime takes on Wayne. Like I say, I think we've already mentioned this is just a very fun set of matches. Some pretty good ones for the first round. Europe is expected to be, hotly contested, and there is a division of skill. And, we kind of, say, okay, Serral and Clem and Raynor, you guys are going to be top tier, but there's going to be a lot of close matches in this region, and we kind of get, going to be excited to get into some of those. Unfortunately, Roddy, I think the first match of the day is obviously not one of those close matches, as Serral takes on Spatz, and that's going to be, obviously absolutely one of those situations where Serral is the absolute top dog, and Spatz has his work cut out for him to get something done here.
There is an overdog, as cats would say it, and the overdog is Serral. But it's still cool if you're Spatz, right? Yeah, you know that obviously you have multiple chances in this tournament, and you have an opportunity to play against Serral on pretty much the biggest online stage there is. Of course, it could be bigger if it's offline and it's for all the marbles or something, but this is still an awesome opportunity for him to just show a lot of people, and obviously a lot of people always tune in when Serral plays, what he's made of. And he's a good, strong German Protoss who's got a couple of weird builds up his sleeve, but I don't think he's really gonna bust out the special threats when he goes up against Serral, because there is a good chance that is still not going to work, while it would maybe work against a lesser Zerg in a more important match. So I'm kind of expecting Spatz to just see this as the ultimate practice best of 3, and let's take some notes and learn from it.
Alright, well, let's see if he will do that as we're going to start off down in this bottom right-hand corner with the Red Protoss player. He's representing Berserker Esports. It is indeed Spatz.
And that, of course, means that in the top left side of Babylon, we can go ahead and take a little look at the beautiful main base of our Finnish Zerg that is representing Basilisk, starting his journey in the Europe ESL Pro Tour Regionals. This is the great Jonas Sotala, Serral. Surprisingly, Wadi, one of the tournaments that Serral has not quite been dominating over the last few years. Out of all the times that we ran the Europe regionals, Serral has actually only won it one time, and that's like 1 out of 8, I believe it is. This is the 9th time that we have big online European regionals with a lot of prize money to play for. And of course, we often treated this as like a qualifier for those season finals, and that's the one that Serral did win quite often. But Europe regionals, only 1 out of 8 times did it go to Serral.
It's ridiculous, really, when you think about how dominant he is, and especially when he came out of these seasons, and like you say, he went to a season finals, and what did he do? He won. He won without dropping a map. He looked by far and away the best player. You know, repeatedly in those events. He just couldn't get it done frequently in Europe. Clem consistently levels up in this event. Raynor gets in his way. Serral has struggled in these European regionals, and yeah, we'll see if he can get it done for only the 2nd time. It's ridiculous to say when it's Serral. You know, it feels like he's won multiples of pretty much every tournament out there.
Yeah, and it's just something we didn't quite focus on because he did end up winning like the season finals, right? So it's like, okay, he didn't win the European regionals, but then he won the bigger one with more prize money, or he showed up in a big time in the offline events when we did not have to worry about Corona. So obviously it's never been that big of a story point, but it's just odd, right? We had 8 editions, Clem won 5 of them, Raynor won 2 of them, and Serral was only able to crown himself European champion one time for an online tournament, that is. At this point, though, Serral really comes into this tournament, I think, as the favorite. And that's not based on that track record that we mentioned of the past, but ever since Katowice, Serral has been red hot, literally only losing a single series against Clem in Piggy's tournament. Other than that, the man has looked unstoppable.
Yeah, he's looked really, really solid. Played in the Kung Fu Cup, looked really good there. Just, yeah, really dominant, honestly, as our queen. Gets a couple of shots on this probe, which has consistently been trying to get information, does go down. You would have liked to save that probe, so that's a little bit of a shame, as our Adept here does chase the Zergling around at the right-hand side. I'm just going to see that Adept trying to catch the Ling, but it will get out. I mean, that's amazing for Serral. Full scout around the base so early in the game. He knows every move that Spatz is making so far.
Yep, but he did open up pool first, right? It was a pool before the hatchery, so that obviously means that Serral's economy is maybe a little bit less strong than it is supposed to be, and that's why he was able to get some links out earlier to the other side of the map. We see Spatz going for the Resonating Glaive Adept, and we can see Serral go for that early lair. That's just something that he's been enjoying doing, especially on this map against Resonating Glaives.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The getting the lair super quickly and just kind of playing it into something that we don't usually expect to see. It's fun, man. Like, it's cool to see Serral be such an innovative player, right? Like, it's not just like he's so dominant, he just plays the boring old standard defense every time. He's so good because he can do his own thing. He looks at games, he analyzes, and he says, oh, I actually think this is a really good way to defend that. What are you going to do if I do this? And it's like, oh, that actually is a pretty good point. What am I going to do if you do this? So, yeah, kind of interested to see what Spatz can do with his glaives, but just love to see Serral being that little bit creative and just mixing up ZVP, man. It's not often the first few minutes of ZVP have a lot to talk about, Roddy.
No, it's kind of a middle down the road one for Spatz, right? Because I feel that almost all the pros, whenever they go for the Resonating Glaive, they open up with 4 gateways, but this is 3-gate. 3-gate Glaive Robo. I find it a bit odd. I like playing 3-gate Glaive, but that is without a Robo, and then it's just to expand quickly. I'm not quite certain if this is one of these openings where we can say that Spatz still needs to deal a lot of damage. Obviously, with the way that Serral defends this, he's not going to have a crazy amount of roaches, so maybe there is already some damage that Spatz is dealing just by going for this build to begin with. A bit odd, right?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a little bit out there, man. It's definitely a little bit different to what we'd expect. 2 more gates, by the way, so we're just going to double down on this Adept pressure. He really wants to just keep on going, but Serral was already in this base, and we actually canceled one of these gates, but the Overseer saw that too, so Serral knows every move that's being made right now, and yeah, that's going to make this kind of Spatz just kind of guessing and figuring out where he wants to be. Now he adds extra gates on again.
Yeah, extra gates and an Immortal. Serral is just building a lot of roaches. Did just queue up a bunch of Overlord. Is still just building roaches. We have an evolution chamber that Serral has not used at all. He had temporarily a second evo, but that was just to wall off. Serral, I feel like it's just going to rally roaches to the other side of the map, which may not be the most entertaining thing, but it could very well be effective because adepts are not great at fighting roaches straight up. Spatz is also not doing anything to force Serral to keep a bunch of units at home. Now Serral goes back into droning, but this many roaches, sure we've got an Immortal, but without the Warp Prism there to save that Immortal, to micro it a little bit, this could already be a problem, and that's why I guess Spatz is warping in this entry.
Yeah, Force Field will be big to block these roaches out, and it is just roaches. We don't have a Ravager morphed in yet, and we don't have a ton of gas either. There's a few roaches, find some adepts over on this right-hand side, and we'll just pick our way through those adepts, getting a few shots off. Going to Shades, they're going to commit to try and get a couple of workers. They can get 3, 4. That's decent. Prism loads up, gets away again, and that will at least be the early stages of these adepts. Held off one small, but yeah, at least they got something. Obviously, our Immortals coming across the map. We've got the charge on the way, too. We're going to really try and send this in the next few moments from Spatz. He does not want to wait around. He definitely doesn't want to see this becoming a longer and longer game.
No, it does not seem that he wants to go up to 3 bases. He had a bunch of free supply, even after this massive warp in. He's far from supply block, but we had 2 more pylons on the production tab. So Spatz is just going for it. Charge is close to finishing up. The problem is just that Serral has not overdroned. 55 drones is a decent amount, but it's nothing crazy. Serral has a whole bunch of units here. There aren't too many sentries, so it's not like Spatz can really work with a bunch of force fields. I'm not exactly sure where this is supposed to go. I mean, I believe in the power of Big Daddy Immortal, but I don't know if this is something that Immortals can chew their way through.
Yeah, Big Daddy Immortal, one thing, but this is a bunch of baby roaches ready to fight back, and there's just a lot of them. A couple Stalkers walking forward as well. I mean, we shade the Adepts in to try and do something, but they're being chased by roaches too, Roddy. And this is just not going to be a pretty ending at all here for Spatz, I don't think.
No, we already said it. Obviously, on paper, this was one of the more one-sided matches for the entire first round, and that's just the way that this format works. Now, obviously, after this, Serral is going to go up against a fellow winner. Spatz is going to go up against a loser. Now, we're talking like the best of 3 is already over. It's not quite over yet, but looking at this first game, Spatz is good, and I really have seen him play some great games. I've seen him take down a couple of big names as well in online tournaments, but winning PvZ against Serral in a big tournament like this is obviously almost mission impossible for anyone, right? Even the likes of Hero and Max Packs and Showtime are going to have a very difficult time taking down Serral, and I think Spatz obviously knows as well that this is not supposed to happen. It's most likely not going to happen, so then you just kind of hope for little victories, right? You kind of hope to take down a couple drones. You hope to get a great fight. So far in this first game, there really hasn't been a whole lot to get overly excited for Mr. Spatz.
No, not really. And it's not going to get much better as you see Serral walking across the map. That's not really what you want to have happening, because Serral has got a lot of stuff, and you've got what? I mean, still a couple of Immortals here, and you can micro those around a bit. Some force fields, and he chases a couple of roaches down, but there's the roaches on the bottom side that are just going to start walking into the natural here, and okay, we're just going to turn and fight. I kind of don't mind that too much. Although the rest of Serral's army is off up to the north, so Spatz getting a couple of picks. Just all of this, as it happens, is just so unmeaningful, it feels like, when Serral is still amassing so many other units up.
Yeah, Serral did manage to sneak out a few more drones during all of that battling as well. He's now sitting at 60 workers against a 2-base Protoss with 39 probes. Spatz is working with 43 army supplies, Serral with 105. We are going to warp in a couple of Zealots. These Zealots do have charge. They don't have any additional upgrades, and it really just comes down to these Immortals to basically make their way through 20 plus roaches. Those are some sexy force fields, and since Serral sent the initial set of corrosive balls a little bit further towards the top, Spatz gets a good start to this battle, but it's a numbers game, Waddy, and the numbers heavily favor Serral.
Yeah, heavily favor and beyond, it feels like, as that is just way too much, and Serral is going to be comfortably into a 1-0 lead to start the day off. So Serral gets off to the 1-0 lead. Like I say, a pretty convincing beginning from him, but we expected it to be, right? So, yeah, nothing really too surprising about that at the end of the day. Nothing too overly crazy. We'll see whether Spatz can pull something else out in game number 2. You know, when Spatz is going for these kind of aggressive attacks and things, right? If one thing doesn't work, the next part isn't meant to look pretty either. And this really just wasn't enough damage at first. And when it wasn't enough damage at first, it just knocked on to that kind of like, oh, and now this isn't going to be enough damage, and that's not going to be enough. And, you know, that issue basically continues to just build up and build up. So, bit of a rough start, but we'll see if he can mix it up and maybe get himself at least a foot in the door going into Neo-Humanity for game number 2. What do you think about Neo-Humanity, Roddy? Anything you like about this? Anything you'd maybe like to see from Spatz in particular?
Good question. It's kind of a tricky map to play at depths, right? Because obviously Serral has the potential to knock down the rock tower or the cooling towers in the center of the map. Maybe some Oracle play into Lord knows what. Maybe we can do like a crazy Phoenix build into carriers. And I'm not saying that because I love Phoenixes or people think I build Phoenix every game. But I just think that's kind of nice because Serral is often going to approach these games overly safe. So if he's not totally sure what he's going up against, maybe he makes a couple of safety roaches, right? Of 48 or 51 drones. And if you're then banking up a bunch of Phoenix at home, you have double Stargate Phoenix, those roaches could be useless. And that's maybe the way for Spatz to get a bit of momentum. I'm not sure. I'm still confused, by the way, Warwick, from that first game, because why did we play 3-gate Resonating Glaive Adept with a Robo? Like, I feel like you just almost never see that, and I feel that with the way that Serral defends, if it would have been 4-gateway Adept, then maybe at least you can start attacking that hatchery, and you can force Serral to send a bunch of roaches out where the queens are not able to help out because there isn't that much creep. Like, do you think he may have just forgotten a gateway? Is that a possibility, or do you think this was the plan all along?
I'm not sure, especially considering, to me, I really felt as though the follow-up as well was going to be one of those scenarios where it's like, you may as well have just opened 4 gates and added on 2 more gateways, or it just didn't really all quite sync up as I would have expected to, so maybe there is a possibility you just forgot a gateway, because if you go like 3-gate Robo like that, maybe thinking, well, maybe you take like a very fast Robo Bay, but that wasn't the plan, so yeah, it was a little bit off from the norm that we expect in these scenarios.
Yep, either the quick Robo Bay or the quick Nexus, right? Because there is a reason why we normally play 4-gateway Resonating Glaive Adept with a Robo, and that's because that works out, that gives you the right amount of adepts. And if you skip out on a gate, there has to be a reason, but we couldn't quite figure out the reason because the follow-up was just more aggression, but maybe we'll never find out. Or maybe I'll just ask him the next time I see him and he can explain it to me, and then in a future cast, Waddy, I'll let you know all about the 3 gateways in the Robo.
Yeah, and you'll sound real smart, Roddy, is in the bottom right. Elazer, who looked real good in that first game. From Basilisk, Serral.
Been looking real good in pretty much everything that the man has been participating in lately. And that obviously means that in the top left side of Neo Humanity, we are looking at the main base of a good mate of mine. I've really been enjoying following his journey. The man has made some good progress over the last few years. He's getting better and better. Our German Protoss is Spatz. Of course, representing the Berserker Esports.
Yeah, Berserker Esports repping in both Asia earlier with Tebow and now here in Europe with Spatz, and they do have some other players, of course, in the European regionals as well that we'll be excited to talk about when it becomes their turn. Probe, across the map down this right side is obviously an odd direction because you're not looking to, this is, first of all, a second probe, so we're absolutely looking to proxy something here. And Spatz wants to try and really catch Serral off guard early once again, which I can't blame him for. I like the plan. I think it's one of the most solid plans probably against Serral, because the longer the game goes, the less likely it is you're going to get the better of him.
Yeah, but this is so close to that hatchery, though, that like even a queen from the high ground is probably going to see it. I feel like with this scenario, it would almost be better for Spatz if Serral did not take this base, because I can already see a doom scenario where one of Serral's Zerglings is going to find this potential proxy Stargate. That is indeed what it's going to be. When the Stargate is like 60-70% done, and then it's super awkward. So far, Serral hasn't seen it yet, even though he's awfully close. He has not seen it yet, but I'm worried. I mean, I don't hate it, right? Like, you gotta roll the dice. You're a massive underdog, like 99-1 underdog, so you may as well try to catch Serral off guard, napping, and get an Oracle into his main base very early on, but this is very risky, for sure.
Well, pylon block on the natural location. Hatchery will go down there as a first Adept shows up. I'm just thinking about what you're saying. It's like, please, Adept, don't lead units to the right-hand side because they might just spot it. They will not just yet, though, so the Stargate is going to finish. It will get to produce its first Oracle, is the expectation here, naturally. And, well, we'll see if Serral can defend against it. It's going to be tough because of how quickly it arrives. It's going to be way sooner than your initial kind of usual timings when it comes to building spores and getting queens in position.
It seemed like these links. Oh, there we go. There goes Serral's mighty Zergling, and Serral's Zergling is going to see it. Now, probably not in time to unpower the Stargate before the first Oracle is out, but I do think that one Oracle is what it's at best going to be. Now, Spatz is even temporarily making a second pylon. I do think he's going to cancel this. You obviously don't want to lose 2 pylons if you only have to lose 1. So one Oracle is pretty much all we're going to get out first. No, he's actually going to try to get a second one as well. As the first Oracle does fly into the Queens, the Adept shade into kind of an awkward spot. The Lings are all over it. Oracle does show up one more time. A single drone, Wardy. That is what we got.
That really ain't it, man. That's really not enough, is it? As you see a couple Lings going over the right side. Oracle is there picking them off, and I mean that second pylon finished up, but yeah, I mean second Oracle pops. He just feels like the first one didn't do much. The second one probably doesn't have much hope in its spores already, and we try and get something done. We don't even find the damage we need, and this Oracle gets turned away as well.
Yep, a bit of almost feels like there are some nerves that come into play here for Spatz as well. Maybe it is intimidating, right? If you're into the lobby and you look on the other side, and you're like, oh, Serral, it's that guy, it's the big name. This is obviously what a lot of nerds dream of, and they're young and they're getting better. One day they will be battling it out with Serral. I think it's the first time ever that these two play against one another in a competitive environment. But even in the early game, like the Lynx tripped up the build order a little bit. I saw 4 probes on both gases, and now we saw the Oracle kind of shooting at 3 different drones, but not actually delivering any finishing blows. So yeah, it just it kind of sucks. We are now obviously heavily supply blocked after losing not 1 but 2 pylons. At least there is another pylon finishing up at 54 out of 54. 5 minutes into the game, it is not looking pretty for Spatsy.
It is not looking pretty for him at all. The things are going to go across the map, and well, there's the Oracles activating, so they will be able to chase a couple of those Lings away. Obviously, we just clear out the Stargate slowly. Spatz is going to try and go Link and +1, but Serral's obviously got freedom to do as he wishes. Drones for a while, he can get the lair and the Evo chamber out and just really get all of this up and running. So, able to kind of move in with all of this at the moment, get that underway, see how we go.
Yep. Let's see if Spatz can find Serral out of position. I did like how quickly Serral brought those queens over, by the way, from the main base while he was defending the third base mineral line, because those queens got a couple of extra shots up. And even though the Oracle did not fall, now obviously Spatz knows that he needs to be even more careful, and he really cannot take any risk. Does see a little opening here, goes for it, gets a couple of drones, will end up losing one of the Oracle, tries to turn around there to get a few more shots off, but that is not quite working out. Serral starting to queue up a bunch of roaches. That seems to be just safety roaches for now, as we're going to follow those roaches up with more drones.
Yeah, just get a few more of those up, replace what we just lost out on, and obviously you do want to have a round of roaches ready for when these stalkers start pressuring. Blink and +1 on the way through. So get those stalkers out, and that's where Spatz will hopefully, will want to try and get something done. You generally want to take map control with that, but it's going to be rough when you've lost so much, and Serral is back into just more and more roaches, man. He is starting to just spam units and might just say, yeah, I've got enough to just come across the map and just kind of have my way with you.
Yep, I think Serral is going to attack that third base from Spatz, and it's going to be very difficult for our German Protoss to defend that. Did invest in the second Robo in the Robo Bay, and if that would already be up and running and be like, maybe a couple of disruptors and we are allowed to dream. But at this point, Serral's army supply is just exploding like no tomorrow. It's 86 against 22. Spatz to spend a lot of money on buildings, facilities, on units that are good for harassment, but none of it has really been spent on battle units. And Serral is just going to roll all over Spatz here, Wari. I don't even want to do the caster thing. If you want to do it, be my guest.
I don't, man. I'm good. You can tell me about how Serral's going to roll over him, because I'm absolutely on that train with you. It is not going to be close. These stalkers, well, there's not really anywhere for them to go to. This base is just being nuked on down. 18 probes, 20 probes already killed. The Oracle activating overhead, but I think this really is just going to be too much. Serral, we kind of know it. We can see that. And this is just going to be game in the next few moments whenever Spatz decides to give up the fight and let this one go away.
Serral even getting some style points there, killing the Oracle with Corrosive Ball. I'm sure that made him smile a little bit. We do have Disruptors out. The first one gets 2 Ravages. That is decent. The second one has to settle for a single Roach and a single Zergling. Spatz obviously knows that the writing is on the wall here. GG gets called. Serral is off to a good start in this season of the Europe Regionals here at the ESL Pro Tour 2023. Just like we expected, he expected, and I'm pretty sure even Spatz expected. I still think this was a bit of a frustrating series for Spatz. Even when you go in with no expectations, you kind of hope that you get a little bit of momentum going, right? Like one good fight with the Adepts. One time you juke him in the wrong direction and you get a couple drones, or your proxy Stargate does a little bit better than end up doing. There's never any shame in losing to Serral, but I'm sure Spatz hoped for like a couple little victories here and there. But it didn't really seem that Serral was in the business of giving anything away today.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, man. I think it's fair to say that Serral just comes out. He wants to win one of these tournaments, and you're not going to win one of these tournaments by messing around in the first day, right? So Serral comes out, makes a statement. Of course, we're really excited to see Serral in the future days of this event when he starts playing against those other players that get wins. That'll be a few days down the line from now, but of course, like we say, that's just what day one is all about. Starting to separate these guys and let the Swiss format do its job. With that, we are going to take a quick little break once again, but when we come back, we have more action coming in here from Europe. So we'll be back with more StarCraft very shortly. I believe up next is Spirit versus ForJumi. I think that's a fun one, Roddy, and we'll be excited to talk about that when we come back. Yeah, okay.
All right, mate.
We'll be right back.
Yeah, okay, fine. We'll talk about it after the break. That's fine. That's fine.
That's okay with you, Roddy, yeah? I can push the buttons? Okay, I'll push the buttons.
You push the button.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Here we are, back once again, and I even remembered not to minimize Roddy, so you guys can see him from the very start of the segment. Isn't that just beautiful? Roddy and Roddy coming at you today with day number 1 of these regionals. Europe, of course, now well underway, and we're having a good time with it. Roddy, obviously, Serral just having a good first series, but I think already this next match coming up is going to be a lot of fun. Spirit versus ForJumi coming in just before we get there, of course. Thank you to Blizzard, Monster Energy, US Air Force, and ESL Shop, our sponsors here for the event. As we head into match 4, Roddy, let me know what you think. ForJumi versus Spirit. It's a fun one, right? Like, Spirit's been really good lately, but ForJumi has been on the rise for a while, and I feel like he's also playing the best StarCraft he's played in a long time.
Yeah, we don't want to do Spirit dirty and make it seem like he hasn't been amazing over the last few months, because he really has been. But this is still just a much closer match than Serral versus Spatz was. That's maybe also because Jumi is a little bit better than Spatz, but also just because it feels easier in PvT maybe to gain some momentum than it is in PvZ, where if the Zerg is a lot better than the Protoss, it just kind of feels that the Zerg always knows what's coming. I think PvT, there are definitely some stronger matchup and build order advantages that you can create for yourself. And Jumi has already shown that he can take down some very big names. Not too long ago, he actually took down Lambo in a best of 5. That was highly anticipated. So I believe here for Jumi that he can at least take a map and should at least be able to make it a very close and competitive series.
Yeah. It should be good, man, as we get ready to head on into this. We've got Royal Blood coming up for map number 1. And we're just going to kick off into this in a couple of moments. So let's see what Spirit and ForJumi will bring us.
Well, I'm ready, mate. I'm excited. Let's see. Jumi, the man who's been on the rise. Once upon a time, it was like, will he make it into the DreamHack Masters? These days, he is just a household name in the top 32 of Europe. But he doesn't just want to be a top 32 nerd in Europe. He wants a whole lot more. And let's see if he can already leave a good impression on us here in his opening series of the tournament against Mr. Spirit.
Yeah, that's ForJumi in the upper right, and in the bottom left, our red Terran from the Starlight Twinkle. It is, of course, Spirit, as we get this one underway. Royal Blood, pretty standard map, right? You know, one that really does come kind of down the middle. It can be a bit choky at times. It can be one that a Terran can take some good positions on, but generally, if you get into that mid-game, I think Protoss have a good few ways to work around that as well.
For sure. And Jumi is also very capable of playing multiple styles in this matchup. He is not necessarily always blink stalkers into Colossus, even though I kind of feel like that's his bread and butter and his comfort zone. He is willing to switch it up. He's got a couple of crazy charge first builds with a War Prism. He is no stranger to Stargate play either, so I'm mostly curious to see what he's going to do, because I don't expect Spirit to be too wild in this best of 3, right? Spirit will probably just gain a bit of that, or rely on that confidence that he has created for himself over the last few months, where in the macro games he has looked good against some of the finer players in Europe. He has looked fantastic. So he's probably going to kind of play the waiting game and just react to what Jumi is going to do. And that obviously makes it interesting to see what Jumi will do. And we actually see the Nexus go down before the Cybercore. I want to say that's not totally standard anymore in this matchup.
It's really not, man. You know, so many people love the Cybercore first, and just getting that first unit out helps with the first Reaper or so. Potential to go across the map and apply some pressure as well. So just a lot you can do from that. It's kind of the weird one to see the Nexus first, and just to kind of go a little bit more eco-friendly, but it kind of just feels like it puts you behind in so many other ways, right?
For sure. As we have the Reaper as an opening for Spirit, but he's probably just going to scout around the map, and obviously Royal Blood being a big map, we don't really expect this Reaper to get a whole lot done. You expect a depth first here from Jumi? Does that make more sense than a Stalker?
Yeah, I would guess so, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, you just kind of need the mobility of the Adept as well, right, to help defend early when this happens, I would say. Yeah, I guess it's Marine first, so maybe not so much, although Reaper out as well, never mind. I'm being silly. Looking at the wrong thing.
It's all good, mate.
I was checking if your
things here, guys.
I was checking if your mic was
day
good, man. But you know what, Roddy?
I know.
Your mic sounds beautiful, so apparently now.
Really?
Yeah, apparently we fixed it.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that makes me so happy, man, because I was getting very distracted and uncomfortable too, and I was like, it's not my fault.
Oh my god, it's all okay.
All right, let's go then, as we have the Stargate close to finishing up for our German Protoss. I don't expect him to play Phoenix here, even though I wouldn't hate it, but He is just a man who loves his oracles. He's got good oracle control as well. He knows what he's doing with it. He doesn't really take too many risks with it. You have some Protoss players that kind of just suicide every single oracle that they ever make. ForJumi is not one of them. If he can find damage, he will go for it. But I think it's a lot more important to keep it alive. Drop some stasis traps, pulsar beams. When he says, nope, Roddy, I know you're watching. I know you're casting. I know the mic is better. I'll give you some Phoenix play to get excited over. And I love it.
Yeah, man. Phoenix opening. Obviously just wants to sit back, be defensive. Spirit going to get that starport up, and he's just going to go straight into the tech lab, so likely he gets set up pretty nicely to just play against a Stargate opening. We'll see if he can do something on his first push or so. Spirit really has impressed me lately. He's been so consistently good. Almost put his starport in the wrong place there, but other than that, he's been so consistently good. Like, he's really been impressing me. He's looked so solid, really bringing it to the absolute top-tier players across all regions, in Korea as well even. It's just been really fun to watch him, advance to this stronger and stronger state, and here we go now with Cloak Banshees to start up this game, and that's kind of just a fun opening too, right? And definitely a way to mix up at the start of the series and say, yeah, I'm not just going to be boring and standard against ForJumi. I'm going to bring something interesting, and you know what? Phoenix are great against Banshees, but you do need detection. Fortunately, there is a robo on the way down. We need to get that obs out.
Yep. One thing that I'm always still worried about in this specific scenario is that we overly defend against Banshees, and that may be fine, but then the Marines can just become a problem, right? Whether they have Stim or Combat Shield +1 or they have none of those things, if we are looking at 15 Marines protecting a tank, protecting a Cyclone, that is still a problem whenever you play this style, because until you have a Colossus out, there's just nothing really good on the side of ForJumi against all these Marines. But that Robo Bay is actually quite early, 4 minutes 40 seconds. So as long as the scouting is good, he should be fine. And yeah, having observers or having access to observers is one thing, but it's also still important to have them in the correct position, because these Banshees, they don't need a long time before they make their way through a mineral line.
Immortal first, man, so it's not even going to be that Observer first, so that could be a little bit painful. We do not have a battery in the main, because you generally feel pretty safe when you've got these Phoenix defensively, but this Banshee's going to fly in, it's going to get a good few kills before it can even be shot at. Just needs to cloak up instantly. I was going to say, instantly. It does get cloaked up, and it will start to kill some probes, and ForJumi, like I say, now has to get that obs going ASAP. Massive probe pull, and Spirit should be pretty content with the starting point of this Banshee damage.
Yeah, it's obviously a lot of lost mining time on the side of ForJumi, 4 probes falling, but obviously it could have been worse if it's double cloak Banshee just waiting on the right side. Now that Banshee is going to live, though ForJumi didn't even keep track of it, because I guess he knows that if there is one cloak Banshee, there will pretty much always be a second one, and he wants to make sure that he's not out of position, as this Banshee is going to show up one more time. It will run out of energy. Now we need to make sure that we don't do that thing where the observer goes to the right side and then the other. Okay, well, we take care of the left Banshee first, so we don't have to worry about that thing, but this is still a decent amount of damage. 9 probes in total, no, 8 probes in total, but a lot of probes not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, the mining time lost here is obviously going to be one of the major parts of this. You can see Spirit taking a massive income lead on the income graph because of that, so those worker pools, man, they really are such a major part of the game, and they really do change things up a lot. And after all of this has been done, look who's coming across the map. It's Spirit. Full of bio, Stim and Combat Shields finishing up in a few moments, and, well, Phoenix don't help too much against these kind of armies. This is where you need stuff like the Colossus, and he was building that Immortal, by the way, for such a long time. Yeah. He cancelled it. Without an Immortal to help buffer, I'm actually a little bit worried here for ForJumi as well.
Maybe we can lift all the Marauders, and then every single shot of the Colossus is going to be cash money if it just fires at Marines. But yeah, there's 4 or 5 Marauders to worry about. There's a Cyclone to worry about. And soon there is going to be a tank to worry about as well. Unless I am... Nope, I'm just hallucinating a tank. That did not happen. We're going to need some very good target fire. Battery overcharge is absolutely needed. We will go for the overcharge. He is indeed going to try to lift as many armored units as possible. But look at the micro Spirit. I love it. Marauders in the front, Marines in the back. Marines gunning down the Phoenixes. And this was a pretty sweet fight for Spirit. But ForJumi will live to fight another day, as he's now going to try to punish all these retreating units. Can he get a decent amount of them? Lost a lot of key units, though. That may seem like a hold, but it was a very painful hold.
Yeah, I mean, it was... I actually thought initially Spirit might have been able to dive the Colossus. The force fields went down. I was like, no, I actually don't think they're good enough, but Spirit respected it, and he didn't go for that dive forward. He does get away, but yeah, ForJumi is... still reeling a little bit on the tail end of this, and obviously Spirit is still building up. 3rd CC in position. ForJumi's 3rd doesn't have any workers on it. He's down 13 probes right now, so he's in a rough spot when it comes to worker count, and that obviously just ain't pretty.
A 14 worker deficit when you're playing PvT, that is that's a nightmare scenario. Yeah, maybe it would have almost been okay for Jumi to just send it there, right? And hope that he could micro his Colossus, keep them alive, force Spirit to pull the SCVs to stabilize so we can like make this game a bit closer. But by disengaging, you can say like, okay, at least we maintain our sexy Colossus count. But the thing is just that the Terran army is going to grow so much quicker than the Protoss army. We don't have too many Phoenix anymore, but 4 Phoenix can still, 5 Phoenix even, can still actually chase down these medevacts. I want to see Jumi chase this down though. He cannot let this army escape. It's a shame that the army turned around for a split second, because I feel like he could have punished that pickup there by Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. That felt like a moment where you can get on top of that army, it can't get away, and you just have to take the bad fight as the Terran. Now we've got a drop on the top side. We still got these units moving up the right. They could do something, but ForJumi is also going to be across the map, so there's going to be a bit of a mixed bag of what's going on. We'll see what Spirit's defense looks like. Well, it's actually non-existent. There's nothing at home for him. So it's going to be base trade time, and, well, Spirit hops into the main base. He does a couple of units on the low ground. He actually gets cleaned up on the natural already because of the Phoenix, so that's going to be something to keep in mind, and his medevacts are going down. ForJumi on this counterattack is looking pretty good, Roddy.
Yep, but the Vikings could become a problem on the other side of the map. There are a couple of Marauders in the mix here as well. Spirit is going to try to crank out a few Liberators, but these Libs will not be out in time, so Jumi can actually kind of make himself comfortable in the main base. If he, we need to get on top of the Liberators. Don't forget, these Stalkers don't have Blink, and since the Phoenixes are not here, this is obviously a problem. Almost all of the gateways are empowered in the main base. The third Nexus falls. But Jumi still trying to do as much as he can on the other side of the map. It's just that the Libs are a problem for the Stalkers without Blink. One of the Liberators did go down, and the second one goes down as well. I mean, Jumi's army still pretty big, and Spirit has honestly made this game very complicated for himself by sending all of these units to the other side of the map while he was looking at an army that he could have absolutely fought. Now it's still gonna get somewhat close.
It really, really is, isn't it? Those SCVs get back down to the low ground here. Just going to be seeing Stalkers, Zealots, everything coming through. A couple of Marauders, Marines going down. Everything in the main getting cleaned out. The Phoenix will shut down the Vikings as well. And, I mean, Spirit's dropping units back over here, but they're not going to be enough to fight this. So this is looking really rough. He's pulling SCVs away. Actually going back to the natural. But, man, there's another Liberator pops out. Can that be enough? 2 Stalkers and 2 Sentries will target it down with the Phoenix helping, of course, though it's very different to before. And ForJumi is looking like he has enough to shut down and win game number 1. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Jumi bringing the Phoenixes over in an absolutely fiction moment, diving on those Vikings as well before they were able to fight alongside all the other Terran units. And I would almost say against all odds, Jumi takes game 1. And not because we didn't believe in him, but this just was not the kind of game that Jumi is supposed to win against Spirit. He's down 14 freaking workers. He barely even survives against the first Terran move out. But wow, I mean, that's definitely a bit of a throw on Spirit's side, but well done by Jumi, man. He had very few win conditions, but I guess making yourself comfortable in the Terran main base, getting on top of the production is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like Spirit had nothing in that moment, especially, right? And he had like one drop on the natural that got cleaned up very quickly, then the drop on the right side shows up. It's like, well, that was the scary part. That's what was doing damage, but it was nowhere near as meaningful as the entire army of ForJumi being in the natural, pushing straight towards the main before any defensive setup really got underway as well. Those were all pretty major parts of that, and yeah, just well played by ForJumi. I mean, he definitely had moments where I think you were right. He could have jumped, he could have pushed in those moments a little bit better, but he found his moment in the end. When it mattered the most, he really did find an opening and puts himself up 1 against a Spirit who, as we said before, was really, really good coming into this event. A loss for him here in the first round would be an absolute shocker.
Yes, it would be. Jumi is a guy that I think is allowed to dream of making it into the next round. It's not going to be easy, but it really comes down to like who he plays down the line, and maybe coming into this first opening match of this Swiss format, you'd be like, okay, that's always going to be tough. But I think especially in the second match, if he would go 0-1, I think Jumi will be the favorite against almost everyone else that he plays. But obviously, if he can get start off with a win here, that'd be very big. For that young, sweet German man who's always smiling, always giggling. It's just kind of overflowing with passion, and that's one of the main reasons why I really like watching Jumi. He just enjoys himself when he plays StarCraft 2 WODy, and that's not a given for all of these guys.
That is absolutely not a given at all as we get ourselves ready for Grezfan for game number 2. Yeah, ForJumi's so active as well. He's always asking me, hey man, you know, I want to play in this event, can I play in that event? And it's, you know, it's kind of refreshing, where I don't have to chase players down, they're chasing me down to play. It's a good feeling, Roddy. As we kick off to the top left side of the map, a Red Terran who will be down a game. This is Spirit.
And that, of course, means that in the bottom right side of Grass 1, we're going to take a look at the main base of the man that is representing Berserk Esports, taking the 1-0 lead. That is surprising, but looking how that game started out, it's even more surprising. It is Jumi.
Resvan for map 2, and we'll see ourselves on this map that has a good macro feel to it, right? Lots of takeable bases, good spread on those as well. But also a good potential to kind of push across. There's no ramp in the natural, so some of the Terran sieges, while they maybe don't have ledges and so on to hide behind, can oftentimes be just scary because the bio can just hit without having to run up a ramp at the wall off and so on. So a few things to watch for early, basically, as Resvan gets established. We'll see what kind of style we're going to play. Obviously, Resvan also a decent map for those Blink Stalkers. There's no ramp on the natural also, but also just a good blinking spot off to the side into the main base, and a pretty big main base to work around too, so that might, you know, help decide for ForJumi what exactly he wants to be doing here.
And that's also a style that Jumi can absolutely play. He's no stranger to the Blink Stalker openings. Be shocked if he does throw in one of those weird charge builds that I mentioned in the beginning of Royal Blood. One more thing, by the way, that I want to mention from the previous game. What I really love from Jumi is that, of course, he lost a lot of Phoenix, right, against that first push, because Spirit had very beautiful micro, where he let the Marauders stand in the front, they soaked up the Colossus shots, and the Marines were kind of gunning down the Phoenix. But he didn't immediately give up on the Stargate tech and on the Phoenix tech altogether. He's like, no, if I now try to play Blink Stalkers, by the time that these Stalkers are in high enough numbers, and I have Blink and I have +1, it's just never going to work out. It's painful to lose that many Phoenix. They are expensive, but I think he realized that the only thing he could truly do is still remake the Phoenix count, because that would be a bit easier than going into Twilight and going into Blink. And I think it's safe to say that in the end, the Phoenixes absolutely won the game for Jumi.
Yeah, the Phoenix were huge, because the Phoenix, denied the first drop on the natural. If they don't get rid of that, then there's like 3 Medivac units across the map, and that's very different. And they just slowly picked through the drop on the main base as well. They were the big reason why, because he wasn't just, cleaning up 2 Medivacs and Marauders with a couple of Warpins, right? So the Phoenix really allowed him to defend there, and then they came across the map to deny the Liberators too. That's actually pretty awesome, man. And obviously they hunted down some Medivacs at points. It is indeed Twilight Council this time around, though, as our Adept gets in position to deal with this initial Reaper. Gonna force that back up the right-hand side.
And also those 2 Vikings that they got on top of immediately before the other units of Spirit showed up, because that really could have made a difference too. Sniping those Vikings before the fight truly started, all kind of just lined up perfectly. I'm sure that Jumi knows that was not a perfect game, another game that he can truly rely on repeating that over and over again. But it doesn't matter. This is the DreamHack Masters. This is the Europe Regionals for the ESL Pro Tour. A win is a win, and that's the only thing that truly matters for a guy like Jumi. As it seems that he too is gonna take a note out of the playbook of D. Mauer. Do we also have a gateway in the bottom left side? Yes, we do. But Spirit is going for a starport. And now the big question is, will Spirit be able to sniff out that something A is not quite right, and B, will he invest in a Raven or not?
Yeah, I mean, Raven is a big go-to, and a lot of the time, a lot of people just get one, no matter what these days, especially in PvT. It's much more affordable, it builds much more quickly, it fits into your builds, but he's going to go cloak Banshees, and this time, the invisible units are going to hurt him because of the invisible units on the other side. His Banshee Star was fine last time, but yeah, it's just unfortunate, because if that was a Raven, we think we'd be in pretty good spot as Spirit. Because it's a Banshee, he's going to have to be really good with his scans and really good at this initial DT defense.
Yeah, he's building an early eBay though, right? I feel like earlier than Terran players would normally build it, so I have the feeling that Spirit is thinking about DTs. He obviously only saw Adepts on the other side of the map. The Reaper and the Hellion did a very decent amount of damage, way more than you would normally do. Didn't see any Stalkers. He is going to build a missile turret immediately, but these DTs are still very quick. Do we have a scan? Yes, we do, I think, in the natural. Can the Dark Templar make it into the main base? Nope, scan goes down. DT gets picked off. Second DT is just waiting, but now obviously Jumi knows about that missile turret that's finishing up, and it's 1 Banshee into Raven, so it did feel that Spirit just realized something was missing, something ain't quite right, and he was expecting the DTs, and now the Banshee actually finds the pylon, the Dark Shrine, and the Gateway, and that's obviously big for Spirit.
It's actually really good, because he was actually starting to build Shadow Stride, right? So nice to be able to stop that and just say, nope. Don't get that DT upgrade, and eventually if you kill this Dark Shrine, that just removes DT harassment from the game for a while. and forces you to rebuild the Dark Shrine, which is not a cheap investment, so, you know, definitely worth picking through that if you get the chance, and I don't see why this Banshee wouldn't stay on it for a while, unless you want to get the Banshee in aggressively, but at this point, I'd be kind of shocked if there wasn't preparations against the Banshee. There is going to be in the main. Spirit's going to rally it around. We'll see if he actually ends up going to the main base in the end.
Now this is kind of worst case scenario for ForJumi. Not only did his opening not really work out, but now his follow-up is not going to work out either because he cannot get Shadow Strike. He went a charge before Blink, which means that even a single Banshee is going to be hard to deal with, man, because Protoss units just feel so silly. If you don't have Phoenix, if you don't have Stalkers with Blink, how are you supposed to deal with different forms of harassment? Well, we have an Observer, a couple Stalkers in a battery. That's obviously good enough against a single Banshee. But do we also have enough Stalkers to deal with the other turret harass? I highly doubt it.
Ooh, now we get the Raven as the auto turret will continue to just work through one more probe there in the end. The Raven very nearly going down, just about escaping. And we got a Marine just pinging through the Dark Shrine. Of course, very nice to keep the Raven alive because if you have that Raven, you can have so much use out of it later on.
This is an interesting way of trying to clean up a proxy gate and a proxy Dark Shrine. You send over a single Marine. Obviously, he's more of a scout for Spirit to make sure that ForJumi did not repower these buildings. And he doesn't have to worry about a bunch of Zealots being warped in on his side of the map. That Raven taking that much damage was a bit surprising to me. ForJumi had 5 Stalkers, but yeah, it was a perfect 3-2 split. Banshee didn't get a lot done. Raven didn't get a lot done. Still a very uncomfortable game for ForJumi, not a game that I think he's very fond of, but it does not seem that Spirit knows this was charged first, because he obviously barely saw any Zealots, he mostly saw Stalkers, and this is not a move out water he would ever make if he knew that this was charge.
Yep, moving out too soon versus charge is a leading way of Terran players to lose games that they're looking pretty good in otherwise, and he is looking good here. Up in work is army supply decent, but again, charge is just so powerful, Zealots swarm you so quickly. What's becoming interesting is obviously ForJumi's going across the map, and these two armies may actually just miss each other. Spirit leaves essentially just a drop in the top side. As we do have our Protoss force moving around the left. A lot of Spirit's units coming back home, and boy, do they need to. Because you have a Widowmine drop. Oh,
that was seconds away from disaster. This Widowmine is still not fired. ForJumi in the end will take care of it. A couple of Marines are going to kill even more probes. This game is probably not going to go on for much longer. Is this army ever big and powerful enough to straight up win the game with that tank on the high ground? I kind of doubt it. That's a very sweet tank. And look at all these supply depots, man. Like, it's hard to believe, but supply depots are great against Zealots, Waddy.
Supply depots really are great against Zealots. Choking them up, stopping them from getting to where they want to be. And yeah, for ForJumi, as he loses the third base, he knows he's just got to pull the trigger and commit here. It might not be what he wants to do, but it's pretty much his only choice. So, in we go. He's got force fields to at least stop this bunker being repaired. We've got some units from Spirit, coming back from the right side.
Oh,
but ForJumi is not going to get the siege tank either. The prism goes down, and yeah, that was pretty much as bad as this fight could have gone, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think that could have gone any worse. Obviously, it was a losing game for ForJumi already. He just did not have the setup to really deal with harassment. The Widowmine drop in the main base hurt. That mine drop went into the natural, synced up with those Marines that were left behind on the right side. So ForJumi was losing every single probe. He knew that his only chance of somehow winning this game was just by sending it. But yeah, that played out in a rather uncomfortable manner with just barely not getting the tank. And at that point, it almost becomes personal where you're like, all right, I know that I'm dead, but I still want to get the tank. And he didn't get the tank. It's a double victory for Spirit in Game 2.
Double victory, definitely mentally, but maybe doesn't show on the scoreboard. But we are heading into altitude. And Spirit from ForJumi will look to be 1-0 at the end of their first day of playing. That 1-0 means you're only 2 matches away from the playoffs, of course. Again, this new Swiss format, everyone gets seeded in against someone in the first round. Then in round 2, you play against someone that's either 1-0 or 0-1. And the main aim is to get to 3 wins with 5 matches, your maximum that you can play. So, just to keep that in mind, because I know not everyone's super familiar with this new Swiss format. But basically, the magic number is 3. 3 wins and you're through, 3 losses and you're out.
That is an easy way of putting it, 3 the magic number. And obviously, we can just say that winners play against each other and losers play against each other. And
yep, there we go.
Follow that trend, and you have a pretty good idea of who is going to play who. So, for instance, there is a chance that we can get Serral versus Spirit, because I don't think there really is a bracket, right? I think it's kind of random on which winner plays which winner.
Yeah, I think it is somewhat randomized. It maybe takes into account some amount of seeding, like pre-seeding, but I think in general it's just meant to be randomized. If you all want to know, like, say in Group B, Clem and Reynor both go 1-0, they could just play in round 2, you know? Like, that's just how it can work in Swiss.
That'd be kind of exciting for a lot of us, and maybe not that exciting for them. But I think even if that would happen, they obviously have plenty of lives to still make it into the playoffs, and that is the one thing that truly matters about group stage play. But for a lot of these kids, it's just like, all right, I want to test myself against some of the bigger names in the European scene. And Jumi really has been working hard on his game. He traveled to England. He won an epic LAN against some pretty fierce competition. And lately getting some big W's on the board. Now he wants to see if he can do it on the big stage against a man who really has been in the shape of his life, and that is Spirit. Game 3 is going to be played on altitude. It could very well be this man going up against Serral in the next round. If he's able to win this one, top right side are Blue Protoss, hailing from Deutschland. This ForJumi.
Taking on our Polish Terran player in the bottom left, like you say, the shape of his life right now when it comes to StarCraft 2. He is representing Starlight Twinkle, Spirit.
I have to say that so far this best of 3 I don't think is a great indication or a great showing what Jumi is all about, right? Because if you don't watch a whole lot of Jumi and you watch these 2 games, you're like, random weird all-in Protoss just tries to all-in every game. But that really isn't Jumi, right? I actually think of Jumi as a very macro-oriented player who is comfortable in the late game, who is great at controlling late-game armies. It's just that I think the first game, it didn't go according to plan. And then he's like, all right, I have to flip the script. I cannot rely on what I wanted to do because I'm just too far behind economically. And he was forced to send it. And I think that game 2 was then the one-off, right? Where I'm trying to gain some momentum with the DTs, and then I'm going to surprise him with Zealot Archon, but obviously the DTs just didn't get anything done. Spirit had a very good read after the Reaper Hellion opening. I kind of always feel that if you go for a cheeky, super early Dark Shrine build like that, you want to sell it as convincing as possible that it's not DTs, right? Like, It's okay if your DTs show up 5 seconds later, but because of that, you have 2 Stalkers at home, and you're like, hey, Blink Stalkers, mate, nothing to worry about. Like, those later DTs have a lot more potential than the quickest possible DTs, but clearly something is missing when the Terran player takes a little look at your natural.
Absolutely, no, I'm 100% with you. It's definitely one of those cases where just information is everything, and selling the wrong information to your opponent is just as valuable as just, hitting as quickly as possible, if not more, important than being precise with your build, because we know at the top level, people will skip things. People will skip turrets and detection and whatever else because they saw certain things that usually mean things, and they make decisions based off that limited information. So you've got to try and play around that. And you're right, that just wasn't there in that game 2 from ForJumi.
This pro, by the way, could very well get first blood. That's big, man. If you talk about little pieces of momentum and getting a big smile on your face if you're a pro gamer, nothing feels better to these nerds than getting a worker kill this early on, delaying the CC with that as well. And this bunker placement is kind of funny because the Stalker can just safely attack it from the high ground. Now, Jumi will still have a hard time building probes from this Nexus and sending it to a safe place, but I want to say pretty decent start here for Jumi, man. Getting that SCV kill on the other side of the map, it's just an amazing feeling.
It is an amazing feeling. He's going to lose a probe now to this Reaper, though, as it's going to be his second probe lost. SCV repairing the bunker, and these 2 Stalkers hitting from the high ground, which is fun, obviously, because the Stalkers can't be hit from up there or from, down here. However, you're also in a position where this pylon isn't really protected by anything, and this Reaper just found another probe to kill, so this Reaper's having a great time. Probe number 3 of the game going down.
Yeah, I obviously understand the idea of you always want to be building probes, but I almost think it's silly to let probes finish up that you just know are going to die 100%. The Stalkers are on the high ground, they cannot protect this probe, another probe pops, another probe will get picked off. Like, I know, Jumi, we want to build workers, that's what StarCraft 2 is all about. But building workers that just have no chance of living, it doesn't just feel cruel, Ward, it's also just the wrong decision.
His macro is just too good, Roddy. He can't stop. But this time to a fault, obviously, is... Yeah, that was just a bunch of probes essentially gifted to you. That was really not too great, as we have our Reaper going after that probe, getting another one in the main base. And this is the kind of damage that really adds up. Oracle obviously has a long time to get across the map because, well, it's a big map. And there's a Cyclone already at home. There's Marines as well. Spirit looks as though he's going to be pretty well set up against this Oracle. And if this Oracle goes down too quickly here, this really could be super disastrous for ForJumi. He gets locked onto by the Cyclone. Cyclone can't stay in reach, though. At least the Oracle gets away, but only getting a drop of Revelation. It doesn't make up for all the workers that you've lost out.
No, he just lost a few too many probes, especially the last one in the main base. That's a painful one too, when the Reaper is one hit away from dying. Not 100% over though, because Jumi is still working with a 5 to 6 worker lead. We got a pretty early Twilight counter as a follow-up. I am expecting Blink this time around, as Jumi drops another Nexus 4 minutes 50 seconds into the game. It's not Blink. We're just gonna play Phoenix Zealot after the Oracle. Okay, I mean, I don't hate it. I do feel like our Phoenix count is a little bit low for this phase in the game if we want to play this specific strategy, but obviously, one good fight is sometimes all it takes if you're playing Phoenix Zealot.
Yeah, I like it because to me it's almost more of a comeback composition where it's like, hey, if you mess up and attack into me too soon, you don't realize what I'm doing, I can swarm you, you know, and I can do really well in that situation, so I kind of like it for that. I feel like there's some potential, and you're right, like right now it's maybe not the Phoenix count you need, but like I say, I feel like the opportunity there is there at the very least. And Spirit is going to actually go Widowmine dropping with his first medevac before reactoring out another couple, which will then join up with some bio units and likely push across the map as well. That Phoenix will do what they can here. Sees the starport just getting in position. Actually has a Cyclone it can pick off if they want to. Going to lift and now put some damage onto it. Nice to just remove that. A little bit of map control removed from Spirit. Get that kill, and the Marines take a few steps out, but nothing too major. They don't even get caught in the Stasis Ward. Now they do. Never mind.
Couldn't have timed that any better, mate, because they do get caught in the Stasis Ward. You know, the nice thing about killing the Cyclone is not just because the lock-ons are annoying every single time you're flying around. It obviously makes it a bit more doable for these Phoenixes, maybe to get a bunch of shots off on medevacs early, or you can just do stuff like this. Normally, you don't want to do this if you have to worry about the lock-on over and over again. But when Zealots and Phoenixes fight bio, what you don't want to see is a bunch of Zealots attacking a Cyclone, right? Because that's suddenly when Cyclones feel a bit more tanky, Marines can stand safely behind it. You want the Zealots to get on top of the Marines as quickly as possible. So eliminating that Cyclone is actually a pretty big deal. Now this Widowmine drop also has some potential, and obviously at this point Spirit will also know that he is playing against Charge. And I think that's a monstrous scout besides the damage this drop is dealing.
Yeah, that was good micro as well from him. He put the lifted the Hurt Marine up in the throne and just dropped it back down. Just cute little play, some extra value here, and he gets himself 6 probes in total, and that is just damage that keeps on adding up. Damage like this is the sort of damage that ForJumi, he didn't have a start good enough to really kind of, you know, absorb damage like this, and now you see units going across the map. There's a gateway in the bottom side. It feels like he's just about to send it into this natural and hope that he can maybe win this out real soon.
I feel like if you're Spirit, it's almost worth to just build 2 eBays in front of that bunker right now, because you know you've done a lot of economic damage, and you know that Phoenix Zealot is not a composition that scales incredibly well into the late game, so it's very likely your opponent is going to attack you. Instead, he's going to salvage the bunker. I mean, I think his army is big enough to do it. Don't get me wrong, especially with Widowmine sieged up, but a little bit unnecessary to salvage that bunker now. Obviously, all the Spirit needs to do is get more bio units, get a couple Widowmines, and he knows that Jumi is on the clock. If Jumi transitions into Colossus or Storm, that's when Spirit can move out. If Jumi is doubling down on Phoenix Zealot, Spirit can honestly just chill until he has an even bigger army than he currently has.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. There's just no need, as he actually just moved forward very quickly here. The Phoenix gonna start getting through some of these medevacs. Zealots continue to charge through Spirit. I mean, the lift is actually going to hurt him a lot. If that lift was there any sooner, maybe there would have been the units to make the difference. As it stands, it's just too much bio. Now we're picking our way through the Phoenix. They get rid of most of the medevacs. There's only a couple left over, but I don't think that really matters, as there's just going to be too much bio, and ForJumi losing out big time. I was a little skeptical about this push forward from Spirit, but he was right to do it. It works out for him, and ForJumi is going to tap out. The GG's just like that, and Spirit is going to take this series 2-1, and well, get the first win of his season on the scoreboard already.
That obviously means that he is going to play a fellow winner in one of these 8 opening matches that we have in the Euro Regionals. But it's really funny, Warney, that if you would have told me in advance Spirit wins 2-1, we'd be like, yeah, I can see that, and I wouldn't even be that surprised because I know that Jumi is good. But in a way, I still feel that Jumi underperformed a tiny bit in this best of 3. And that's obviously very harsh because Spirit is in the shape of his life. Recently won the weekly in the final against Showtime as well. And has honestly just looked good in almost every tournament he participated in. But I felt that this was a best of 3 where Jumi never got off to a good start and never truly got any momentum going for himself.
Yeah, I expect him to be able to do a lot better. Not that he necessarily played super badly, I just think he could have done better. Maybe just shaking off those initial nerves, first match of the season, right? I think, honestly, every time I see ForJumi from here on out, I think we're going to see a better ForJumi, because I know he can be, and I think this first match is really, again, shaking off not necessarily the rust, but like I say, the nerves and so on. I think that has a pretty big role to play here. So yeah, that is going to be Spirit taking the win and notching up his first win of the season, like we say. And that takes us 2 matches deep here in the European Regional, Roddy. And obviously, we've got an exciting one up next. We stick with TVP as we have Harstem taking on Cass, which I feel like kind of fun. 2 players that have obviously been around for a very long time. It's always fun to see Cass still in these regionals, because to me, he's never a player I assume is going to be here, because I never know if Cass is going to keep on playing. So a fun one up next, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think the captain is a clear favorite, but he can't sleep on Papa Cass. Papa Cass has a crazy amount of experience on the wrist belt and recently has taken down a couple of big names, so should be a fun little PvT. I'm looking forward to it. It's kind of like a classic in the European scene as well, because I'm pretty sure that Harstem and Cass have been battling each other since 2011, so that's obviously quite unique that 12 years later, they're still duking it out in the, well, I want to call it the DreamHack Masters, but the ESL Pro Tour Europe Regionals.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm all there with you. All right, we are going to take a few moments, and when we come back, we're going to have ourselves just more StarCraft 2 on the way. So we'll be back straight after this for more SC2. Harstem and Cass is indeed up next.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we're here still in the ESL SC2 Masters Summer Regionals for the European region, as we have got more StarCraft 2 still coming up. This one will mark our halfway point of the day, as Wardy and Roddy are joining you for a whole bunch of SC2 action. We're 4 matches down. This is match 5. Harstem takes on Cass. Roddy, what do you think is going to happen here? Because in my eyes, I think Harstem is a favorite, but Cass has that kind of dangerous side where sometimes he just pops off, man.
Yeah, and he's got a couple of weird builds as well, right? Especially in a tournament like this, where Cass also would agree that he's a big underdog. He's willing to do something wild. He's good friends with Braddock, in moments like this do some insane builds, like 5 barracks, marine, combat shield all in of 1 base and stuff. And I don't even put it past Cass to do something similar. I could also just be a good old 3 racks or something along those lines. Like, we know that the macro is still there for Papa Cass. I think the micro got a little bit worse over the years. He's obviously not getting any younger, like none of us, Wardy. I'm still expecting a fun series where I do expect the captain to take it, but I hope for Cass that he can make it fun games and maybe get a point on the board.
Yeah, I really feel like fun is definitely one of those words I have when I watch Cass, where I'm like, I don't quite know what it's going to be. It's definitely not going to be perfect StarCraft, but he can definitely make it fun. So let's see what he does as we step on into our next match here. It's Harstem, it's Cass, and let's get into some introductions. In the bottom right-hand corner, we are going to start things off with the blue Protoss player representing the Shopify Rebellion. It is Harstem.
And that obviously means that in the top left side of Babylon, we're going to go ahead and take a little look at the main base of the Ukrainian veteran himself. This is Papa Cass.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the openings are going to be. Harstem is, always been very standard, I feel like, when it comes to his PvT. He likes, for a long time, he actually enjoyed the robo-based openings where you're just very safe, you get the obs out, you get information going your way, and you just generally work forward from there. So, very excited to see what we have from him, and if that is just going to be safe and standard, and whether Cass is going to let him play into that, or if Cass is going to be a bit aggressive earlier in the game to sort of knock him down and say, no, you're not allowed to do that,
There's one thing I want to talk to you about, Wardy, and I know that you're on a different camp than I am, and that is that Cass plays a decent amount of mech against Protoss, and I know that all the pros universally agree that mech is terrible against Protoss. Twitch chat in general agrees that mech absolutely blows against Protoss. I have to admit that I'm one of the very few Protoss nerds out there that actually thinks mech is kind of intimidating. And it doesn't mean that I think it's good or obviously superior to Bio, because we all know it's not. That's obvious. But Cass is actually pretty good with mech. Now, there is a chance that he just does that against me because he knows he's going to bop me in any way that he wants. But I've also seen him do it against some other Protosses. And I wouldn't be super shocked if he plays mech in one out of these 2 or 3 games.
Okay, I'm down then. I'm down for that prediction. That's a fun one. I feel like Cass comes into this with not quite nothing to lose, but I definitely feel like first round or so, Harstem, I feel like he goes in saying, I can try some crazier things, and, with the right sort of things, maybe he can pick out a victory. It's definitely in the realm of possibility as a CC goes down the low ground, it's just a factory. Everything's very normal for now, not super aggressive, not factory before expansions or anything like that. And then on Harstem's side, we just see, a Stargate. He's going to open very safely here. Just getting that Stargate up and getting himself set for this, just early kind of defensive game.
Harstem has an interesting history in the Europe regionals, right? Because a couple of times we had very high hopes for the captain and it didn't quite work out, but then he did have that one magical run where he was in the playoffs, and in that first round he had that epic 3-2 victory over Gabe. I think the final game was on Glittering Ashes back then. That is obviously the one run that really stays with us, and I'm sure that Harstem still thinks about that from time to time again. And that kind of stuff is just important, right? If you're a pro player. Sure, Harstem is a content creator, he has a great YouTube channel, streams a lot, but he's still a very competitive individual too. And he has shown us that if the stars align, he is capable of making a pretty epic run in the Europe region.
I always feel like when I think of Harstem in these regionals, I think, oh man, is he going to play against Mana and get knocked out again in the final match? It happened 4 seasons in a row where Mana Harstem was the deciding matchup. It was always Group A as well. I feel like they were always in the first group. It was It was kind of ridiculous how many times that happened. It's like it's same as like when I think of TLO, I always think TLO Neep. They always play in every tournament in those DreamHacks of old as well.
Yeah, and I'll never forget that at one point everyone was like, "Oh, it's TLO Neep again," and then Dr. Dario, even though he's always sweet and always nice and respectful, and he's like, "Hey, I understand that some of you guys think this is funny, but this is really not that funny to me, man. Like, I'm really doing my best, and I just keep on running into one of the very best foreigners every single tournament, and it's literally preventing me from making deep runs. Like, it's not that funny, guys."
Yeah, that was a sad but still kind of amusing moment. I remember that, man. As well, Phoenix does take some shots off the Marines. He was kind of dancing around with the Widowmine to the top, and then Marines on the bottom. Didn't take any shots, but just there did take a bit of a beating, and this medevac has slipped away down the left-hand side. So if your Phoenix aren't at home, you might be in trouble, but it looks as though he's going to start pulling them back, Harstem, knowing he'll need these Phoenix to defend this timing. And of course, he has no way of knowing that there's a medevac down the left side, so he just has to prepare in case there is, which in this case, obviously, there is.
So what I think is going to happen here, Waddy, is that I don't think Cass sends it in until he sees the Phoenixes show up in the main base one more time, right? It's almost silly, because he knows he's going up against Phoenix. He knows that the Phoenixes are not flying around his main base right now. So Cass should really not send it in. Now he's sending it awfully close to the main base of the captain. Does the captain see that? They are so close, he doesn't see it. That's crazy. But look, I want to say, look at the production tab. We had a tank and a Liberator. Those are not units as the Marines are roaming the center of the map. I want to say those are not units that you normally just build if you want to do nothing. But maybe Cass wants to do nothing, as he did drop a third CC. Liberator is on the top right side of the map. Widowmine drop is indeed waiting at the bottom side of the map. Like, this is kind of uncomfortable if you're Harstem, because you know that you need to do something with your Phoenix, but you also know that you need to make sure you don't take any economic damage at home. It's a pretty interesting start here to this game on Babylon.
Yeah, this is a very unique one, man. He's so close to that Widowmine drop, which would have simplified everything for the few moments afterward, but yeah, obviously didn't quite manage to catch it, and that's a little bit of a shame. Oh, man, this is gonna be a little bit scary, man. I'm a little bit worried that these drops are gonna start doing a lot of damage here. Here we go. Liberator sieges up on the natural. Phoenix and a couple Stalkers deal with that quickly. Let's see what the Widowmine drop does in the main base then at the same time.
Ooh.
As the Widowmines are gonna go big. 1, 2, and the third one didn't burrow. Okay, well, ruins my casting, but all good. There we go, and 3 in the end.
Ow. 16, mate, as the Marines are going to protect these tanks. Tanks do get a couple of shots off on the Adepts and the Immortal. Cass can actually go home, even though that maybe wasn't the original plan. Now one tank is taking the wrong way home, but that was an absolutely amazing start for the Ukrainian veteran, as Harstem is going to drop the Twilight Council, but 16 probes going down against 3 Widowmines, and Cass is playing triple orbital. What a god-tier start for our Ukrainian.
Yeah, that was actually really, really good. It doesn't honestly get much better than that as our Phoenix. Need to be careful, and honestly, this push across the map from Harstem I don't feel has that much potency to it. There's a bunch of tanks. They should be fine to zone out the Colossus, and I just don't see what Harstem can do here. I mean, threaten, be a bit scary on the map, like, aha, I'm still good, but the reality of the situation is he actually needs to push in and do damage, and I just don't see that actually being the resolution of this conflict.
Nope, sending the Phoenixes into the main base, getting a few SCVs there, a very decent amount of SCVs, avoids the missile turret as well. Now there are 2 Vikings. Vikings are a whole lot better in this day and age against Phoenix, but obviously not in these numbers, as 1 Viking does fall, 1 Phoenix finally falls. Harstem needs to be careful that he doesn't lose all the Phoenix though, because if you want to play Phoenix Colossus, it obviously takes such a long time before you have a whole bunch of Blinky boys out on the map, and he's even going to go for charge before Blink. So that means that these Phoenix are honestly very important in keeping the Colossus safe.
Yep, they are the Colossus' lifeline. So without those, the Colossi don't do much. They die too quickly. There's only 3 of them, so it's not even that high a number. And we're going to take some more shots on 1. It's starting to feel a little bit scary, honestly, as Phoenix back away back through the top side of the map. And you know, Stim Combat +1, all those upgrades finishing up in a few moments from Cass. We'll see what he does. He starts to move on the map again, and I do not blame him. He's still going to be reveling in the fact he did so much damage early on in this game. He has a lot of potential still now. As he gets to the other side, Harstem's going to loop around him, and he's just going to instantly counterattack because he doesn't want to fight the army straight up.
Yeah, now I really wonder what Cass is going to do with his army. Tanks are not great units when it comes to running to the other side of the map and then going home again. He's still going to do it. Harstem probably very surprised that Cass wasn't there. And he's like, well, I don't hate it. I saw Jumi getting on top of the production of Spirit, I can try to do the same thing. Now Cass is going to siege up the tanks, and Harstem will be forced to recall. That one Marauder was getting a decent amount of shots off on the Colossus. That was not a bad little poke for Harstem, and obviously he did force Cass to turn around. But also, I don't think quite the potential that truly was there for the captain, since that SCV line was completely exposed, right? All those SCVs were kind of by themselves. A single tank was obviously never going to protect them. I think maybe Harstem could have killed a few more workers there.
Absolutely expected him to get at least the mineral line. I mean, they all pulled away into a corner they couldn't get out of as well, so if he took a step or two further forward, the Colossi probably would have just cleaned up a bunch. That disruptor shot goes big into the center of those tanks. That's a huge moment, as now we're going to get rid of 2 tanks straight away with the Colossus fire. What a start. I mean, the disruptor doesn't kill tanks, but bringing them low like that, you can see how the Colossi clean them up, and we're cutting through what is currently the biggest problem for Harstem. The tank count is the issue. Zealots on the counter-attack at the same time, and they're going to come straight in and start getting themselves some SCV kills.
I think this is really where we can see that Harstem is the higher ranked player between these two, and is the reason why we called him the favorite. Because from a very awkward spot where he took a lot of economic damage and his opening didn't quite work out, he is just slowly but steady finding little W after little W, finding Cass out of position, landing a Nova when Cass is not paying attention. And as awesome as that was to land the Nova on those tanks and a couple of the bio units, I almost think that if you go for all Marines there, you get an absolutely monstrous shot, and he could have probably just A-moved the remaining bits of Cass's army. But still good, and Harstem is probably very confident that the longer this game goes on, the better it will be for him.
Absolutely. Knocks down an observer here as well, so just going to grab that immediately. And, well, Medevac's load up 4 full ones as Cass is going to start dropping around and just trying to be very active on this map, trying to find a whole bunch of damage wherever possible. So works his way around the left, but the Prism's going to make its way into the natural. He actually has the main army of the Protoss also advancing, and Cass has moved out to the right side. This is not the time to be moving out. This is not going to end well for him. And Harstem feels like he's going to be in great position in every aspect of this fight.
History is kind of repeating itself. Warp Prism in the main base, warps in a bunch of Zealots. I like those Widow Mines, but the Disruptor shot is even better. Takes care of all the mines there. Now, we do have that quad drop on the other side of the map that has potential, but Cass is just losing a ridiculous amount of units at home while not getting a whole lot done. Finally, these units have unloaded, and Harstem is probably looking at it like, well, that's annoying, but I've got Zealots in the main, I've got an army in your third base. I have the feeling that I'm going to destroy stuff a whole lot quicker than you will destroy stuff. And we can also see a couple of beauty arrows on the side of Cass. Misrallied rally points there. It just feels that Harstem is getting the best of this situation.
He absolutely is. Obviously, so many SCVs going down. We all got knocking down bases, though, as the main base attack gets cleaned up. A few Phoenix left AFK, but now Harstem's army is here to make sure this is going to be the end of this damage. Cass got a little bit extra done then at the very end, but this really will be about all they wrote for now. And all said and done, Harstem comes out a lot of supply ahead, and like you said, really just showing us why he's kind of the favorite, because this was not a pretty start, as he's going to lose the Disruptors. Oh my god, the other one didn't go down. Finally gets picked just after it fired. Phoenix chasing down Vikings. Medevacs were low, loading up those units. That was a dangerous play in itself.
Yeah, if Cass would have been able to just pick up that Disruptor, maybe this would have all been a bit better for him, because he does have orbital commands for days. What he does not have is the ghost ready to land EMPs on these Archons, and we spoke about it earlier today in that game of Tebow. If there are no ghosts, Archons are absolutely amazing units, especially if the Terran is Marauder heavy, and we can definitely see that Cass is quite Marauder heavy. He is waiting for these ghosts to show up to land a couple of EMPs, but maybe they have made it. They do land one EMP as one more Nova flies forward. Good job there by Harstem, repositioning the angle of that Nova. And it just feels that this Protoss army is a little too big, too powerful for Cass to deal with. GG gets called. Harstem wins a pretty messy game 1, we gotta say, right? 12 minutes and 40 seconds of action on Babylon. But this was a pretty awkward game with armies just missing each other over and over again.
They were just all over the place, right? Just Harstem kind of gets by Cass, Cass misses Harstem, and both times that happened, it absolutely benefited Harstem. And obviously unfortunate for Cass after such a strong start, but even without those misses, it felt like Cass was already slipping behind a little bit, right? And Harstem was finding good damage with the Phoenix to help get himself back in. I think you said it great in the game, just Harstem showing us why he's kind of the favorite, because if Cass doesn't immediately capitalize on what was a lot of damage, Harstem was able to get little W after little W and just slowly edge the game back in his favor, pick up that first map, and just solid gameplay after, yes, a rough start, but just again, really good to follow up from there.
And that's obviously scary if you are cast or if you're on team cast here, because it's not a guarantee that you get a start like that as a Terran player,
No.
where 3 Widow Mines can kill 16 probes. And maybe the Liberator didn't get a whole lot done, but obviously it just kept the Protoss busy. A lot of workers going down, a lot of lost mining time. And on top of that, the Phoenixes were not dealing the initial damage, where Phoenix can always get a couple of SCVs, but if you're a Terran player and you're on triple orbital, 55 SCVs, you really don't mind it if the Phoenixes fly in, they kill a couple of SCVs. You don't like it, but it's kind of like one of those things where you just shrug it off and it's like, it's no big deal. But if the Phoenixes start picking SCVs up and you're only on 30 or 35 SCVs, that's where it's going to hurt a whole lot more. So I kind of fear the worst here for Kaz heading into game 2. I think if he was going to take a map body, Babylon A is a great map to do it as a Terran, and B, that was a dream start. And I have a hard time imagining he's going to get a start that good again.
That was it, right? That was the chance. That was meant to be the moment, and unfortunately didn't turn out to be. And like I say, that obviously becomes very, very costly. So yeah, we'll see if he can get himself off to a great start, but I feel like Harstem is just going to solidify going into this game number 2. I do not think he gives Cass the start that we just saw there. Let's see, in the top left-hand side to begin this game 2, up 1 map from the Shopify Rebellion, Harstem.
And in the bottom right side, maybe we get to see a little bit of mech here, because this is a great map for mech body, not just against the Zergies, not just in TVT, but even in TVP. I'm kind of a believer. I know I'm the only believer on the European continent, besides perhaps this man, who is no stranger to it. Hailing from Ukraine, it is Cass. I know I sound ridiculous, by the way. You don't need to make fun of me, but he's good with mech. Well, what can I say? He's a great mech player.
Right, I feel like you just enjoy playing against him on the ladder or something. He's like, I love it when he plays mech into my Phoenix Immortal, and you know, I feel like I'm just seeing the glimmer in your eyes.
No, mate, I have been slaughtered by his mech play over and over again. He's like, he just trolls me. He goes for a Thor and brings a bunch of SCVs, repairs the hell out of it, and I'm like, all right, great job. Like, because when they ever get it, they go for an early Thor and Hellbats. Like, there is no worse thing to fight for a Phoenix Zealot than Hellbat Thor. Like, that's a straight up nightmare. That's just not a fight you're ever going to win, no matter how many bases you are ahead. So it's really not a mind game here. It's not reverse psychology, but I don't know if Cass has any confidence in those kinds of builds when he goes up against a man like Harstem.
Yeah, that's the real question, right? Does he really believe it can work here against Harstem, who you would expect has a good idea of how to play against that mech? And like you say, mech in general is not good. We've seen people try it. I mean, I remember casting Gumiho Classic recently, and well, you know, that one wasn't exactly the super pretty scenario, was it? Where we had the you know, mech of the worst possible fight ever for Classic, and he was still ahead afterwards, you know, so yeah, mech man, not great.
It was the worst possible fight into the best possible fight, though. Like, I know that Classic, then the second time around, he just got a dream fight as he got right on top of all the tanks. But I also think that was a little bit sloppy, right? Those tanks were not supposed to be that exposed. But Cass is not going to do mech, so we can stop talking about it. Instead, he is going to play the strategy that I've actually never seen lose, Waddy. It is the 1 barracks into a fast expand into 2 more barrackses. The 3 racks, fierce, it's feisty, and it has a very high win record in competitive video games.
Yeah, very high run record. 3 racks, the most dangerous build on the ladder, and it's going to come out here for Cass to just try and, I mean, the goal is just get across, hope your opponent isn't super prepped, and dive on into that natural. Now, what Harstem wants to do is, as he gets the Stargate up, if he's going to open Phoenix, he wants to try and scout. You know, obviously sometimes you keep the Phoenix at home and you just kind of wait for the Widowmine drop. In this case, it's ideal if he actually sends the Phoenix out to scout. See its 3 racks. That means he can get an Immortal off the Robo facility he will build here straight away. That is how you hold this. Make sure you have the battery on the natural in time too. That is the secret to holding on against this, because typically Phoenix aren't meant to be great against 3 racks. But, like I say, if you do get the scout information, you can adapt the build to do everything it needs to keep you alive here.
Yeah, but it's very important for Cass not to let the adapt sneak in, because you want to hide the fact that you're playing 3 racks for as long as possible. Harstem is dropping a very early Robo, though, so maybe he's already thinking about it, and he will feel that he's going to need a quick Robo Bay. Robo is in the natural, worth mentioning. Could be dangerous, right? The first time to buy units make it to the other side of the map. If they gun down that pylon before Colossus is out, it can straight up win the game. I'm quite interested to see how this one is going to play out. Harstem will scout it right now with the Phoenix. And now I truly wonder, does he have like the confidence to even drop a third Nexus? Or is it just quick as possible, Robo Bay into safety battery, and we stay on 2 bases a little bit longer and take it from there? And that seems to be the approach for the captain.
I think 3 base is a little bit crazy, right? Because getting a third base up and also having the battery to defend the third location and so on is just unlikely. We see battery and an extra pylon powering on the low ground. Starts up the Immortal, which obviously adds to this defense. A good solid unit to help you out early game. I love this little move. The Marines go out the left-hand side, so he mined out the gold patches to go across the map. But Harstem knows, right? Like, he sees no Marines here. He realizes the move out is probably happening. I'm sure he can put it together. Because, again, he knows it's a 3-rack, so he already had the scout in the main. If this hadn't been a scout in the main, this would have been a beautiful move out of Cass.
I mean, going crazy, but I still kind of fear for Harstem here, man. That is a lot of Marines. That's a lot of guy with a gun. And 2 Adepts, an Immortal, and a Sentry really don't have crazy DPS. Now we have a Zealot being warped in that also doesn't have crazy DPS. It really is all about this Colossus. And it's all about the battery. Here come the Marines. They stim forward. They want the Sentry. They go for the Sentry. Now they go for the battery. And these Protoss units are going to fall very quickly. Harstem is forced to pull the probes. 3 racks, Waddy. 3 racks.
3 racks. You've never seen it lose, Roddy, and well, we'll see if it loses here in the end, but 15 probes already down suggests that probably not. Marines get dropped off, and they are going to just go for the last couple of workers that they can find. 20 workers died. You were right, that Colossus was not here, and I think the Sentry going down before he got a cast-off was big, because can you imagine a force field even just buying a bit of time? This battery lives a little bit longer. This was a few little things that maybe could have done it for Harstem, but I feel like that Sentry kind of had the power, and it got nuked down immediately.
Yep, no, even just a force field to make it more awkward for the Marines to get in range with that battery, because then they are going to take hits of like a slow Zealot, right? That normally wouldn't get any hits off. I gotta say, I absolutely loved how decisive Cass was, though, because how often don't we see Terran players like, yes, no, Immortal, Sentry, no, probably shouldn't. He just said, F it, I'm going for it, I'm sending it. And Overcharge is still good, but this amount of Marines can absolutely gun down a unit like an Immortal, even if it's being healed up by the battery. And Cass puts himself in an even better spot than Babylon. So we kind of look silly when we say there is no guarantee he's going to get a start as good as he did on Babylon. He said, no, that one was good, but I'm going to put myself in an even better spot. And just take notes and learn, you nerds. And, well, I am learning, Waddy.
You're learning, yeah? You're going to execute the 3 racks like no other?
I mean, I obviously was already a
master
believer in the 3 racks.
Yeah.
I've been on the wrong end of going up against the 3 racks a couple of times. You know what was funny as well is that Harstem had 2 Phoenixes floating in his own natural, then he sent it to the other side of the map, but I really thought he saw that SCV, and that SCV was carrying gold minerals, right? So I kind of thought that would be like maybe a little heads up that Cass has mined out these backdoor minerals and that he was going for a rather cheeky maneuver. Imagine if he would have pulled some SCVs there, by the way, with the 3 racks. Then I think it's just game over.
Oh yeah, game ends. Absolutely. Because if the SCVs keep a few of the Marines alive a bit longer, the Marines just continue to steamroll through everything, so... And I don't think we would have really seen the Colossus coming into play anytime soon enough to really fix that either, so that would have been really quite brutal as Harstem gets his 3rd base up. Actually mines out the gold minerals to go to the top 3rd, which isn't super common for a Protoss, but maybe just feels like this is a bit set back and a bit safer considering the fact he is now playing from behind. This army of Cass starting to move onto the map and will of course be looking for some big fights to make things work in his favor here.
Yeah, now 3 Colossus, especially near a battery, could be maybe good enough for Harstem to stabilize and drag this game on a little while longer as he has dropped the 2nd target as well. He's going to get a couple of sweet shots off immediately, drops a whole set of force fields too. Now Colossus are not fantastic against Marauders, but they are very good at Marines, and honestly, that actually went pretty damn good for Harstem.
Yeah, that was a pretty decent trade, just Colossi getting a hammer away on this force, and that keeps Harstem maybe somewhat in this and somewhat able to keep competing. I mean, I do worry a little bit for Cass just because that last game did see mega damage early and Harstem slowly drew himself back into it, and not saying we're on our way to that happening again, but you've got to keep the possibility in mind the longer that Cass goes without closing it out, that maybe Harstem can start to find some of those little victories and start to work that into a bigger factor as the game goes on.
But what Cass does already have, though, is double starport, and I love the fact that he's even dropping a 4th command center on location. He's like, all right, Harstem, if you're going to be the turtle Protoss that's trying to go into Skytos and a bunch of robo units, or play Protoss mech, as I like to call it, because we barely have any gateways, right? There are 2 gateways, but no Twilight Council. We're not going to get any upgrades for those units soon. Cass knows that he can just expand on location, because Harstem's army is just too squishy to ever move out, right? If Marauders surround it, it's a zoom slush immediately, it's all over. So Harstem is going to turtle, and Cass knows that he can get away with expanding on location. And one thing that I'm very interested in is this future fight between the Phoenixes of Harstem and the crazy amount of Vikings of Cass. Because a while ago we had a patch, and they wrote something about the Viking, and when I read it, I was like, okay, I don't even know what that means. You know, damage point reduced from 0.12 to 0.004 as a Nova point forward. That's going to get a pretty good connection there, as battery overcharge has been used as well. But Phoenixes are just so much worse against Vikings in this day and age than they used to be. But obviously, if they're powered up by batteries and there are Novas flying forward, it can go a whole lot better. And this was not a good fight for Harstem.
That was another good fight for him. That first Disruptor really setting the tone for what was to come. And again, just see Harstem backing it up. He hasn't lost any of his tech units since that early Immortal and so on. So, you know, a couple of Phoenix maybe, but I'm talking about the Colossi, the Disruptors. They get to stay alive, and if they are staying alive throughout these fights, well, that's awesome. And look at this, an extra Stargate, a Fleet Beacon as well. He's continued to tech up and just play a slow defensive game, and he's just going to hope Cass keeps on attacking into him. He takes good trades defensively, and eventually can end up on a very powerful army to then make one big push across the map.
Yep, the only good news there for Cass, and the only saving grace, is that I would say he didn't lose too many Vikings there, because it's very hard as a Terran to actually catch up if one time you lose all your Vikings and the Protoss gets out of that fight with like 7 or 8 Phoenix. That didn't quite happen. 2 Phoenix went down, 2 Vikings went down. Disruptor on the right side, Cass sees it. This time around he does click on the correct one. I gotta say the Viking positioning a little bit sloppy there though, but with an EMP landing, Vikings are gonna have a much better time against these Phoenixes. And sure, a lot of Vikings went down, but even more Phoenixes fell, and we cannot forget that Cass is still the player with the superior economy.
Yes, he is. 85 SCVs pumping away right now. More Phoenix on the way up. The Viking count is getting a little low, though. Only 5 out on the front lines here. This Observer going to watch this army. Ghosts out of energy, so no EMPs currently available. We're going to dive in this direction, but again, that Observer gives you the vision of that's the Disruptor shots preemptive, and does just clip the edge of the Force already.
Another overcharge is going to keep that Colossus safe. Few more Vikings go down. Previously, Harstem lost 8 Phoenix, and Cass lost 7 Vikings. Now it's 8 versus 8. For me, that's honestly the most important battle here. The battle in the skies. Will Harstem be able to win a fight? And obviously, with any Impulse Crystals, Phoenixes get a whole lot better. That extra bit of range really does help out. But the problem is that the Vikings get a whole lot better if they have the Ghost support, because EMPs just hit hard. Phoenixes in general have a lot of shields. And Harstem now actually queues up the first carrier, which kind of just continues down the trend of the battle in the skies is a very, very important one here.
Absolutely. As the Phoenix actually going to jump off away from the main army, they're going to go across the map, and if they can find some, you know, units reinforcing or just on their own, there's going to be some good kills they can get here. They're going to grab themselves a medevac too. Now going to turn back, realizing, hey, the main army ain't back here. Let's get home in case we're needed. There's a little drop in the upper right-hand side. That's going to get some damage done. A little EMP going down as well. Harstem on the left side, though. Again, the Colossi to 5. But this time, the Vikings are working through the Colossi. This is the missing Phoenix, which are dealing on the right side. The Colossi do start to drop, and Harstem losing some of his splash damage finally.
Yep, also there is a Widow Mine there behind the mineral line. I don't know if Harstem saw that, but that mine could fire again. And if Harstem loses this base, there's a good chance he's going to send a crazy amount of probes to that third base, and he will only see the Marauder there. This Widow Mine has some serious potential, Marty.
It really does. Oh, it gets splashed by the Marauder! No, Marauder dying. The worst thing I could have ever done.
Traitor Marauder, but obviously still a good sequence of events there. Poor Papa Cass, who's still looking pretty at 85 SCVs. I mean, we joke. You remember that thing where everybody had to tweet at Cass and then you would be blessed with good macro? Look at this, man. He's expanding all over the place. The entire bottom side of the map is consumed by our Ukrainian Terran player, taking more and more bases, and he's going to produce a silly amount of Vikings at a time.
Yes, he is. And Vikings, like you said before, the battle in the skies. The important one is Phoenix will find at least a few SCVs here, finally going to be able to slow down some of that economy. But with this amount of bases, those SCVs also just rebuild very quickly. And this is a very one-off attack where You know, you get to this base before turrets are up. Next time turrets will be here, Phoenix will not have as much freedom to just jump onto that mineral line and to nuke down a bunch of workers.
Yep, +2 ship weapons on the way as well. +2 armor is about to finish up for the Marauders and the Ghost. Still can't go without the Trader Marauder, by the way. That's somehow let that Widowmine die. But Cass is very eager to just keep on fighting. He's got a lot of Marines there as well. Actually, he shot at those cooling towers there for a split second. That was a little bit sloppy. But the Marine positioning this time around is good. Marauders go forward. They want to get the Disruptors, and they get some of them. The Colossus are melting. I gotta say, Harstem took another decent fight, but he's kind of running out of Interceptors now. And without the Interceptors, the rest of Harstem's army is just very weak.
It really is, but we're starting to rebuild a few up. He's losing probes, he's starting to lose this base, but if these medevacts get hunted down as well, we could lose absolutely everything here from Cass on the tail end, and that could be extremely expensive. 2 medevacts, low HP, left over, now only 1, and we do get some reinforcements here. This is the closest the overall supplies have been in a long time, as that fight finally dissipates. Wow, I mean, just madness, the fights that we're seeing in these games, and, well, Cass, 2 more starports, the battle in the skies continue. More carriers on the way out, and I love a few Liberators, even if they're just left in kind of anti-ammo to splash through the Interceptors more quickly and really nullify the carriers, because you saw how useless that army of Harstem became the moment Interceptors were gone.
Yeah. One big problem for Harstem is that the gas mining wasn't optimal during that entire fight. The third base gases weren't quite saturated. He has fixed it now, but he was forced to, well, kind of fix it. sort of fixed it, not totally, but it was even worse before. And the problem is that without gas, Harstem cannot build a single unit that is good. So it really just comes down to the amount of assimilators that he can have up and running at any given moment. I think the captain has done a great job, and Harstem has definitely been able to get the better of Cass in a couple of the fights. The units lost resource step also displays that, but Cass losing over 4k resources more. But it's okay, right? Because if you take a look at the income graph, I mean, over the last 10 minutes, it's basically all red, and that's just not stopping anytime soon.
Yep, it is. It's even getting better and better for Cass, it feels like, because obviously he's been knocking down bases. Liberators siege up, but not really the support units to the front with them. Disruptor shots keeping the bio back. We do not get through the Liberators quickly at all. We focus on the Vikings, as the bio force really does not do too well here, and these intercepts will continue to work through this. This is a great fight for Harstem, and now, of course, chase potential is there, although I would maybe like to see these Phoenix just back up, because I feel like they're not doing too much extra. That is going to be Harstem once again, turning this army away and surviving. Resources lost is 8k in his favor, and he needs that efficiency to make up for that income difference.
And he's gonna send it now, and I don't hate it, because look at that, air weapons +3 is done. I think if Harstem is going to win this game, it's going to be right here, right now. Cass actually has an insane amount of SCVs, right? 94, which obviously means that the max out army is going to be 106. Harstem is here, and he's gonna go ahead and try to end this game, and at this point, Cass does not have the army to fight this many carriers with +3. I can't believe it, but it actually is starting to look that the captain is going to do it, Wardy.
It does indeed, as these carriers start to launch. Here comes a bunch of reinforcing libs, but the Phoenix get in front, absorbing those shots and helping to nuke them down before the Interceptors become the main targets, and these carriers may just be unkillable as we continue through, and Harstem is going to sit on top of the production, on top of the bases, and he is just going to take this one down. It seems like Cass is going to try and stay in it, but it just isn't looking pretty for him, and that is going to be GG. Well played, and Harstem is going to come out as the victor of this series with a 2-0, but some ridiculous games to get us here, and obviously Harstem having to make a comeback both times over really just sort of says, or lets you know kind of how this series went, because Cass was ahead both times, and oh, my camera's crashed, so give me a moment to turn that back on. You can't see me, Roddy, but my camera's got a fantastic freeze frame of me just getting excited about StarCraft, so...
I believe that it's awesome, mate. I can indeed not see it. I'm still just taking a look. In the end, Cass lost 14k resources more than Harstem. And obviously that final fight there near the triangle base of Harstem was a bit of a painful one, right? Upper ramp, Marines eating Colossus shots, Disruptors connecting in a big way. And Cass at one point just had a few too many SCVs. Like, you know, economy is good, having a big income is good, but if you have 94 SCVs, you only have 106 army supply. When that battle started, I think Harstem had over 110 army supply, and it wasn't just that it was kind of a trade. No, it was a wash. It was an amazing fight for Harstem. Painful for Cass, man, because in both games he had such a good start, but I guess the one takeaway that we do have, Wardy, is that the 3 Rex does sometimes lose.
I don't know, man. I feel like the 3-Racks part of the game was a win for Cass. I think you can still say it goes undefeated, Roddy. It wasn't the 3-Racks' fault that the carriers won the game, you know? But
That's safe. You know what's interesting as well is that at one point, I felt that Cass was winning the Battle in the Skies, but then he went back into medevac production. He built 4 more medevacs, and that obviously made his Viking count a bit less impactful as he decided to just start dropping. And obviously none of it was bad, because even towards the very end, the game looked amazing for Cass. But I honestly think if he would have just brain dead, keep on spamming Vikings, I think he would have always won with the Vikings against the Phoenixes and the Carriers.
all right, well, with that one wrapped up, we are getting ourselves ready for more action here in the ESL SC2 Masters Summer. The European regionals are well underway. We'll just bring up the schedule very quickly just to show you we are halfway through the day and just over halfway through Europe as we have 2 European matches left, that being Elazer versus DNS and then Showtime versus Wayne, and then we have 3 matches in the all-new Americas regionals, and that's new because LATAM and North America are merged, so like never seen before. That's going to be a lot of fun as well, so we're definitely looking forward to that. Excited to see more of those games continue to progress on through. But with that all said, we are going to get ourselves ready for that DNS Elazer. We'll take a quick little break. We come back. More StarCraft coming up on your screens. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
We're back again, Wardy and Roddy, still here bringing you guys SC2 action today as we continue our way through even more of the games. Up next, we are going to be diving on into this Elazer versus DNS series, Roddy. And, having just seen some carriers in the last game, I always think DNS, PVZ, I think, oh yeah, the man's probably going to end up on a whole bunch of carriers, right?
There definitely is a chance, but we also know Elazer, and he's not a fan of the ultra late game ZVP scenarios. We were impressed by Elazer, right? Recently in the Gamers Without Borders qualifiers, he actually played very well, pushed Showtime to the limit, and we know that Showtime is red hot at the moment. So I don't know if Elazer is going to let DNS get up there, but it still feels close to me, right? Like, traditionally, Elazer is the stronger player, right? Elazer is always that top 8 European player. DNS is more like a top 16 Europe kind of guy. But we all know that Elazer's motivation is not sky high. He hasn't been playing that much. And DNS, bit of a wild card. Could honestly be a pretty fun best of 3.
Yeah, it really could be one of those kind of out there ones, right? Where, like you say, I think Elazer has definitely impressed me. I didn't think Elazer would look that good last weekend or a couple of weekends ago, whenever it was, right? It was, to me, Elazer's going to come in, he'd do okay, right? But I didn't think he was going to, advance through, and he really came out firing. He put on a hell of a show against Showtime as well, and that CVP that they played, obviously, to talk about a similar matchup here and everything. So, yeah, just a fun one. To me, Elazer DNS is kind of a classic in EU in a way as well, because they've both been around such a long time, and they do have kind of clashing styles, because Elazer has been that aggressive player. DNS has been that, I'm going to even sometimes open and rush to carriers and try and play the late game. It's really that kind of clash, and then, one of them has to play the uncomfortable state of the game, either defending aggression or, going to the ultra late game that Elazer doesn't like. And that combination obviously just makes it, like I say, a fun match in my eyes coming into it.
Yep. I have to admit, I'm still mentally recovering a little bit from Harstem just winning a game where he was down 3-4 bases and somehow traded 14k resources more effectively. But hey, +2 carriers are scary. +3 carriers are one of the scariest things in the game if you don't have a proper answer for them. And there's obviously many things that Cass could have done to change the outcome of that game. Game 1 start was good. The Game 2 start was even better. Let's see if we have a similar story coming into this best of 3. But let's take a look at it historically, as I figured that these two have played against each other a whole bunch. And I expected Elazer to have the winning record, just because historically he is the more accomplished player, and he's been the higher rated player, not just by us, but by fellow pro gamers as well. But it's actually a lot more one-sided than I even thought it would be. It's 20-4 historically, and Elazer actually winning 9 out of the last 10 times they've played. And the only time that DNS won, it was a best of 1. But that's even a bit more random than a best of 3 or a best of 5 victory. That shocked me a little bit. I thought it'd be a little closer than that.
Especially in the past, I can understand maybe in the last 2-ish years, maybe Elazer being a bit more favored. But before then, I feel like DNS and Elazer should have gone back and forth a lot. DNS was, rampaging through the European scene at one point, was absolutely up there contending with a lot of players, and maybe didn't continue that trajectory, but have always been so, badly placed when it comes to playing against Elazer. Yeah, I'm with you. I didn't really foresee that one coming either. So that's an interesting set of stats. We did have to wait just an extra moment here for DNS to be able to jump into this game, but he was ready now, so we are able to get going. It's Dragon Skills to start us off, one of the shorter maps as well, Roddy. Is that something we're considering as we dive in here?
Well, from Elazer's point of view, we absolutely are, because we know that he does not like the late game. He even said it in the interview we had with him as well, after he got the job done in that ZVZ versus Lambo, but we'll talk more about that later. First up, in the top left side of Dragon Skills, we're looking at the main base of an absolute veteran of the European scene. Just every year you think, maybe his time is gone, did he lose the passion? Nope, he's still going strong. It is the DNS.
Repping that Platinum Heroes bird. That's a logo that's upgraded over time as well, looking fantastic. And in our bottom right corner, repping that good old blue horse from Team Liquid, it is Elazer.
Was apparently doing some indoor rock climbing to get ready for this match. I just saw it on his Instagram.
Oh yeah, as you do. It's a classic. Gets the
I did
blood
some
pumping,
indoor rock climbing as well, Waddy, to get ready for this cast. I hope
Did
you
you?
know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. I was going up and down at rapid speed.
That's why you sounded so booming for the first few series of the day, then, I guess. You just having that. That's that pumped up you got, Roddy. I understand now.
was casting it from the top of the
Man.
wall. That's why I sounded a bit different. Hey, a Forge. Okay. What is this?
Yeah, that is interesting. A Forge Fast Expand. Did we just teleport back to 2013?
I mean, if you want to go Nexus first, it makes sense to play Forge sometimes, but if your opponent is just going Hatch first and has a spawning pool at a relatively normal moment, you don't have to go Forge. So if you go Forge, I can only assume you're doing this because you want to build some cannons on the other side of the map, and that is exactly what Lit DNS is going to try to do here. And Elazer is going to have a hard time dealing with this, right? Because obviously this base is a lot further away than the natural is. He's going to be forced to pull drones, but I have the feeling that DNS has probably practiced this a couple of times, and I think these cannons will go up unless he makes a mistake. DNS, you got to make up your mind, mate. Is that a cannon? Cannons are more vulnerable, but only 2 drones is not enough, as we now have a second cannon going down. This is a spicy start to this best of 3, Wardy.
Yes, it is, as we have that one in the center is going to have good HP on it when it finishes. Obviously, the one on the left is pretty low. We cancel pile on top side, just so we can get the probe out as well. Do you think we let this cannon on the left side finish? Oh, there's links here.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work, man. I don't think he was supposed to cancel that pylon. I also don't think that cannon on the left side was supposed to be a cannon, right? I think there was supposed to be one more pylon. DNS was just running short on money, and this cannon rush is a straight-up disaster. DNS probably mapped it out, but he mapped it out slightly wrong. I have a feeling that he wanted to wall off with one more pylon, because pylons are obviously a lot more tanky than cannons are. But then he kind of panicked, right? And he's like, I need the probe to be stuck in something, and I need a safety cannon. So he went for cannon. But yeah, the 2 drones is having enough DPS, and I think canceling that other pylon was an even bigger mistake, right? Because that obviously just opened the doors. I saw that he had the probe on hold position, but probes just don't buy a whole lot of time once the links enter the fray, and this is a nightmare opening for DNS now.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a bunch of wasted resources. 500 resources invested into all of this, and he did, what, force out a couple extra lings, if even that than usual, and a couple drones off a line. Yeah, absolutely nothing gained, and Elazer just going to drone away. And what does DNS have? Not even warp gate started, too? And he's in an awful spot.
Yep, he really is in an absolutely awful spot. Obviously, if you go Nexus before Gateway, or you go Nexus first, right, then you already have slightly late attack, but now it was Nexus into Forge, into cannons, and now we have a 3-minute 46 Stargate going down. The likelihood of these oracles, question mark, dealing any damage on the other side of the map is just very low. Going Phoenix here is also kind of pointless, because your opponent is just going to have a monstrous economic lead. So even if the Phoenixes then float around, lift up a couple drones, it just has no impact on the Zerg economy at all. I'm not sure what I would like to see DNS do from this spot. Do you have any ideas?
Not really. I guess you just go oracles and really hope that the defense is messed up and you do find openings that aren't meant to be there. Because, I mean, Elazer is meant to be set up very well at this stage because with what has happened, so... Yeah, just oracles, take our third base, or at least try to take our third base. I mean, you see Elazer's getting a bunch of extra lings out, so they'll help deal with the Adepts and might even get him a cancel on the third. And if you can just keep this third base down, that alone is going to be great from the Adepts. Don't have any structure here to kind of wall themselves in with immediately, so they have to kind of take a moment before stepping forward. And as the extra lings show up, I think this base is absolutely cancelled. Elazer is still building nothing but lings.
I said, oh no, because I actually saw Phoenix on the production tab after that first Oracle, but DNS wisely changed that. This Oracle needs to stay at home, man, because these Adepts just do not have enough DPS to deal with this many Zerglings. Oracle is going to turn around, but by the time it shows up, this Nexus will get cancelled. And this is just a very painful game, so we're going to go for the double Twilight Council, Wadi. And that's the way to come back into the game.
That's how we do it, man. That is how we do it. The double Twilight, because we want to get charge and more charge at the same time or something. I don't. Yeah.
Are they right next to each other too?
No, one's in the back.
The other one. Yeah. Okay. I mean, please cancel. Please cancel. Oh, we don't cancel. All right, let's get charged then.
Can you imagine that you saw charge after blink though? Like. Oh, okay, well, yeah, that's just money down the drain. When you're already having such a rough opening, the double Twilight ain't going to help you out. Probe goes down again. The few lings are just going to keep dominating this side of the map. Elazer's on 62 workers to 50, and yeah, okay, it's just crazy how much of a lead you get off of that initial defense, just how committed DNS was and how much more he needed to do for that investment. You know, the knock-on effect is extremely obvious, and yeah, this is obviously really turned into just disastrous territory. In game number 1, Triple Oracle. Yeah, gets a cancel on the drone heading to the 4th, or well, actually was the 5th base because there's already a 4th bottom left. That's the kind of game we're playing. Elazer expanding everywhere, and yeah, Triple Oracle ain't doing much. There's Lings across the map again. Here we go.
Yep, Stalkers do have some protection there with the pylon. There is a cannon to help out, and the cannon obviously has a bit more DPS than these Stalkers do, but these Lings are still having a pretty good time. They're probably not going to get every single unit there, but they'll get a couple of workers. Not the worst defense here, obviously, by DNS. That could have gone worse, but this is no longer like one of these moments where, oh, the Lings of Elazer need to deal damage. No, Elazer is a Zerg on 80 drones, okay? This is kind of what you want to use Lings for normally. And DNS is just in all sorts of troubles. He now also goes double Robo. That's probably on purpose. The double Twilight wasn't. A little bit ambitious. Double Robo, 59 probes. But I also don't hate it, right? Because maybe the one way that he can bring this game back is just by getting a couple of Colossus out quickly and then standing near these batteries. Yeah, you gotta pray for something, right? You gotta try to make a comeback, and one Robo is probably not gonna do it. So I kind of like the second Robo. But I think if Elazer just starts spending his money, it's just something he's been struggling with a tiny bit. I feel like he should truly become the Swarm here and should have overwhelming numbers.
Yeah, I guess with the Bane Nest finishing, he can at least spend a bunch of that money on Banelands, and then he's not as lava dependent on spending it all. So I probably will help him out as things just doing what they can, running in again for a moment. I'm with you. I like the Robo Bane, the double Robo. You know, you need something extreme, not quite as extreme as double Twilight. I think double Robo is kind of like just the right amount of like actual potential to maybe do something. Yeah, maybe it doesn't work, but I think sometimes you just gotta go for it, right? And yeah, I think that's the case here.
Some advice for all the children out there at home, guys. No matter how dire things come, never go double Twilight. It's not the right answer. It may seem like the right answer, but it never isn't. Don't try it, not even once. Lings are gonna run into the 3rd base. Stasis Trap gets activated. Not even that annoying for your Elazer, right? Because now you kind of get a nice little scout there for a little while, and there is nothing that DNS can do about it. So you know exactly what you're going up against. Knows about one of those robots. I don't think he necessarily knows about the second one. Elazer is in an amazing spot, but it is important that soon he starts applying some real pressure and he gets damage, right? Because the closer that DNS gets to maxing out, we saw that with Harstem against Cass as well. No matter, ooh, that's painful as well, losing your observer. No matter how bad a game may start off, if you can max out, you are allowed to dream. So it's really important for Elazer that he starts resetting that army count of DNS sometime soon. And here we go with a bunch of slow banelings rolling into a very big stasis trap. Shield battery overcharge gets activated, gets picked up immediately. First Colossus falls. It's just an unfair fight, Waddy.
Second Colossus took so long to start as well in this Robo, so it's about to pop now. Maybe we had 2 at the start of this or so, but no, not gonna happen. GG's.
I was giggling there because all the probes were clumped up on the assimilator and banelings were clearly going to connect. And I was like, are we going to see 20 plus probes die to a couple of banelings? Dina's like, nope, not going to give you the satisfaction,
not
mate.
today.
GG, we're not going to see it. Let's go ahead and hop into game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Hop into that game number 2. And yeah, I mean, it was stated from the Cannon Rush, right? The Cannon Rush didn't do anywhere near enough for how much of an investment it was. And there you have it. All of a sudden, we're ready ourselves up for game number 2 of this best of 3. Elazer in the lead. I obviously didn't expect it to look like this, and it's all down to that Cannon Rush. Definitely thought this would be a bit more of a fight, but hey, maybe this is what DNS does every time he plays versus Elazer, and that's why the record in the past looks like this as well.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're going to see more cannons here on LT2. This was probably a Dragon skill special. The funny thing is that DNS had all the time in the world to get that 2nd and 3rd pylon up, right? If he wanted to. But he wanted to go for the most cost-efficient cannon rush possible. And in a case where Elazer would just cancel that hatchery and expand elsewhere, DNS wanted to get the job done with the bare minimum investment with only a cannon and a pylon. Didn't have to cancel any additional buildings, but by waiting that long, he kind of panicked. He went for the double cannon behind the mineral line, but that's clearly not what he wanted. Cannon is not as tanky as the pylon. It's a shame, because otherwise DNS would have probably been in an amazing spot, because it's not just a cannon rush, it's a Nexus first into cannon rush, and that obviously would give him the economic lead, but it didn't play out like that.
It did not play out like that at all, as we're going to head into altitude here for map number 2 of this best of 3. And see whether or not DNS can bounce back. Starting off, though, in the top right corner of the map, our blue Zerg player is going to be Elazer.
I have to admit that I do think we have been kind of treated today with a couple of wild builds, crazy strategies, crazy way that games have played out as well. It's been a pretty fun opening day of the ESL Masters Europe Regionals. In the bottom left side of Altitude, we are looking at the main base of the Frenchmen. Do we have more cannons or do we have something else in store? This is Le DNS.
Yeah, I've had some fun games, haven't we, Roddy? Day one, definitely delivering. It has been fun so far. Like I say, we're just about halfway through. We've got America starting up. Actually, after this, we only have one more match in Europe and then 3 matches from Americas later. Actually excited for all of those. Some of the Americas matches we have look really good today.
Yep, the entire Americas region is just going to be a whole lot more fun with Spatz and Elazer duking it out with America and Canada's finest. It's going to be a very fun tournament to follow, especially once we enter the playoffs, but even in the earlier rounds, right? Just to see how a couple of the, the lower players of the America region duke it out with some of these guys from the other regions. It's going to be exciting to just follow the journey. And after these first games, I'm already looking forward to the next time XY plays, Tebow plays, and SCV in particular, because maybe some people missed it. We started off very early with the Asia region, but honestly, it gave me something to think about, right? SCV looked good, and I want to see more of him.
He did. No, it was actually a really fun start to the day over in the Asia region as well. Also a revamped region where we've got Oceania and Taiwan and China all merged into one now over there. So that's been a lot of fun too. And we're expecting that to heat up over the next few days as well. So plenty of reasons to keep tuning back into the ESL SC2 Masters this week, Roddy, and next week and the week after.
So tomorrow, are we going to do like Group B of Europe, or is tomorrow more of Group A?
I think tomorrow we actually get a mix because, so in each group there's like 8 matches in round 1, right? So today we do 5 of Group A, and then tomorrow we do probably 3 of Group A and 2 of Group B, and then I think on the day after there's actually 6 Group B, so that all of round 1 is done in Europe, I think.
Okay. Next.
So yeah, tomorrow will be a bit of a mix, I believe.
That's exciting, especially that Group B on paper, man. Max,
Yeah.
Raynor, Clem,
Group
Kate,
B is
Skillers. Like, yeah. It's very tough for some of the underdogs, right? Because you obviously hope that you're in the group with more players of your own skill level, but there are just a couple of guys that we can pretty much lock in for the playoffs. Now, we have seen crazy upsets over the years quite a few times. Even a player like Elazer, right, that was absolutely considered top 8 in Europe, did not always make it out of the old groups. So these pros know that they have to take it very serious. Is missing out on the playoffs. Lambo, for instance, has also been on the wrong side of those things once, I believe. So, it's exciting for everyone. I think it is safe to say that a couple of the slots for the playoffs have already been given.
Yeah, I think so. As you have the Adept. Not going to do too much. Good initial defense here from Elazer. Doesn't lose anything at all. Sometimes you have this first Adept, grabs a drone or so and just causes a bit more trouble than it ever really should, but yeah, Elazer's defense has been brilliant here to start us off with, and that's exactly what you want to see. Solid start to this second game from him.
And Elazer so far is looking sharp. Maybe by taking some things a bit less serious, he's been able to just kind of find his groove again and his rhythm, because he did really blow us away with his performance in those qualifiers of Game as 8. And so for today, obviously in Game 1, he didn't make any mistakes. He just did what he had to do. Kind of like the initial commitment on the links we had. Was it necessary? No, but yeah, just realizing that he can get away with it based on the start that he had was smart and got himself even further ahead than he already was. Here in Game 2, we're also looking pretty good. Couple of links going to the other side of the map as the Queens were just trying to make sure they were in the correct position to deal with the Oracles. Elazer is waiting for both of these Oracles to be on the other side of the map. How many units does DNS have near that nexus? Just 2 Adepts, but one of them is already a bit injured. Look at Elazer. He waits until the Oracles reveal themselves. This could be a good fight for these links, Wardy.
Massive surround as well. The new Adept gets fully surrounded. The other one was hurt, and these few links could actually peel away to another couple of the Adepts. Yeah, there's Oracle harass going on to deal with as well, but this is actually being a good start over here from Elazer. I mean, not so good now that it was only 2 Adepts in the end, though, actually. 3 at the very end.
Well, one more Adept will fall. That one Adept between those 2 mineral patches was amazing.
Yeah.
I actually thought that at least 3 links would be able to attack that Adept, but on any given moment, we only saw 2 Zerglings at a time killing that Adept, and that obviously made it all a bit more doable for DNS. And since the Oracle control was sexy on the other side of the map, found the one base where there was no Spore Crawler, and even though there were Queens, I think DNS did a good job in outmaneuvering them. That was just round 1, though. We know when it comes to this many Oracles, there is never just a single round. It really comes down to what these oracles can accomplish in the next give or take 90 seconds.
Working their way around the right side, ready to dive into the main even. So in they go, and look, see if they can get a little bit extra here. There are depths on the other side as well, getting a few drones. So that's 4 more drones lost, and now DNS really is rolling when it comes to damage dealt in this game.
Yep, it just really starts adding up so quickly for a Protoss if you're playing like this. And as long as you keep the key core units alive, these oracles, you are more than happy with throwing away a couple of adepts here and there for drone damage. And if it's not the adepts, well, then maybe it would be the oracles that find that damage. So far, so good for the man who's down 0-1. As Elazer is just taking another base, this time around in the top left side. Elazer is taking interesting expense today, because on Dragon Skills, he also took the bottom left when he spawned at the bottom. Now he's taking the top left on altitude, rather than taking that triangle base.
Yeah, just wants to play this kind of linear setup, which is... Yeah, I mean, usually you just take that triangle base because it's nice and close, but he hasn't even got creep really adventuring in that direction, so... Yeah, intriguing. Don't really have a good reason why, as a Dropper Lord comes in on the left side.
Pretty early. Probably just going to try to drop 8 random links in the main base, as one drone does make it over to that triangle base, but the oracles are protecting it. I guess DNS does not know. I can double check very quickly. No, DNS doesn't know yet about the top left side, but I mean, the alarm bells have to go off. This is 6 minutes and 50 seconds into the game. It'd be very unusual if Elazer was still a 3 base there.
Yeah, we see the Stalkers starting to gather together, by the way. Blink's done soon, so we'll start to pressure here, and he's got the double Robo and Robo Bait behind it. So very likely we actually see some Disruptors out of this, potentially. Nope, he's going to go Colossi again, so he's going to stick to that. And that's a very hero thing to do, and I know DNS really loves kind of copying a lot of what Hero likes as well. As you see, Blink splitting off that stasis and just backing away for the moment, not comfortable continuing in.
The slow Overlord drop is about to hit the main base of DNS, Wadi. And yeah, DNS has around 17 seconds to react to it. Now these links will have +1 melee soon, and there's no shield battery in the main base, so you still have to respect it. At the same time, the Stalkers were battling the links on the other side of the map. An awkward link defense in the end. Like, not bad damage, right? It's a silly tiny investment that Drop Lord and these 8 links. But a lot of lost mining time, forcing a defensive warp in, and 7 probes going down, and a good fight against the Stalkers. Like, that link drop actually has just kind of turned this game around, where it looked like it was going great for DNS. Now suddenly it feels that all the tempo and momentum belongs to Elazer.
Yeah, especially just these links doing so well on this side, and they're going to turn that into a cancel on this 4th base, potentially. 2 Colossi running over, they don't have range yet, so they've got to get real close to fight this. The Lings are going to commit through, Stalkers blink to get as much as possible here, even the Oracle's returning home. But the Lings get rid of that 4th, and just going to be happy to slow DNS's eco down a little bit further at the start of this game. Another Colossus coming up, +2 attack, charge, extended thermal lance, all being brought out still. And our Temple Archives now dropping down in the main also.
Yep, and Elazer's supply is about to explode as he's got 19 roaches on the production tab. And he's like, hey, that one Drop Lord was awesome. Let's go ahead and make it 2 more. This can obviously be for some Baneling drops down the line, as his melee upgrades are just on point. +2 is more than halfway done. So by the time that these Overlords make it to the other side of the map, we could very well try to one-shot some workers. Definitely feeling it from Elazer. DNS is probably just going to focus on the defense. Shouldn't be out of position all that often with these oracles and all the map vision that he can create for himself. But if you look at the minimap, DNS doesn't really see a whole lot. So dealing with Baneling drops could become a problem.
Yeah, no vision, just out to the edges of his bases, so very little reaction time, especially if multiple things start happening at the same time. Then it's tough to kind of react immediately, which is kind of what you need to do when those Banes are going to one-shot all the probes. Elazer starts up some spines, so he's getting ready against the inevitable Zealot run-bys. Charge is just about to finish, so he's kind of on time with that, because as soon as Charge is done, Protoss players typically should just start sending Zealots across the map, because they're almost always worth it, just to take the attention away from the other side, if nothing else.
And Elazer's already thinking about that, Wadi, as he's got 4 spine crawlers on the production tab. That also gives us the idea that the man just does not want to go an infestation pit and hive anytime soon. Elazer likes to send it off lair attack, and he likes to make a lot of links, roaches, banelings. 41 banelings morphing in the center of the map, as we are also setting up the baneling drops. These are +2 melee banelings. This really is old school Elazer, right? This is where he found all that success and that magical run into the BlizzCon semifinals of the year 2017. Let's see if Elazer can kind of replicate that magic that he had back then, because back then every single probe would often go down. Here we go. It's a full send. It's a lot of banelings running into a stasis trap. This attack maybe not all that great. This baneling drop not all that great. The one in the main base, though, is finding some decent damage.
Yeah, honestly, you gotta say impressed with DNS's defense. He pulled from the right, pulled from the left, and did okay. Oh no, he gets a few more at the very end. 23 probes go down. These Banes about to pop out of stasis. We're gonna go with the main army right now, as well as these Banes to go straight into the mineral line through the battery, and he actually just straight up gets rid of the Nexus, and a bunch more probes going down, and Elazer just retreating out of there.
Yeah, Elazer's probably thinking, are you kidding me? I built 1 million spines and I'm still losing a couple of drones at home. Well, spines don't help out against the oracles. They were busy, but I think these oracles would have been very handy at home, because obviously Elazer didn't really have any real anti-air with his army, right? So if you just have these oracles with a bunch of energy idling above 41 banelings that morph in the center of the map, you can make your life a whole lot easier as a Protoss. In the end, just Elazer definitely finding more than enough damage to justify the crazy amount of banelings he threw at his opponent there. Now he's throwing down more static defenses, spines and spores combined, and we even have the infestation pit.
Infestation pit, indeed. I think that's a pretty big deal. Got that infestation pit up, and just, you know, Oracle's diving in, going to go after a few drones already. 5 workers immediately going down. Now the Oracle going to peel off to the left-hand side, and I mean, I gotta say, these Oracles are putting in work. Finally one going down. Elazer, though, is getting ready, Roddy. Do you think he has enough banelings? 35 plus 30? You know?
65 Banes at minute 12. I've seen more. I've seen someone do better. Someone give Nesty a call and show him this nerds how it's done. But here we go. 65 banelings are rolling in. And at this point, if you have this many, you may as well settle for a couple of Archons. That is exactly what Elazer does. Nice spread, though, by DNS, right? Kind of minimalizing the splash damage there. This Nexus will fall once more. But it's a hard time imagining that was worth 65 banelings. Very good job by DNS, but I don't think he quite has enough units left over to counterattack. He's gonna try, though, by the looks of it.
Yeah, a little concern. I mean, the 4 Colossi are really the kings right now, because they can actually get rid of any sort of Ling Flood kind of reinforcement wave from Elazer. I think without that, there might be a bit more trouble. That was a lot of Banes crashing into all those Archons. Like you say, it was hard to imagine that they were really worthwhile, and yeah, DNS holding on, keeping himself alive, getting into Storm as well. As that finishes, that's obviously only going to be better for him as well. So that's also got to be a factor here as we continue moving through.
Yep, DNS is at 61 probes, which obviously means that if he is able to max out, we are looking at 139 army supply, and that would be a problem for Elazer, because Elazer's drone count is sky high, so his army is always going to be a whole lot smaller. But it's not a big deal if you got some sexy, scary hive-tech units, but he doesn't have any of those at the moment. 44 banelings being morphed once more, a couple of them in the bottom right side, a lot of them in the center. With this playstyle and this drone count, I guess it is important for Elazer to just keep on trading, but it's also important that you don't imagine yourself a whole lot richer than what you actually are, because it's not like he's got 3,000 gas in the bank.
His gas bank is drained, and he's got extractors to take as well, so you could definitely set up for a little bit more. A little bit of action on the right side already. The Banes on the left getting stormed for the most part. This one's a great hold from DNS. He takes basically no damage at all, and now this army of Elazer just isn't doing anything. He is stuck on a low-tech army, and DNS's force is looking incredible in comparison.
Yeah, but we have hive tech, right? So what are we going to do with it? We're going to fire up a Viper. 62 additional Lings are being produced. Adreno Glance gets fired up immediately as well. And as scary as Adreno is, against this many Archons and this many Colossus, I'm not sure how much of an impact that will really be. Elazer is going to recycle a couple of these drones into static defenses, but then immediately make more drones. Yeah, I'm worried, man. I just don't think that Elazer's army is actually capable of fighting this specific army of DNS. Unless he's able to land a couple of key abducts on the Colossus, obviously.
Yeah, he needs to get rid of these tech units, but it just becomes more and more difficult. Viper's absolutely going to be essential here. You need those abducts to do well. The Spine Wall, great against Zealots, not so great against absolutely everything showing up, and Elazer just starts to counterattack. Okay, maybe not as much as I thought. I thought he might just go across with everything for a while, and yeah, instead he just sends a few Lings over, maybe cancel a base, but he's losing the base himself, and I still don't think he's got an army to truly fight this off.
Now, maybe with a very sexy 360 run, High Templars left behind, by the way, that could become a problem for DNS, and he is already taking care of it. Sending them back right now to the main army. Elazer is trying to create some chaos. 30 extra banelings morphing. I mean, this man has made over 200 banelings in this game. He's got 52 banes out at the moment. There is the Spire, by the way, because I was thinking, instead of like 60 banelings at a time, what if we do 40 banelings, but we also have a greater Spire? Then this game would obviously look a whole lot prettier for Elazer. Now he's in trouble. DNS's army is bigger, it's better, it's higher tech, and just has a whole lot more potential. But maybe with a sexy surround it is possible. Here come the banelings. That is going to roll into this Protoss army, as we do have a couple of nice abducts landing on the Colossus, on the Immortals, but there is still so much Protoss remaining.
There is a lot, and we just keep on pushing through. The Stalkers and the Archons, the Colossi too, continue to pressure on in, and it really doesn't feel like Elazer will have enough. A lot of his supply is in reproduction, and it's Lings that are just going to melt when they spawn and try and run into this. We're going to give it a go, though. An Archon in the front going down. We have a Storm left over, apparently. Drops down some of the Roaches here. The Archons are being chewed through. Extra Lings showing up. We've only got one Colossus left when it comes to splash damage. The Lings might be able to start helping in a big way, but it feels as though there's now a reinforcement wave of Stalkers, and that's enough to keep pushing Elazer back as DNS looks to tie up this series.
Yep, the Queen's fall as well, which means these Oracles will go uncontested, and that one Colossus is just a problem. Elazer is going to make a few more Ravages now. Ravages can sometimes do alright with Stalkers. They do have +2 missile attacks. Maybe we're going to reposition some of these Spines and Spores that we made earlier. But DNS is obviously not done yet. He likes what he has accomplished so far, and he wants more. If the Colossus gets abducted, though, it can still get very scary, right? Because no matter how many bases Elazer just lost, still has a decent amount of bases, and he actually still has 71 drones out, so tiny chance for Elazer, but it absolutely has to start with taking care of this Colossus.
Yeah, this one Colossus is just sat there, an absolute champ. 56 kills, looking for more. Oracles will lead the charge in, even going to activate, go after a Ravager. The Spinecrawler migration to the right side is not quite where it needs to be, not that it really helped much against this army, but you'd imagine that Elazer wants to try and throw everything possible towards DNS in these next few moments. He's got a Link counterattack going on again, trying to keep DNS on only 4 bases, which maybe gives him a chance. That Nexus actually did not go down yet. It keeps on building, so it will survive. And meanwhile, obviously, DNS's army just looking unkillable on at the top side.
Sounds like DNS got a Zealot run by 2 in the natural, and it turns out there was 1 adept. I was like, how did this 1 adept end up in the back of the natural of Elazer, shooting at an extractor? It was a bit odd. Here we go, Colossus very exposed, and a sloppy mistake there on the side of DNS. I can probably get away with it, but it's obviously going to get a little bit scary if we lose these Archons too, because don't forget that Lynx with +3 and Adrenal Glands are going to have a field day with a Stalker-only army. But there are still a couple of Archons in the mix, and the Elazer supply is plummeting at a very rapid pace. There aren't enough Lynx in the mix to really have a big impact on how this fight is going to play out anymore. GG gets called, and DNS wins an 18-minute game on altitude, where Elazer lost over 15,000 resources more than his opponent.
That was just absolutely ridiculous, obviously. Just some of those fights were not good, man. I was, the way this game was done, I was just going to stand up and show my t-shirt. I was like, Banelings, that's how we roll, but they didn't keep on rolling very well at all in the end, man. They just rolled straight into, like, some of these fights where it's like they just go in headfirst into so many Archons, like, it just doesn't work out. And I feel like at that stage, you need to be at least a little bit creative, right? I know you had a bit of the momentum and everything, but it felt like it just became very one-dimensional, unfortunately. And DNS gets back in it. Now it's 1-1 between the two in this PVZ.
Yeah. The first time around when he got the 36 probes and the Nexus, I was like, not all that bad, but
Yeah.
the second one, when he went with those 44 Banes, that attack just did not work out at all. And kudos to DNS, by the way, for the way that he was microing his units defensively, right? He set up a beautiful concave and kind of made sure that, the initial Banelings, they crashed into Archons next to each other. Obviously not bad for the Protoss. But then the few Banelings that were left over, they had to walk into a concave and could only connect with one key unit at a time. And that's obviously where Banelings will truly start falling off, no matter how rich you are as a Zerg. And just solid defense by DNS. Did a great job in hanging in there. Played a solid game too.
Let's see if he can do it again in game number 3. Neo Humanity is a deciding map of this series. Winner gets to go 1-0 and to be 2 matches away from advancing to playoffs. Loser will have to claw back and just loses one of their lives in this Swiss group stage of the European regionals. We're pretty much set to go. Neo Humanity going to be the map. And like we say, 1-1, tied up. We'll start it off in the bottom right-hand corner with the blue Zerg representing Team Liquid. This is Elazer.
I believe it's a pretty good map for carry as well. Didn't we just...
Yeah, we definitely just saw that before, didn't we?
In the top left side of Neo Humanity, we are looking at the main base of the man who went for some cannons in game 1. Those didn't work out, but the Colossus and Stalkers and Archons got the job done in game 2. This is the Frenchman, Le DNS, representing the Platinum Heroes, the team of Goblin and Coco.
Wow. What a lineup.
2-star players.
1-star player, 1 legendary player. We all know which way around that is. I mean, when was the last time you saw Goblin innovate and build such as the flower and everything? You know?
Goblin didn't tell the world about the second overcharge, did he?
Been a fun day, aren't we?
Did Goblin already play in WTL Code S, actually?
I didn't see this weekend, so maybe not.
Alright, let's see.
I'm not sure.
I don't remember. I know in the qualifiers, obviously, he played. If he made a Code S appearance.
Overlord making its way across the map. Nexus going down from DNS. Do you think Elazer has a way to find some aggression on this map? I feel like this one can always be tough, right? Because you get 3 bases that are pretty set back. You know, you can defend pretty well. There's good chokes into them, even if you're going from 2 sides. So I almost feel like this one, even though you can get across quickly as the Zerg, can still sometimes be difficult to actually engage into the Protoss position.
Unless you take your 3rd base in the center and you get your hands on that rich Vespian Geyser, and instead of 3 Ravagers, you show up with 22 Ravagers and a little bit of a creep highway. And you bring the Queens to the other side of the map. Roaches, Ravagers, Queens, +1 missile attacks. Pretty good on Neo Humanity.
You lost to that a couple times, Roddy.
I've actually just seen it win mostly. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm a man who likes to go quick DTs, but yes, I have died to it a few times. There's obviously a lot of variations, right? When Zerg players take the center base, it's like, okay, are they gonna link flood me? Are they gonna Bailing bust me? Is it going to be Roaches early on of hatchery tech? Or will they macro up a little bit and then full send it with a big old army? And I think Lambo is a true expert in just kind of figuring out that fine line of how many Roaches and Ravages they need before they can bring the Queens to the other side of the map. So the answer to your question is yes, but I don't just mention it because of that. I've also seen it just in games that I've been casting.
Very cool. The Stargate's about to finish. Not surprised at all. DNS is absolutely a Stargate player in my eyes, and I'd be more worried if DNS wasn't opening Stargate. I'd wonder what happened to the metagame, because he just loves this. And he, I guess, mix it up now and again, but Stargate is what he lives by. And in game 3 like this, I think it's pretty much just the expectation. Of course, you can get into those bases. You've got the Stargate for transition later as well. Very cool.
Showtime is still the only Protoss that I've seen do the multiple oracles into 3 base into Robo before Twilight, right? It still feels that almost every other Protoss is still the Twilight follow-up believer. With the way that Elazer plays, I really wouldn't hate it if DNS would go 3 base into Robo and just kind of hold on and waits a little bit with the Twilight Council follow-up, but if it's not something you've practiced, obviously I understand that he's not suddenly going to do that just because Showtime is doing it and has found some success with it, but I do wonder.
Is that the Robo into, like, Disruptors?
Yeah, and then you go Twilight later on, or just, like, into Colossus, Immortals first, just because you're worried about some sort of roach aggression. I just kind of like it if you want to play defensive, and that's obviously something that Mr. Mauer does enjoy. But yeah, DNS probably going to go Twilight here after these oracles, but I kind of feel stylistically it would make sense to experiment with that Robo style, especially against the aggressive Zergs like Elazer.
I'm completely with you. I mean, when you think about it, DNS copies Showtime in a lot of ways in terms of how he plays, wanting to play quite, you know, the defensive style, wanting to look for that late game a lot of the time. So, yeah, it would actually make sense. And again, against Elazer especially, he oftentimes does run across the map with a bunch of units. Makes even more sense as we get 4 drones off these initial oracles. Good bit of opening aggression here from DNS this time.
Yep, DNS does plan down the Twilight and the Fort, so he's just gonna do what he has been practicing. Those 4 drones is obviously a very sweet start. What I often notice from Elazer when he plays a best of 3 against Protoss is that he has one game where his defense is ultra clean, one game where it's somewhat mediocre, and one game where it's a straight up disaster and the Oracles pretty much win the game. I'm sure that you've been there as well. I really hope for Elazer this is not going to be that disaster game. Maybe it was the previous one, but even in that game, it was obviously not all that bad. Lost maybe 9 drones or so at minute 6 or 7. It was acceptable. Let's hope that this one is going to be better than Altitude, though.
Yeah. Just hoping is obviously these oracles still lurking. Find over a bit of the creeps, you get a bit of a heads up where to expect these oracles to come from, so queens can position themselves. No spore in that third. There is one in the main, but there's only one queen there. Let's see, 2 queens in position immediately with the direction the oracles choose, means they do just turn away. 4 more gateways already being added on as we get ready for the +1 blink, and just 6 gates of stalkers. As the Lings on the other side just don't really find anything just yet, although they maybe could have surrounded a stalker or 2 there. There's no battery or anything.
One Oracle does die. That's 3 drones is obviously nice, but losing an Oracle is not nice. I have the feeling that Elazer is kind of going to do everything that I was talking about in the beginning of the game. We have taken that center base, we have taken the Rich Vespian Geyser, we've got +1 missile attacks, we've got a Roach Swarm, we're going to get a bunch of Queens, Roaches, Ravages, making their way to the other side of the map. And DNS, honestly, at this point, when it comes to static defenses, Wadi, very simple. The more, the merrier, right? You cannot overdo it here on cannons and batteries, man. You make stalkers, and whenever you have some extra pennies, you make cannons and batteries. Cannons and batteries. I like the fact that he's already getting a robo. You can even go for the robo bay quickly, but it is important to take this as serious as possible.
Yes, like you say, just more static defense is the better static defense. It's very necessary here. If you don't have static defense, you're pretty much just going to die. So, yeah, the more the merrier, and let's hope he starts getting into some more of it soon. He's getting the Robo Bay, Robo Facility, the Templar Archives. That's all well and good, but 1 or 2 tech units doesn't save you in this case. You need those tech units alongside, like you say, that static defense, and Stalker's just picking off a creep team, and that also ain't going to help you right now, man. He has no idea what's about to happen.
I really don't like the Templar Archives. Okay, I think I want to say he canceled it, but he didn't cancel it. He lets it finish. He's going to go for Storm. There is no shield battery to keep this Stalker alive.
No.
That means the floodgates are open. Elazer can go for that pylon, will go for that pylon. Now, obviously, this is not necessarily everything that Elazer has to offer. So maybe this can work out in a decent way for DNS, right? Where you kind of clean up one part of the army, then you clean up the second part. But he's already taking damage. The Robo is unpowered. And now the cannons and the batteries, well, the single cannon and the single battery, super exposed in the third base.
Yep, this third is going to take an absolute beating as our roaches are just going to come easily make their way through here. And 18 probes already killed. The Stalker's coming across trying to fight against some of these roaches. And, well, these roaches are going to trade a little bit for a little while and just be pretty happy, I think, with the progress they make in these initial stages. I mean, Stalker's doing okay at starting to clean up, at least some progress being made, but the damage is done, right? 18, 19 probes, and now the roaches on the left side are going to continue to come on through as well. We continue to run more reinforcements up the right in DNS. He's struggling, man. I mean, just probe after probe going down. At this point, Elazer, well, he's just going to keep on going. I think keeping on going is the right idea because you don't want to let DNS get too much, and you don't want to give him too much of a chance to recover. So there's a Void Ray out. These last few roaches will go down.
Imagine how well these Stalkers would have done if they had a battery or 2 to blink back to, or you have 1 or 2 cannons to buy that little bit of extra time. Unfortunately, DNS did not have those buildings. Now he's going to be forced to evacuate the probes as well of this one. I would almost say just let this Nexus die, as painful as that is, but defending 4 bases, I just don't think it's quite doable. Defending 3 bases, though, with that Immortal on the way, with that Void Rays out, maybe, but the man just refuses to get any static defense, and I don't get it, Wadi, because it feels like that would be the absolute best investment you could ever make here as a Protoss.
He's had so much time to do it as well, right? Like, this has not just been like an attack that's in 10 seconds and, the game's done. This has been going on for a minute, 2 minutes now, so he's had the chance to get some started and get some on the way. Elazer, I mean, honestly, maybe would have ended this if all of his money was spent. That's one thing he's been a little bad at during this series. But right now, the Lings are going to flood forward. That Immortal's obviously stuck, no protection. The Stalkers are being chased, and Elazer absolutely has the way to close this game out.
Yep, this actually was still somewhat close. We're like, a decent amount of Protoss, still decent amount of probes out there as well. All 4 Nexus still alive, but the Lings are the biggest problem here, because Stalkers are not particularly known for their crazy DPS. We love the Stalker for its micro potential and the ability to hold the defensive line, but to deal with an overwhelming number of Lings, the Stalker will just not shine. Elazer wins a 10-minute game, and he closes it out with 1900 minerals, 1200 gas in the bank. But even without all that money spent, he had enough units.
Yeah, it was just enough in the end and just really able to come on through there. And Elazer gets the 2-1 victory over DNS. A little shaky, a big one for him, I think, because I think Elazer is a player that can make these playoffs, but obviously needs to just have a good start. Doesn't want to, have things go too close I feel like he's the kind of player that might end up in that like 5th match, right, where it's kind of down to like a 2-2, it's winning in maybe. I could maybe see that. Depends on
But
the
it's
group.
16 players making it to the playoffs, or 8 per group? It's 8 per group, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like an Elazer in shape doesn't even need to rely on the potential 5th match. Like, Elazer should
Well,
kind of get the job done after 4 games, maybe even 3 if he's really feeling it. But I guess at the moment he's not quite red hot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I feel like, because of that, he's maybe a bit more kind of happy to kind of get this win already and get a win on the board. Just get one out the way. And just like that, Elazer is indeed going to put himself in that winning spot. DNS, though, I mean, good fight. I think some good moments from him. Obviously, that game 1 would have been so different as well if that cannon rush had just gone up properly. It could have been a completely different series as well. So, I think in general, we've got ourselves a DNS that's looking hopeful in this group, and a Elazer that's also looking pretty darn good as well. Roddy, somehow we've ended up with only 1 match left of Europe already. We've kind of stormed through these games now.
Yeah, we had some long games, but then the long games often ended in a 2-0, and this series kind of just flew by, especially that final game. New Humanity doesn't often give us... Well, if there is the Terran, it gives us long games, but I think with ZVP in particular, we often see a lot of aggressive builds being used. So, yeah, it's going quick, but I'm still entertained.
Still entertained. Up next, as you can see, it is going to be Showtime versus Wayne as we round out Europe for day number 1. So we're going to get that PVZ on the way up in just a couple of moments. We'll get that underway, get that ready, and we'll round out Europe and get ourselves ready for Americas. It's the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we're here for one last match of the European Regional on day one. Our Swiss groups have been going swimmingly so far. We've had some very fun games, and Roddy just saying how fun it's been, how enjoyable the matches have been, lots of back and forth. It's just been busy, right, Roddy? We've had a good time so far here in day number one across Asia and Europe and soon to be America.
Yeah, you always know you're watching fun StarCraft and there is just a lot of talk to talk about afterwards, right? Where it's not like, okay, this one thing happened and from there on it was over. Like, even that final game, it could have played out so different. We don't go Templar Archives, we don't go 4 bases, we just kind of stabilize on 3. And a few more cannons and batteries. It really did feel that even now it was close. Then imagine if some of that money was spent elsewhere. I really think that DNS could have potentially taken that final map. And I have the feeling that this PvZ that we're about to hop into could look somewhat similar, right? Where Wayne is a very aggressive Zergy, someone who definitely does his best work with lair tech units, and Showtime, obviously. We call him D-Mauer for a reason. I think it's going to be a tough one for Wayne, though, because Showtime, just like Spirit, it really does kind of feel like they are entering the shape of their career.
Yeah, which is amazing, because I felt like Showtime was always pushing at the very top, and then just slowly fell off a little bit. Max Spatz was replacing him, best Protoss in Europe and everything. It was like, oh, have we seen the best of Showtime? Well, no, actually, like, he's looking so good again. He's looking confident. He's putting up great matches against some of the best out of Europe, and against Serral, for example. I do, like you kind of mentioned already, I think, is, see this kind of being a difficult one for Wayne, no matter how this goes, whether he gets aggressive or not. Because Showtime, even though he loves being defensive and getting to the late game, you can only do that if you're good at dealing with the aggression and stopping your opponent from stopping you getting there.
Absolutely. Dragon Skills is going to be the battleground of our opening map here in this best of 3. In the top left side of Dragon Skills, we are looking at the main base of our Blue Zergy, previously known as Vanya, previously known as Renata. Now we call him Wayne.
Vanata Wayne. Something like that. It's been he really needs a world championship to solidify his name change, man. In the bottom right, our red Protoss player from the big clan. It is Showtime.
In international gaming, Showtime really has been on fire ever since the EPT points are back on the menu when it comes to the weekly. It's been, I think, 4 out of 5 finals, 1 semi-final. Like, Showtime has just been a monster. Or 3 finals, 2 semi-finals, 1 win, and the 2 times he lost in the final, it was an absolute nail-biter. So it's been very fun to watch D-Mauer do his thing over the last few weeks. And I just kind of wonder if Vanya or Renata or Wayne has a plan here, right? Because I think he knows that if nothing crazy is going to happen, Showtime is going to be better. You let Showtime get up to 160, 170 supply in a competitive game, Wayne is just not going to win, right? That's just not the way that StarCraft is being played. So to make the difference, we kind of got to do it early, and it doesn't have to be ultra early. It doesn't have to be in the first 3 minutes, but it basically needs to happen in the first 10 minutes. And something that I was thinking of is maybe some roaches and swarm hosts. Like, maybe that's something that Wayne can work with here.
Oh, some swarm hosts. I like that. That's fun. I'd be kind of down for something like that, Yeah. Oh, you piqued my interest, Roddy. I'm excited. You don't think Showtime's just so good against swarm hosts, though? Just, kind of being invited to defend and find the precise moments to counter it? Because I feel like that's the sort of thing Showtime's really good at anyway, and that's kind of the style that swarm hosts provide.
Probably, but Showtime is very good in almost everything at this point in PvC. Like, especially his early game movement with the Depths and Oracles. I really feel like he has stepped it up to a whole nother level, and he is able to find damage so damn consistently. And if you take a lot of damage, then transitioning into something more complicated like Hydra, Link, Bane, or Lurkers down the line, that just becomes even harder. And then I think it's maybe a bit easier to play a relatively straightforward style, like just an overwhelming amount of units and something that you can spam of 55, 60 drones. Because no matter how much damage you take early on, I think you can always get up to 55, 60 drones and make a big army. So that's just kind of what I think is the best chance for Wayne here.
Absolutely, as our Adept gets a couple of lings to start, just going to shade out, obviously some damage taken. Can't commit further than that. Absolutely no shock at all to see the Stargate down from Showtime, and probably his good old triple Oracle. I mean, Showtime's the kind of player who, if he really believes in a build, he'll just do it 3 times in a row in a series, or 5 times as a best of 5, and I always remember this because he did it 5 times in a row against Lambo in one of these regional DreamHack playoffs at one point. He was just like, oh, triple Oracle, triple Oracle, triple Oracle. And I was like, surely now nope, triple Oracle. He does not change it up. Yeah, so he really loves this. It gives him a good, safe way to open, a good way to apply pressure at the same time. He's just very good at it, so expecting that out of him, put him in a good spot and just adapt as necessary based on what Wayne wants to do.
The follow-ups is kind of where Showtime is going to change it up, but he also kind of changes it up in his level of commitment, right? To the amount of adapts he makes and how risky he's willing to get with the adapts. Where some games he's just keeping them very safe, and then suddenly in the second game he's a lot more crazy with them, and he's willing to jump on top of links, drones. As here in the first game, we have 3 adapts now in the main base, protected by that Oracle. Don't think there really is a whole lot that Showtime can accomplish here, though. I'm feeling the defense from Wayne, as he's going to grab one of these adapts without really losing anything. And losing links, completely okay. Losing drones, something we want to avoid, as those drones are vulnerable, but somehow they live. Well, one of them gets picked off, but no big deal yet. So far, so good for the underdog.
I felt like that Oracle had to stretch out its pulsar beam to zap that drone down. It was just about to get out of the way, and the Oracle just nabs it. Nexus going down on the 3rd base here from Showtime. Again, just comfortable, safe, happy for the moment. We're still kind of waiting to see. Wayne, what's your plan? You know, you've got to have a plan when you come in against Showtime. And so far, it's just defend and play a normal game, and I'm a little bit unnerved, Roddy. Why? Where's the switch up? Where's the change? Where's the wildness that we expect Wayne to bring to the series?
Yep, and so far it's none of that. He is just focused on defending. We even have the Foracle opening, Wardy. I believe you're the creator of the Foracle. As that one is going to make its way over. We have the Forge and the Robo going down on the other side of the map. This is something we touched upon briefly in that previous series, where Showtime is a fan of, oh, cancel please. That is the first big mistake for Wayne. No cancel on that hatchery means that we just lost 275 minerals more than we're supposed to lose.
Gonna try and get a catch on these adepts on the other side, and Oracle's gonna show up, and man, I don't think these lings are gonna get anything, so that's a big win as well from Showtime, as he just is able to get a few extra lings for free and extra adepts showing up. Man, I'm actually a little bit worried. So far, Showtime has lost a single adept. He's killed a hatchery, 14 lings, a drone, some creep to go along with it, and he's just dominating the first 6 minutes.
Yeah, Showtime is so good at making it look easy. His early game has really made some crazy progress. One of these oracles is probably going to get picked off, but in return a bunch of queens will fall. The adepts are having a field day. How many lings are left at the moment, Wardy? Well, 9 apparently. I don't see them. A couple of them just hatched by the looks of it. Obviously, not too many work has gone done yet, but a few more drones will fall, and the Spire is apparently going to be the crazy thing that Wayne is planning. I like the idea of a Spire. If it's 4 oracles and a bunch of adepts into a robo, obviously if Showtime scouts it, it's probably not going to work. But so far, Showtime, well, technically he scouted it. But this is one of these moments where he saw it, but did he see it, What?
Yeah, you would think if he'd seen it, he would already have Phoenix on the way, right? Just to ensure. Because even if you just get 1 or 2 Phoenix up initially, just that couple to start off with goes a long way. Good force fields here do what they need to protect these sentries and a couple of zealots from the lings. But yeah, I don't know, man. He's adding on a cannon on just the 3rd base, which isn't too unusual. I feel like he's really not spotted this, man. He's just not reacting to it, at least.
Sentries are actually in a bit of a pickle here. One of the sentries dies, second one dies, a third one dies as well, which means no hallucinated phoenixes, which means maybe Showtime is not going to see that Spire for a little while longer. Now, a single revelation could reveal it, as these oracles activate Pulse of Beam to grab another queen. Well, Showtime is honestly not showing us any indication that he knows that Mutas are about to be on the production tab. Now he sees the Spire, right? With these oracles, he must have seen it, he was so close. Yeah, he saw it, and I cannot imagine a world where now we don't see a reaction, but so far, okay, there is the Phoenix Wadi. Finally, Showtime has put 2 and 2 together, and he knows that it's time to get ready for some Mutas.
Mutalisks on the way, 8 of them building to start. I mean, just the fact you have a bit of a heads up to start building Phoenix goes a long way for you. Cannon for each mineral line as well, just to help you out. The preparation is being made, and you just gotta be careful right now. These oracles are gonna see the first meter pop, and you're just gonna drop a revelation, recall the oracles out of here. Like I say, he's not even gonna go for the herd oracle, so that's not exactly ideal either. And a couple of probes going down, some lings at least finding something. But where are we at already on the Phoenix count? We're at 1, about to be 2. I like it already. Just the fact that we've got cannons and mineral lines as well goes such a long way to helping defend against this.
This is one of these crazy scenarios where I would actually believe that Wayne's best chance of winning this game is doubling down on Mudas and just trying to play like Muda Corrupted Ling. Like, not the best army comp, obviously, but where the Corrupted soak up a couple of the Phoenix shots and you just try to overrun your opponent. Because when it comes to a ground army, I just don't believe that he's ever going to get enough units out to deal with Disruptors, Immortals. Like, switching back into Roaches right now seems a bit silly. I want to say let's double down on Mudas and let's just try to make some absolute chaos and mayhem happen with Muda, Ling, Bane, and maybe some Corruptors to soak up a couple of these Phoenix shots.
I'm down. I think that's the better shot, right? If your Mutas don't do much and then you try and transition out, I don't think it's going to work against Showtime. But, you know, more Mutas, like I say, play crazy. I think that's the way to find success here, as Showtime defends left side very nicely. Does lose an Oracle on the right, I believe. And just got the Muta count pretty scary at the moment, and these Phoenix have to be careful with how far forward they commit. They can go down very quickly if they get in range of those Mutas, just like this one does.
Yep. It's honestly kind of hard to fight 25 Mutas with just a couple of Phoenixes, especially if you don't have the anti-impulse crystals out of the Fleet Beacon. Showtime is now like, okay, mate, that's a few too many Mutas for me, so he's going to go ahead and drop that second Stargate. Archons are obviously a problem, but this can still get a bit scary for Showtime. We know that Showtime is incredibly good in weathering the storm and surviving, but this is just a crazy amount of freaking Mutas. And the Mutas are starting to get on top of cannons, of an overcharged battery as well, and the Phoenix count is honestly not growing as quickly as Showtime would like to see it grow.
No, now he has gotten through a few of the Mutas, though. The Phoenix continue to do well. Stalker's taking some of the attention. New battery to buy a couple of moments of time, perhaps. And this trade continues over in the main base. Now it looks as though Ratata wants to maybe get out of here a little bit. A couple of Archons coming through that will just buy a bit more time. On the counterattack, a few Zealots, but there's massive Lings. There's actually Stalkers here. In fact, everything from Showtime's pretty much just gone across the map. I don't like it, though, and he does recall. He doesn't like it either.
No, I think he was expecting to see barely any ground units, but that was a whole bunch of Lings. Wayne's macro honestly looking quite sexy in this game of 76 drones, not really floating much money, spending it all the time, every single penny he has, still finding a decent amount of Phoenixes. But obviously the biggest problem here are going to be Archons, right? Like, it's okay to not worry too much about the Archons if you're finding crazy economic damage, but so far Wayne has not found crazy economic damage. He does snipe those Disruptors, and that will maybe allow these Roaches to shine a little bit, as we have a lot of units from Wayne running towards the third base of Showtime at the bottom. But Showtime's got a beautiful Sim City there, and warps in a couple of Zealots, keeps the base safe for now, but needs to send way more units over. The supply of Showtime starting to dwindle a little bit. Showtime is having a hard time keeping up with the pace that Wayne is pushing here.
Yep, Wayne dictating the pace and Showtime having to match it, but like you say, just not matching it very well. Mutas taking a lot of aggressive fights into these Stalkers now alongside the Phoenix. I don't like that as much. The Roachling, I mean, there are Archons. If these Archons get shots on anything, it feels like they're going to be amazing. The Mutalisk count is also starting to dwindle a little bit. 15 left isn't the crazy number we have had at points of this game, so maybe a factor there. These Archons now get to show some of their value. Showtime supply still ain't super hot, but, well, Wayne slowing a little bit, starting to build more and more Roaches. He really seems to be done with Mutas. Are we happy with that, Roddy? Do we feel like we've done enough? Are we happy now to go Roaches?
Well, he did, like, how many Phoenix did he kill in this game? 9 Phoenix went down, the Oracles have fallen, a couple of Phoenix are remaining. He did force out the second Stargate, now even +1 air weapons. Right when we talk about it, though, he makes 7 more Mutas, so I'm not totally sure. I think for Wayne, it's just important to keep Showtime's supply low. And right now it's 142, which is still the amount of supply where it's kind of hard as a Protoss to always have the units in the correct spot. Wayne just needs to try to keep making this game crazy. He's got a Bailing Nest finishing up, finds another Disruptor. Honestly, I'm feeling this game from Wayne. I don't know if it's enough for the W, but so far it's so good. Now the Muta's going to show up one more time as the Phoenix are lifting Roaches. This is all really cool stuff from Wayne.
Yes, it is. Just going to come back through. The Mutas continue to put some work in. A battery going down. Loads of probes dying. And these Mutas still just kind of sitting here. The couple of Roaches doing well on the ground. And the Phoenix just trying to dodge in and out and in and out. But, man, 30 workers dead and Showtime supply is worse than it's ever been.
Yep, Stalkers do blink forward. Showtime really wants to save this base, but Wayne does what Wayne does best, and that is make an insane amount of units from Lair Tag. Finally, he will bleed out a lot of the Mutas, but his economy has gone completely untouched on the other side of the map. This many Roaches can have a field day against Archons, and this is why it was so important. He picked up a couple of these Disruptors earlier, right? With the Mutas, GG gets called, and a very surprising 1-0 lead here for Wayne. after 14 minutes of non-stop battling on dragon skills. Great macro, man, by Wayne, and just great pace that he was pushing. A really enjoyable game.
Awesome game, man. Like, I mean, he really set the pace. Pace is, I think, a super important word here because that's what it was all about. He was left, he was right. The mutas were constantly active. There wasn't a moment where the mutas, like, slowed down or they weren't doing anything. Like, they backed away for the slightest of moments, and boom, he already had an attack on the left, and then the, mutas were back on the right side too, and Wayne is able to grab the first game. I was going to say, there's been a couple times in these regional events where Wayne has had the better of Showtime, right? And it's been, oh, Wayne got the win in that big round-robin group, and it helped him out to get toward playoffs a bit. But, just with, like I said, kind of form as of late, I really would say that Wayne's dropped off a little bit lately while Showtime's pressed forward. So to be able to come in, not just catch like a, oh, Showtime wasn't prepped win, but like a, oh, Showtime got like outsped kind of game, that's a little bit crazy. And yeah, Showtime maybe wasn't preparing for mutas as long as he could have been, but he still would say he had a pretty good heads up on getting started. Like, cannons were up by the time the first attack came through and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, I just kind of shocked still as to how that went down and the fact it went down the way it did.
Yep, if Showtime obviously would have seen it the very first time when he did see the building go down, but didn't necessarily put two and two together and realize it was mutas, he could have had a slightly higher Phoenix count, and that could have made his life a whole lot easier, because up to that point, obviously the game was going very well for Showtime. But yeah, he just saw it kind of late, and then I don't think he just expected the sheer amount of mutas that we ended up with, right? He's probably like, okay, 10, 12 mutas, and then he's gonna go into Roach, Ling, Ravager, Bane. So I'll make a couple cannons, couple batteries, I have some Blink Stalkers, I have Archons if I truly need it. But the mutas just kept on battling the Phoenix, and Wayne just reset that Phoenix number over and over and over again. But by the time that Showtime finally went double Stargate and +1 air weapons, it was just a bit too late. Things were spiraling out of control, and he even lost a couple of those key disruptors, which would have really came in handy against the Roaches we saw down the line.
Yeah, the moment that we just dove in, like, they got kind of 2 disruptors in one volley, I was like, oh man, like, that's when Roaches are really going to start shining. And they really did from there on out. In the bottom right corner, a blue Zerg from Starcom, Wayne.
Sick first game. That's why we call him the Gold Baby. In the top left side of Babylon, we are looking at the main base of the man who's been putting on some impressive results on the board lately, but fights himself down surprisingly 0-1 here. This is Tebow, Berlin International Gaming's Showtime.
Really nice of Wayne, isn't it? Everyone was arguing about who the GOAT is, Rogue, Serral, maybe an odd Maru vote, but, nice of Wayne just to come in and put an end to all that discussion, take the title himself, and, much happier community from here on out.
Undisputed.
Undisputed, man.
No, that's cool. Obviously, Vanya Radata Wayne has just been a fun guy to cheer for a while, because he plays a bit of that old school Zerg, which often reminds me of Prime Elazer as well, where it's not about how strong they are defensively and how good they are in the late game or how amazing the Viper is. Nope, it's like old school Zerg magic. It's a whole lot of units, and let's see what we can get done. And he really is just very good at playing that style. I gotta give him kudos, by the way. He's not bad with the spellcasters. There was a time that it was just really not his cup of tea. And whenever there was Hive Tech, it was like, oh no, this is not gonna go back then Vanya's way. But I feel like he's made some progress with it, and is definitely a bit more comfortable. But I think we can all say that he still does his best work with Lair Tech.
Yes, he definitely is a Lair Tech man. He's almost a European Sue, right? Where Sue is so terrifying of a player. He could kill anybody. But the moment you give that man a Hive unit, like, his skill just depletes. It was like, Sue has one Viper in his army, and suddenly it's like everything falls apart. Macro, gone. Micro, out the window. Wayne has a lot of, similarities, I suppose.
No, absolutely. We have a Stargate going down for Showtime once more. Obviously, Showtime did not lose because of his opening, and some people may think, like, should he switch it up now? No, Showtime is not going to switch it up. This is something that he practices every single game. And when it comes to strategy in RTS, for Showtime, the strategy is not, oh, will I go one gate first, spend Twilight or Stargate? No. The strategy is, how does he position the Adepts? How does he position the Oracles? Do we make 4 Oracles or do we make 2? With this kind of, this is our opening, and we take it from there. That's just the way that Showtime approaches this matchup.
Which is a very fun way to approach it, right? Just set up, be almost the reactionary play in a lot of ways, and just say, you do what you want to do. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to deal some damage, get set up in the macro game, And man, honestly, the opening was so good for Showtime too. He was dealing damage all over. It felt like the Adepts weren't being dealt with properly. We were running out of Lings. I mean, there's a point where he had like 9 Lings on the map, and there was like 8 Adepts in his main base. And Wayne recovers from that and, makes, not just a game out of it, but takes the game from that point. So, yeah. It's kind of scary, though, because you kind of get reminded then at, the fact Wayne was a bit vulnerable at some points this early game. This time he's going to try and catch these Adepts early, gets us around, and he's going to get at least 1, if not 2.
It's very good for Wayne. Gets 2 out of 3
cancel the
Adepts, and the
shade.
Shade got cancelled. That means the last Adept will fall too. And sure, a couple of Links went down, but this is a trade that any Zerg will take against Mr. Showtime any day of the week. Because Showtime is terrifying when he's got a bunch of Adepts and Oracles, whether they have Glaives or not. Hey, Wayne is feeling it, and I have to admit, by the way, buddy, I didn't even really think about Spire in game 1, but it makes some sense, right? If the opening is 3 Oracles or 4 Oracles, and the follow-up is a Robo, maybe the moment where the Mutalisk can shine in this matchup. Because Blink is late, Phoenixes should be non-existent. Now, of course, Showtime is supposed to scout it earlier, and I don't think it's something that's always going to work for Zergies, but I did kind of like the call from Wayne, and this gives me the idea that he's done his homework, and he came in with a plan, and so far the plan is working out, as now the Oracles are on the other side of the map. The Adepts get surrounded. What is happening, Wardy? Showtime is falling apart here a little bit, and a lot of things are going Wayne's way.
He is doing a lot of damage, just getting on top of Adepts. Oracle's not finding any damage at all, and yeah, like you say, it's going Wayne's way. He's the one that's dominating this match. He's the one that's, leading into this start very convincingly, and if Wayne gets a first win in this series, in this group, obviously Showtime drops down. That's going to make for some fun matches down the line, and we're going to have maybe some players get into a 2-0 setup where you maybe wouldn't have expected that. I'm excited, man. I'm really excited to see how these groups work out with the new format and everything, so... upsets, kind of something I want to see kind of how crazy the groups can get, how crazy the matchups can be.
Yep, it's obviously very hard to say how much of an implication a best of 3 like this has, because every player does have 3 lives, and I am not worried for Showtime. Even if he would drop down to the lower bracket here today, or he drops down to the 0-1 group, I guess we can call it. It's not really a lower bracket. I still think he's going to be fine. I think Showtime will pretty much always make it out, but just be an amazing start for Wayne, and it will just create a couple of interesting matchups, right? Where imagine if you go 0-1 after losing to Serral, you're like, oh, no big deal. And then suddenly you go up against Showtime, you're like, okay, that's just really messed up.
Yeah, it's really going to make someone's life miserable. I'm pretty sure about that. 4 drones going down. The Showtime just got to get some necessary damage done. Because, yeah, the start wasn't pretty for him, so getting a few drones puts him in the right direction. Are you ready for this infestation pit, Roddy? Is that what we're mating about?
Yeah, I think that's what we're mating about. Like, roaches and swarmos are obviously a lot better on Babylon because of all that terrain. Look at that creep, by the way. What happened? Look at the center of the map.
It's the Adepts,
Wayne!
man.
Oh,
Yeah?
6 minutes and 20 seconds, and he's got creep tumors crawling towards the third base of Showtime. Okay, it's going to be a Hydra then. So we're not going to get a Nihilist Network. We're probably not going to get Swarm Host. It's Ultra Quick Lurkers.
Okay. I actually think I would have loved Swarmers with how the game was going. But, yeah, I guess we're going to try Lurkers instead. I mean, if you can get the Lurkers quickly enough, safely enough as well, then actually Stalkers obviously suck against Lurkers, right? The best thing a Stalker can do against a Lurker is to blink away and not look back. But that doesn't help if the Lurkers are pushing on your base and forcing a fight. So, with good creep spread and, super fast Lurkers safely, I kind of like it. I can get behind this, man. There's the Robobay, and that's going to be a major aid for Showtime. Further down the line here, he's going to need that to help him clean these Lurkers out if they do get to good numbers.
Yeah. What's really funny is that for the longest time, even top-tier pro gamers have preferred Archon, Immortal, Zealot, Stalker over Disruptors against Lurkers, and I've always thought that was crazy, right? Like, I know that Vipers are terrifying if you want to rely on Disruptors, but if there are no Vipers, and I do think there are going to be Vipers, I really prefer Disruptors any day of the week. I think there is no better unit against the Lurker than Disruptors if they are not protected by Vipers.
Queens taking a bit of damage here, by the way. Stalker's just come through and it's going to back away. And yeah, man, Lurker Den about to finish. The first Disruptor's coming up. Let's see what ends up happening. Be some
I do
fun
like
trades.
that. I like the Disruptors early from Showtime. I think that's smart, but Wayne not being stubborn, not stuck in 2018. The man will make a couple of Vipers early on. But it's obviously so difficult, right, as a Zerg to protect your Vipers, especially if that's not the unit that really is your bread and butter. Showtime will always be looking for those free pickups with those Blinky boys. As a bunch of Overlords are a bit misread. That's going to supply block Wayne, so a little bit unnecessary. There's a lot of battling going on, a lot of just kind of little trades back and forth. A few Stalkers will fall, but obviously a lot of Roaches and Lings are going to fall here as well. Interesting. 75 drones against 68 probes at the moment.
Yep, that work counts still a little bit ahead for Wayne. Lurker upgrades coming through. We'll be seeing our first Lurkers very, very shortly. A couple of Vipers to help out here as well. And how aggressive do you think Wayne needs to be with these Lurkers? Is this like a get across the map situation, or can he play some kind of a defensive game, or does that give Showtime too much room to do as he needs against the Lurker setup?
I think the start was sweet, but I want to say over the last minute and a half, not too many things have truly gone Wayne's way, so I kind of think we need to take it safe. Slow and steady, and I think we just need to max out if we are Wayne. And then we can try to get one great fight where we have a bunch of Vipers that are maxed out on energy, and then try to make the magic happen, right? Land those key up docks and move the Lurkers forward. I wouldn't go ASAP with only a couple of Lurkers and 1 or 2 Vipers, because I just don't think it's that easy to get Showtime out of a game.
No. I'm with you on that one. A couple of these Vipers, well, one of them is not very high on energy at all, but it does have a little bit of energy. Should have a blinding an abduct soon.
Whoa.
Actually lose a Viper very quickly. Now we blinding Cloud Disruptor. That one gets abducted. Lurkers do get to fight during this. Obviously the blinding Cloud pushes the Stalkers forward into these Lurkers a little bit. Oh, new Disruptors are going to be an issue. There was not a Viper left over. And these Lurkers, I mean, if there's a time to go, would be kind of now when Disruptors are somewhat on cooldown. We're going to get further forward here. First Disruptor shot right side, but there's no follow-up. And the second Disruptor gets killed. That's massive. The Lurkers live. And for the moment, we continue to go. But the Oracles actually get to activate. But there's a lot of probes going down here.
That overcharge so important, by the way, keeping all these Stalkers alive. A few more Novas show up. Showtime has lost 11 probes, lost the War Prism in the main base as well. Wayne had a lot of units stuck in the middle line in the main base to deal with that Prism. Look at his main. Now the Lurkers and Hydras are leaving town. Wayne did a lot of things right there, but it was just a bit unfortunate for him that he was fighting in that overcharge towards the end, because without the overcharge, I think a whole bunch of those Stalkers would have melted. But we are still looking at a 53 army supply lead for our Zerg that came into this series as a heavy underdog. We've got 5 Lurkers out on the map, 6 more coming. It's 11 Lurkers soon against 4 Disruptors. The only problem is, though, he lost the Vipers Wadi. Like, can we attack into 4 Disruptors with 0 Vipers?
I want to say no, but maybe if you come from enough directions and the first couple of Disruptor shots do okay, the Lings are going to run into the Disruptors. Oh my goodness, some big shots going off. That Archon can't come soon enough, but will it even get up? Nope. That's not going to be good. We just have ourselves really in trouble again from Showtime, perhaps, as Lings now controlling. All the Disruptors are dead, and now the Lurk is going to be better than ever. Showtime is going to tap out, and Wayne wins 2-0.
No Vipers, no problem. If you have Link surrounds like that, gets on top of all the Disruptors, the Stalkers were defending a different base. Well, that is a spicy upset to wrap up the European regionals here. Wayne looked good, man. Just very fun. Came in with a plan. Clearly did his homework right. Went for the Spire in game 1 against all the Oracles and the Robo. And then in game 2, Babylon decided to go for the super quick Lurkers. He played an awesome best of 3.
That was awesome, man. I actually really enjoyed it. Just fun to see him being in such control of the match. Because if there was one thing I wasn't expecting, it was him being in control. And I guess the way that he got control, right? Like, get control because you're rushing Roaches across the map early, sure, but the way this actually really worked out in the end, yeah, a little bit surprising if I'm going to be honest, Roddy. I think we all expected Showtime being looking great lately to come into this, look absolutely great, but Wayne gets the 2-0 victory, and that is just an absolutely huge start to the group for him. I mean, that is going to help him a long way, and like you say, someone who ends up 0-1 is going to have to play against a Showtime. That is not going to be very fun. That is something which is going to be, honestly, a little bit of a pain, if I have to say so myself. That's going to be rough.
Yeah, no, that's not supposed to happen in this new format that we're using. When you go 0-1 after losing your opening series, you're like, all right, now I'm going to play against someone that's within 200-300 MMR from me, right? Either I'm the favorite or I'm the underdog. Well, I think it's safe to say that anybody who goes 0-1 is going to be a heavy underdog going up against Showtime. But once more, just kudos to Wayne. The first fight with the Vipers, he actually did almost everything perfect, right? Like, he picked one Disruptor off, he abducted the other one, saved his Lurkers a couple of times, had a good split as well. Obviously, Showtime started off that big fight with 2 Novas that didn't connect with anything, right on, like, the low ground, high ground ramp kind of thingy. So a lot of things is going Wayne's way. I think it was still close, even towards the very end. But I guess Showtime losing all the disruptors would also mean that he would lose that base at 9 o'clock. And he just felt he couldn't bring it back. Surprising series, but a very fun one.
Very fun one indeed. Let's have a quick look at the schedule, which also has our results for the day so far. As we obviously had Asia a little while ago now, and we've just wrapped up Europe with Wayne taking the 2-0 over Showtime. Elazer, Harstem, Spirit and Serral also picking up victories in the European region Group A. Here on day number 1, we have about an hour and 10 minutes, everybody, just to be clear, before America starts this new format and new timing. It's obviously quite early right now for America. I actually think the wrong time's on the schedule, so I'll be getting those fixed up. I've got them a little bit earlier than they should be, so it's about an hour and 10 minutes before we can start this America's region, which will be Special versus Uko, Disc versus Future, and Trigger versus Masa. So that will be all coming up. We are looking forward to it, of course, but it will be just a little bit more downtime. Any favorites from Europe already before we head on over to a little bit of an extended break today?
I mean, I want to say Harstem versus Cass, but I actually think maybe Wayne with that performance takes the crown in the end. Because sure, Harstem was in all sorts of trouble in both Game 1 and Game 2, and the fact that he still won them was very impressive. But Wayne getting a 2-0 over this Showtime, the Showtime that we've seen over the last few months, that has looked better than he has almost ever done. It's always hard to say better than ever, because Showtime did make quarterfinals in a BlizzCon, did win a DreamHack Masters, but Showtime has been playing some of the finest StarCraft I've seen him play in a long time. So for Wayne to show up like this and get a 2-0 on the board, I think Wayne is going to take the crown when it comes to the European department.
All right, well, there we go. Wayne going to take the crown. All right, with that, guys, we will head into just a little bit of a longer break here. Like I said, it's going to be about an hour. We'll come back in about an hour and 5 minutes to do a little cheeky pre-show for Americas, and then we'll be right on into those games. So we'll be back with that very soon. More StarCraft coming up. Don't go too far. Take a chance to get some food, refresh. We've got some fun matches in a brand new Americas region coming up next.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you are all okay after that break still, and we are ready to go into one last region today. Wardy and Roddy bringing you guys the action as we're about to head into the Americas. Roddy, you still feeling okay? Still feeling alive after the break?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard, right? We had a single tiny break after Asia, then we had a much larger break, but I did my best to stay somewhat focused and keep my mind on the game. Got a couple laps in F1, had a bit of a dinner, so yeah, I'm ready to go. 3 more best of 3s, mate. What's 3 more best of 3s to you and me?
What's 3 more best of 3s? It's just like an evening of fun, if you ask me, Roddy. We are obviously about to dive into Americas. First of all, I should say thank you, of course, to our sponsors, Blizzard, Monster Energy, US Air Force, and the ESL shop. You guys can obviously check all of those out. And thank you so much for supporting the ESL Pro Tour and the ESL SC2 Masters Summer. But we do want to bring up, actually, the standings from our earlier groups, just in case you've missed it up until now. Let's have a peek at what's been going on over in the other regions. Obviously, there's not a lot happened so far in Asia, just a couple of matchups played. Oliveira and XY picking up a win early, and Tebow and SCV obviously the unfortunate losers on that. I think obviously Roddy Tebow is someone we're very excited about in the next few matches because he looked fun and good against XY, and maybe with some nerves kind of ironed out, he really has a good shot through this group.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all 4 players, of course, Oliveira, we expect to win this group. Well, at least go 3-0 and advance into the next round. XY has potential to make it out, but I think both Tebow and SCV have some potential as well, man, because SCV was in a very good spot in that first game against Oliveira, and even in the second game, maybe if he was a bit more locked in, if he would have scouted a bit better, he also just looked fine in the macro department, the strategy department. So I look forward to seeing more of both of those nerds because I think they are absolutely in the mix to potentially make it into the next round.
Yeah, very cool. That was what happened over in Asia. We obviously also have ourselves the European update as well. If we come back, we should be able to go straight into that. And that's not quite it. That's because I've got the wrong file type. Give me 1 second. We'll just do this the old-fashioned way. You guys ready for this move? Boom. The drag. Alright, over in Europe, we have Serral, Harstem, Wayne, Spirit, and Elazer, which I wouldn't think would be too surprising seeing those players on wins, Roddy, until you realize that Showtime is one of the players with a loss. Wayne taking down Showtime was absolutely the talking point of Europe.
For sure, and especially the way that he did it, right? He just looked awesome. He looked exciting. He looked like the Vanya that we were hyping up a long time ago, but obviously went through a phase where he was Relatan. Now he is Wayne. Super fun best of 3 and just very well played from his side. I also think the Harstem against Scaz series is something to talk about because sure, you may expect Harstem to win that 2-0. Harstem ended up winning it 2-0, but those games did not play out in any way that I expected them to play out.
That's very true. That Harstem Gas one was a lot of fun. Especially the fact Harstem won 2-0 after both games he had to fight his way back into the series. That was kind of ridiculous. It's actually kind of fun. The last few matches to play in Group A, the players that haven't played yet, all players I feel like against each other could go either way, so going to be fun to see how that turns out, and of course to start seeing what those 1-0 versus 1-0 matches are going to be, and even some of the 0-1 versus 0-1s as we work our way through this Swiss-style group. Now if I press this button, in theory, there it is. Nope, that's not it either. Okay, we're going to come off, we're going to go back on, we're going to try this one a second time. I know what I've done. Give me a second. I thought I was being really clever there and just skipping something, but no, I've done it wrong. I've tried to give us the Asia standings again, Roddy, so that doesn't work like that. Yeah, well, I wanted the America standings, though, so, yeah.
I mean, there aren't too many standings, but we do have matchups, right? We can talk about matchups. And I guess just the player list overall, so this graphic does have some purpose. These are the 16 players that will duke it out in the Americas region of this edition of the ESL Masters. As you guys can see, it's not just NA or Latin America. It's a little bit of everything, Waddy.
Yeah, I actually really am excited for Americas. I think it's going to be super fun because I look through the majority of these players, I'm like, well, you know, Special, Estrella, Trigger, Scholar, Champ, Elazer. I can see all of these guys fighting for like a really good top spot in this group. And then you've got the players that can challenge. Disc has had good runs when it was North America. Eric's had some good runs in Latin America. Eggs has surprised us before. And then you've got some of the old guard, like, a Masa mixed in there as well. I mean, I think across the board, this entire Americas group is going to be pretty awesome.
Yeah, Nina is always fun to watch. I actually really look forward to the likes of Dolan and Future as well, because they are both crazy American US Terran players that just do not shy away from pulling the boys. You know, like they've got some experience with bringing the really boys to the other side of the map. I think it's always fun to watch them. And we have to mention Vindicta too, man. That young man has been putting in the work. He streams a lot, participates in pretty much every single tournament that he can play in these days. And we call him Windicta for a reason. So I think, honestly, the Americas is going to be a lot of fun to follow.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Very excited for it. As yeah, we're going to be pretty much diving right on into the action here in just a few moments' time. We're all in the lobby. I think you just need to join us, Roddy, and then we can kick off into our series pretty much. Special, taking on Uko is our first matchup of the day in this Americas region. And, well, you know, we've said it before, he's the king of Latin America. He got dethroned at the very end of his reign, but I think he's still kind of, for the most part, the king of Latin America, and now he's here in this Americas region, and I'm going to say he's got a pretty darn doable match in the very first round.
Yeah, for sure. Even though Uko is fun, and now that I see Uko, I think back of that ridiculous cast with the Muslim in one of the previous seasons with DreamHack Masters, where he just can't make it sound that Uko was the coolest dude ever because he showed up late for one of his matches, but then he still ended up winning, and Ben just couldn't get enough of it. He kept on mentioning it over and over again. I was like, Ben, like, what kind of example are you setting here? You're a fan of Uko because he shows up late? Like, that's ridiculous. But it's a good thing that he didn't show up late today.
No, he's going to need every chance he can get if he wants to try and take down Special, who's been looking pretty solid, right? I mean, maybe he hasn't been tip-top Special shape, especially after losing in LATAM. I'd say online he's not looked as good as I sometimes expect Special to. A bit shaky than usual, but when he goes into a match like this, and when it comes to the, you know, ESL Masters Regionals, I absolutely expect the best possible Special to be on display. So keeping that in mind, I think he's going to bring us in with a bit of a bang today. As we kick this off and we get this started, we're going to begin down to the bottom right-hand side with our blue Zerg, part of Apprentice Esports. It's Uko.
The Muslims' favorite American Zergy. And in the top left side, we are looking at the main base of the king of Latin America, but he did indeed get dethroned in that final season when we were region locked. But from here on out, he has to duke it out with the big Americans and Canadians as well. This is our very own Juanito, Sidestorm Gaming's is Special.
Now, I was thinking about what Special might do in this series during the break, and I was like, man, you know, he's a favorite. Like, is he just going to do something very, like, confident and all of this? I was like, you know, he might play a bit of mech as well. Mech is not terrible in this matchup right now. There's a lot of good ways to play it. Battle mech is back on the menu. And I was like, well, I don't really know what to expect. But I was like, well, is he going to be allowed to kind of play his style? Because Uko, you know, sometimes plays a bit weird as well. So maybe Special is best off just playing kind of standard and then kind of being the reactionary player. And that might be very true here, because that's an early gas pool out of Uko, and he's going to start mining that gas up for very early either Link speed or some very early roaches.
Could very well be roaches here on Babylon. Babylon, obviously a very difficult map for Zerg to play straight up macro. If I was Special, I would literally always just play like maybe a 2-1-1 when it comes to like Marine Tank, or you can just play Triple CC, Heli, and Cloak Banshee, right? But then it is important that you get that early scout off. Obviously, Special will know the timings of links, and the moment he sees these first few links come out, we even have an SCV scout, by the way, so he's going to get a very early heads up that Uko has gone for pull before hatchery. Because obviously, he will see the amount of HP on the hatchery, and these nerds, Wardy, they know everything. They see something's missing. It always reminds me of Teja when he got cheese once, and they're like, how did you know? And he's like, he had 12 SCVs in the main instead of 13. I was like, what? that doesn't even sound real. It's like there was an SCV missing. I was like, that's crazy. So obviously something as obvious as hatchery not having enough HP. Special will immediately know.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see our Reaper SCV going to go a little bit of a chase around for a few moments here, and just going to have a single link pushed back. There is a couple of links that made their way around the left. It's just that fast link speed, and we are not going to go into more links. So unfortunately, whatever Uko kind of thought he was going to do, or whatever he maybe expected Special to do and he wanted to get ahead of, it's not going to really work out for him. If he's just drawn enough of this is just gas mined earlier than it needed to be. It's less eco-focused than it could have been. I get the pool first, but obviously pool and gas before the hatch really is quite an investment, and that means that Uko will perhaps be trailing behind a little bit if he really doesn't find anything off of those lings. Even a couple, I struggle to believe is going to be enough to do anything.
Could be one big mind game as well, right? Where he's like, okay, I'm the underdog, I'm gonna do something crazy, and my opening will suggest that I am doing something crazy. And then if you're Special, you might be a bit overly concerned of something that is not actually happening. And in that way, Uko can still eke out a little advantage, but Yeah, it's a bit unlikely because the best case scenario is that you are gonna force out some Hellions that are always going to be built regardless, right? And yeah, okay, Special is respecting this. He sees a couple of Lings running to the other side of the map and he has temporarily evacuated the low ground. Hey, Wadi, so far this could very well be 200 IQ Big Brain Gaming.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he did make a few extra Lings, right? So he still made a few extra perhaps than he usually would. I mean, it's a minor. I think the biggest thing is he pulled the Mule from the low grounds. The Mule loses quite a lot of its lifespan that would usually be mining now is just running around. So, yeah, you know, works out, I guess. You force the units back. You maybe don't get too much direct damage, but indirect damage definitely caused.
And also, Special's build order may just be a bit like thrown off at this point, right? Where it's more likely he's going to make mistakes like being supply blocked, as he was supply blocked there for a split second. So we'll see where Akko is going to take this. So far, we are a little bit lost. Maybe he's lost as well. Juanito might be a tiny bit lost too. But I also think that Special is still full of confidence, knowing that, you know, this is TVZ on Babylon, and you give that man 20 Marines with Stim and 2 Medevacs, and he is going to feel very confident on this map. And against pretty much every single Zerg in this region other than Scarlet.
Oh, I think I just lost you. Ready? Hello?
Oh.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello. I just heard Scarlet, and then you cut out. Felt like it was mid-sentence.
Other than Scarlet. No, I think that was correct.
Oh.
I was done.
I don't know why. It just sounded like you were so mid-sentence to me. I was just like, no, never mind. It's me not listening to you properly, I guess. I just didn't want you to stop talking, mate, as we do have our Liberator showing up with 3 drones and a few Hellions are just poking around and just trying to see what they can do. The couple of Queens coming across, pushing that Reaper back, and 14 new Lings being made. Just forcing units out is nice. Getting a few drones as well, obviously just slows down that Zerg economy. Liberator sieges up, just gets a lava, re-sieges, maybe another lava or a drone that pops out. The Hellions can get that, actually. Obviously just not mining off the 3rd base already, it's a pretty big deal. As we do have this Lib. Still pretty healthy, too, so still has a good amount of life left in it.
Yep, feels the Special's just trying to get into his comfort zone, moving these units around in a beautiful manner. Obviously doing a good job in containing the creep so far. For Akko, it's all just... No, it's a little bit confusing, right? It's like, where are we going? Because this lair is kind of late. And now normally when you see a late lair, you're like, okay, that's because there are 2 Evo chambers and we have a bunch of upgrades, but we don't. Liberator sieges up in the main base, grabs a couple of drones immediately. A Queen is going to fall as well, and that Queen has a lot of energy. Second Queen takes a serious beating, but it will live. I'm a little bit confused, Wardy.
I'm absolutely with you, man. I feel like the build just doesn't quite line up, and I wonder if it is just what he opened up with, and then he's just kind of a little bit off from the norm, and it's just having a bigger impact than we ever wish. And right now, Special's looking amazing, man. Running forward here, these Queens look like they're not going to have a good time. And we're going to have Ukko. He's got a lot of Lings, but you've got to be careful fighting this with Lings because the Hellions are there. The Hellions actually didn't get their first round of shots off. I feel like if they got a bit of a shot off as the Lings ran in, that would have helped a lot. But in the end, it is enough for Ukko to push Special back. But still obviously not a super pretty start, I would say.
No, that wasn't great, but at least a couple of these Queens that took a lot of damage still lived. Well, one of them used to live, gets picked up immediately. Second one does get healed up. Link numbers are dwindling though. Special feels a little bit more confident he can take this fight, but Queen's having enough DPS there to support the Links. Turn it into a somewhat acceptable fight for Akko, who still has 7 Queens out and about on the map. 65 drones in total. We now have the double Evo chamber up and rolling as well. Like, it's a bit odd, but I guess we got ourselves in a pretty decent spot after getting a nice little wraparound on the Hellions and Marines the first time around.
Yeah, these Lings have been pretty heroic. I'd say they did way better than I initially expected them to, and yeah, making something of it. Obviously grabbing one of the Medevacs with the Queens helps also. Gonna come down the right side here. A little bit of Widowmine support now. Baneling speed still not done. Fortunately, 1-1 isn't done for the Terran, otherwise this might be a really tough fight to take at all. Queen's going to give themselves up to the Widow Mines, which obviously don't kill the Queen straight away. Then you use both the Queens to absorb there for a little bit and transfuse each other up. Marines just lift up and leave. And Special still just probably quite happy, just harassing around, putting some damage in here and there. He's about to have his 1-1. And I do think there's a pretty hefty window now where you can trade with 1-1 against 0-0. Gonna have to make sure the Baneling count is good, because if there's not enough Banes and they get target fired down ahead of a fight, you're gonna be asking for trouble against someone like Special with an upgrade lead.
Yep, Widow Mines is still being sprinkled over the map as well. I don't see an Overseer there. That's very annoying. Okay, there is an Overseer, but unfortunately the Overseer is heading in the wrong direction. Special's gonna push that creep back even further. Right, Akko just use banelings to blow up the rocks or something? What
Yeah,
just happened there?
I didn't quite catch it, mate. I heard the banelings blowing up, and that was pretty much all. So I don't know what they went off on, but yeah, just a few banes going down, I guess, and yeah, I'm not really sure, honestly.
And there were no rocks there. The rocks were on the left, so confused. It seems like an accidental manual detonation, but I'll take another look at that as soon as this game is over. For now, Akko still hanging in there with the 83 drones. That obviously looks promising as he's trying to get this base up and running as well. Gets us around, gets a nice baneling connection too. I mean, even though we got here in a strange way, I kind of feel some of the moves that Akko is pulling off at this point. Special has to run up a sensor tower, and he is obviously looking good on the upgrades. The timing on the armory was perfect. Makes the Widow Mines permanently cloaked and obviously allows him to get into 2-2. Akko can get one more baneling connection like we just saw, Wardy. I might actually become a believer here.
Yeah, I'm down with it, man. I kind of agree. Marine's loading up into the medevacs and just getting away. I mean, Special supply is really hot on his tail, and that's my biggest concern, that Special has, you know, such good supply compared to the Zerg, and the upgrades are in his favor too, so he really does have a very scary time. And again, when 2-2 finishes, it's 2-2 versus 1-1 for a while with that amount of army supply lead. Special, in theory, should be able to do some very good things. He's back in the main base, dropping again, but yeah, I mean, Akko runs in, yeah, gets a decent cleanup. So far, still maintaining the position he's been in, at least, if nothing else.
Yeah, the problem is there's so little creep to work with on the edges of these bases, right? So a lot of the fights are going to take place off creep. Good job with the link spread there, to be honest. That could have been a whole lot worse. Manages to clean up all the Widow Mines, but there is a Marine drop in the natural that is finding a little bit of damage. And what I was chuckling about, by the way, what is that Special is just dropping a 4th CC on location against not roaches or something, you know, not a turtles.
Yeah.
No, there's a crazy amount of Lings and Banes running around with 1-1 upgrades, but Special apparently now drops command centers on location.
I mean, that's just the confidence in your position and the fact that you're kind of controlling the game, right? He clearly believes he's got Akko on the ropes and on the run a little bit, to the point where he's not got the focus or the ability to split off units to, you know, punish something like that, which he's not wrong. You know, that CC is, well, finished. He's building another one right next to it. The Special's just in full steam ahead macro mode. Although, again, you know, Okko's about to hit 2-2, going to be teching up in the form of the Infestation Pit, and hence a hive very shortly as well, so Special can't just get too kind of laid back in this game.
A little bit of friendly fire on some of these Widow Mine hits. There was one mine there underneath all the Marines that got a big shot off. The final mine gets another juicy shot off as well. So Akko is going to be forced to rebuild a lot of these Lings. How are we looking in the larva department? A decent amount, but nothing crazy. So it's actually going to be a bit harder and harder to max out, especially if we keep on losing queens. So Special has really kicked it into overdrive at this point. He is dropping left, right, and center, getting on top of multiple mineral lines. There is a Spore Crawler there that can get the kill. One Hydra helping out as well. So that's a nice little pickoff, but Akko needs to get something happening on the other side of the map, right? Like just defending if you are not necessarily ultra close to like Ultras or Vipers or Lurkers and the turn has no answer. It feels that with the unit composition that Akko is currently working with, just defending is not going to be good enough.
No, it really doesn't. We have now a scary drop, by the way. It's right next to the Baneling Nest, the Hive. I mean, take your pick of what you want to kill. I think Baneling Nest is a fantastic target here, and he does go for it. Grabs that, might lose a full medevac. No, not quite, but as he gets out and the Baneling Nest is gone, I mean, it just limits what you can do on the follow-ups here. Now every Baneling that dies feels like such a resource used. They crash into Marauders there, and again as the Marines are the ones pulling back. And there is a grand total of 13 Banes on the map. It's just not a lot, right? And, you know, given a bit of time, there's not going to be any left unless he gets the Baneling Nest restarted now, and he still hasn't rebuilt it.
Yep, I think the biggest problem is just that Akko has not been able to kill a single SCV, despite the fact that he has so many quick mobile units throughout the first 13 minutes of this game. We have Lings, we have Banelings, but he has not been able to kill a single SCV. Meanwhile, Special is finding drone damage left, right, and center. A couple of Banelings do keep on finding good connections. It really isn't for a lack of sweet Baneling connections, as that was a nice split though by Special, but still a decent amount of splash damage on some of these Marines. It's just that Akko is not able to keep on playing this game since he is getting economic damage dealt to himself, but he's not finding any eco damage.
Widow Mines having a bit of a game to play right now. The Lings trying to stay split up, and honestly a decent-ish job of it. Supplies are still even, but even's just not good enough. Especially as Special's about hit +3 attacks. He's going to start trading even better once again. So those upgrades back into the Terran's favor. Grabs a queen here. Getting creep spread is a limiting factor as well. You can only take a couple of fights on creep because there's only that much creep on the map. This wouldn't mind down before it fires.
Actually, it is a sick performance by Akko. We can't forget about the fact that this is Babylon, and this is the map where Terrans already are a bit favored over Zerg. Then we are looking at the main base, or like we're looking at the man who wins Latin America over and over again. Recently got a 2-0 victory over Reiner, right, in the Game is Without Borders tournament. And Akko is kind of holding his own. We're even going to get a couple of Infestors out, and that obviously is very promising. Now, I don't think Akko is winning this game by any stretch of the imagination, as that Widow Mine had so much potential, it doesn't fire. But just the fact that we're here, Waddy, 14 minutes in, Akko is battling, Akko is trading. It's not a bad showing by the American Zerg.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I was convinced that this one was kind of done. There was a moment where Special, I think he said, kicked it into overdrive. I was like, yeah, Akko's about to roll over and die, right? Another Baneling gets to crash into some Marines here. But yeah, Akko has kept on living, he's kept on surviving, he's going to fight for every battle he can, and maybe that Special is maxed out right now and that Akko is the one trailing, but I mean, if he's going to go down, it's with a massive fight. And you see the Marines again just going to fight. I mean, there's just so many Lings without Bane supporting them, right? This is a moment where you still haven't rebuilt the Baneling nest, by the way. I can't help but feel that is a massive mistake. There's no world you don't want some amount of Banelings. Yes, the Fungals are pretty good, but again, add a couple Banelings in, it would have been even better.
Maybe the Lings can get these final hits off. It doesn't seem that the answer is yes, as we are forced to tap out before DreamHack lands, before a +3 kicks in as well for these Zerglings. But a 15-minute game on Babylon between probably one of the lesser-known players in this entire region going up against one of the top-tier favorites. We know he can win Latin America, but without a doubt, Special is one of the favorites for the entire Americas region now as well. Akko looked good. He looked competitive, and we cannot forget once more that A, he had a weird start, but it wasn't like the most economic opening ever. And B, that's freaking Babylon, buddy. Like, it's very hard to even just survive that long against a man like Special on Babylon. I think Akko had his moments there. And that's basically what we were talking about earlier today, where if you have someone like Spatz play against Serral or ForJumi against Spirit, not so much about winning the series, but it's about feeling that you belong, right? And you get a couple of little victories on the board and you make the other guy work for it. I think Akko has absolutely succeeded in that already.
Oh, no, absolutely, 100% with you. As, I was just going to say, man, you know what it is? If Benjamin Baker is the man that likes a Zerg play, I should really get behind him, because he found that Dark guy as well, you know? And he's a fan of Akko. Well, you know, Demu's Zerg picks, they always turn out to be something special, don't they?
Yeah, Ben hit us with the hot take somewhere in 2020, guys, after Dark had won a couple GSLs and was a world champion. Ben hit us with the, you know who's really impressed me lately? Dark, man. Dark's been looking good. It's like, really, Ben? Now. Yeah, that's one that we're not going to let slide for all the right reasons.
If Akko's hitting that same sort of level, then, like I say, I'm all down for it. We're diving straight into game number 2. Grezvan is going to be the battlefield here, Roddy. We've got to like this a little bit better for the Zerg. You know, this is a little bit less of a continuous pushing map. You can do it as the Terran, don't get me wrong. There's good positions to take, but in general, if you can get the creep in the right places, it should be more manageable, especially compared to like Babylon.
For sure, but I gotta say that if I was a Zerg and I'd be playing ZVT, I would never start a best of 3 off with Babylon into Grezvan, because I actually feel that Grezvan maybe is a lot better for Zerg than Babylon is, but it's pretty alright for Terran, especially in the late game. Something, Oliveira, Katowice, you know where I'm going. But it doesn't matter. Maybe this man loves something about this map, and we're about to find out what it is. In the bottom right side, we're looking at the main base of our American Zerg, representing Apprentice Esports. Looked all right in game 1. This is Akko.
Taking on our Red Terran player from Sidestorm Gaming, formerly of the Latin America region. Now here in the Americas, it's Special. I just want to reinforce, I love this change for Americas. I really feel like this is going to make this, the whole, you know, we used to do like a week of LATAM and then a week of NA or something in groups. I just feel like these first 2 weeks with America groups are now just going to be so much more fun than it used to be, especially after like 9 seasons or whatever it was of watching Special win and, you know, the same top players in America duke it out. I'm super ready for this. I feel like this is going to be a really awesome couple of weeks.
Yeah, and it's just cool to see a guy like X duke it out with some of the American players as well,
Yeah.
right? Because in the Latin America region, it felt that he was kind of cuffed, whereas like, okay, he beats a couple of guys that we expect him to beat, but then he is not quite able to take down the 2 top dogs or the 3 top dogs in that region. Now we can see what he's made of against some of these American Terrans and Protoses, and I just find it exciting. Seeing new matchups is always cool.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's the main thing, right? Like, a lot of these regions felt like they were on repeat a little bit, right, in the past. And now, there's actually, like, so much, a breath of fresh air. The format's different. We're going to see players playing against each other that have not played in these regionals. And, I mean, we had some matches earlier today already in Europe and so on, where players have never played against each other in their history of playing. So, just the sort of, matches, which it's just fun to see, man. I like it. I'm a fan.
Sure. You think we're going to see some battle mech here coming out of Juanito? Because we know, A, that he
Yeah.
loves the speed banshees and the cyclones. And on top of that, I feel like on this map, he likes it more than on any other map.
I feel like at this point, if you think if Terran players don't build 2 barracks on the low ground on Gresvan to build some Reapers, I'm absolutely just convinced it's going to be mech instead, because it seems to just always be one of those 2 things on Gresvan. Everyone seems to be all about the Reapers or all about some form of battle mech. There's obviously a lot of different ways you can do it, and there's already a second gas before 3rd CC, which is a pretty good indicator of something tech-heavy to start us out, so you might be onto something, Roddy.
Can also have a couple of BCs, right? Could be a battle cruiser opening.
absolutely.
That'd be kind of cool.
Just any kind of mech opening, right? And that's actually one of the cool things about mech right now in this matchup is that there is variety again. Like, usually when mech comes around, there's like one gimmick that allows mech to be viable. It's like, oh, the double 4-drop, or oh, the BC opener, or oh, the Blue Flame Hellion 2 factory opener. But now there's like, all of these are somewhat viable to then go into mech with, and there's the Banshees as well to add on to that. Nice little Link Scout up into the main, sees no reactor on the factory. But yeah, basically, kind of fun to see mech being such a variety, an opening which has so much variety to it.
Sure. Akko is just macroing on the other side of the map. He's not doing anything out of the ordinary. It just seems to all be about getting as many drones as possible. Especially a while ago, actually experimented with that 6 Marine 1 Widowmine opening, right? Very early medevac. I think some people called it a TY build from back in the days. Now we have gone into Hellions. We are dropping a Fusion Core too. But what are we going to do with the Widowmine then? Excuse me, with the medevac. Are we still going to pick up these Marines in that 1 mine and just poke a little bit and allow us in that way to buy ourselves some time for the first BC to come out?
I guess so. That would be my best guess of what's about to happen here. Is actually going to see that this Overlord's right here, so just going to stop off and get the kill on this quickly, as it will take a few moments. Don't get out of range. Ugh, so annoying. And we got there.
Now.
Nice.
Akko is actually supply block. That's funny because it took a long time to kill that Overlord. But he's still like, oh no, you got it? It's like, yeah, he got it in the end. Couple of Hellions and a medevac with 6 Marines and a Widowmine are making their way to the bottom right side of the map. And obviously we are waiting for that first battle cruiser to be queued up. But that battle cruiser is not being queued up yet because I guess they are very expensive. Especially this one skill, not Overlord.
Yep, just gonna grab an OV, and now the first BC is on the way out. So just getting that started when the money was available. Hellions from the other side, actually 5 Hellions. Potential to just hit the natural here. That handful of Lings just causing them to stop and fight for a few moments. Buys you so much time, but is it enough? There's still not a lot of Lings here. There's only 3. The Queens get back over. Now the Marine drops back on the left side. There's gonna be damage at some point, I'm convinced of it.
Yeah, well, there is already some damage, indirect damage with drone going down there, a little bit of lost mining time. That Widowmine is going to fire at a Queen. I was actually very worried for Akko because he was running completely out of links, and I was like, man, if those Marines unload in the main base, they may not have stim, they may not have combat shield, but 6 Marines can still be a problem. But apparently he had great target fire on the medevac, because that medevac took a serious beating, and Special was forced to pick up these Marines again, go for the low ground. Not as bad for Akko as it could have been, but it also kept him busy, and we haven't had any scouting on the other side of the map for quite some time now.
Yeah, I think you're right there. If nothing else, like you say, he's not really been able to keep up as he should be able to. We do knock this medevac down. Widowmine will grab a Queen kill, though, which is nice at least. Impressive that he maybe didn't die to the Hellions and the Marines, but now the BC shows up, and we teleport straight into 3 Queens, which is a start. A 4th Queen pops out. At least there's some damage going on to the BC, but unfortunately the Hellions have just gotten rid of all the Lings, and this time there's no follow-up, and all the drones on the natural. This feels like a disaster waiting to happen. Everything's lined up. Oh, no! What? Oh my god, come on.
We're not there yet. Oh, the shot of the century. Oh, one more time. No, I mean, they are good, obviously. They are very good. 11 drones go down. Special not done yet. It's 14 in the end. But a much bigger problem is that all the queens that were defending that triangle base have fallen to that BC. The Hellions could have easily just helped out that BC, by the way. But Special's like, nah, don't need it. Let's go ahead and get some drones. And Special even drops a mule in the center of the map to repair that BC. Seems that Juanito is in a rush, and he could very well just end it right the moment that the second battle cruiser jumps to the other side of the map. Because how are you going to deal with 2 battle cruisers if you've lost 6 queens in a 7-minute game?
Yeah, he still has 7 queens, and some of the main have some energy. The others are on the low ground with a little bit of energy. They should each have 1 transfusion, but the problem with BCs is when you double them up, it's actually like so much extra damage output that then queens really do just begin to melt, and well, this BC just goes and teleports straight on top of these queens. They run back towards the spore, knowing what's good for you here is not a bad thing as another queen pops out. And you're going to need absolutely everything possible to help you defend this. As 2 BCs, like I say, they really do pack a punch, and they're not afraid to get forward if they need to. And with the Hellions as well, maybe just too much damage about to happen.
Yeah, Sporkrunner gets a couple of shots up. That's obviously very nice. And 2 queens do fall, but all the other queens have made it into the low ground. So far, maybe we can still hang in there a little bit longer. That 1 BC that used tactical jump to the other side of the map is taking a serious amount of damage. But it's obviously not going to fall against a single queen chasing it down. I mean, we weathered the storm, right, on Team Mako. Kind of live to fight another day. Does it look good? No, this game looks a whole lot worse than the game on Babylon did. But he is not completely falling apart yet. He's going to try to hang in there. Do we have units, though, to deal with this many Hellions and the Cyclones? And even the BCs could still help out if they want to. It's not... It just seems that the Hellions are the biggest problem at this point, mate.
I mean, the problem is he's still playing Ling Bane, right? There's no roaches. The roach run's only just on its way. He went into melee upgrades, Baneling speed. None of this just helps, and now the Blue Flame finishes as well, so the Lings are going to take even more of a beating. I think it's just too much damage taken early. You know, while none of it was immediate damage until the 14 drones or so went down, it was a lot of running around and not preparing properly. And now the triple BC teleports in. Yamatos begin to drop, and Uko doesn't even let us see them fire. Special completes the 2-0 and gets off to the start we kind of expected from Special when this match got set up for us.
Yeah, in the second game, Juanito clearly looked very convincing. He's so good in moving these Hellions around that he will always find some damage, even from a tiny opening with like 6 Marines and a Widowmine. You cause some chaos, and that kind of is the alley-oop for the Slam Dunk, and that is the BC that then jumps to the other side of the map. We almost had Hellion shots for the ages, by the way, on 50 drones being stacked up on a couple of mineral patches. That did not quite happen. I think the second game is maybe one to just kind of forget about, unless you're a very big Special fan or you Special and you enjoyed it. But the first game, Akko still made a good impression on me, and he kind of just gave us a lot of reason for us to be very excited over his first round in the lower bracket, or at least in the second round for him. So he will go up against a fellow competitor that's 0-1. I think Akko is a dangerous guy to go up against for a lot of people that are going to drop their first series.
You know, based on what we saw in that first game especially, I can't help but agree, right? He was fun, right? He stuck in it, and even off of not a great opening, he really made a game out of it, I think, most notably. So, yeah, I was very impressed by him in Game 1. Game 2 just didn't go his way. I was actually impressed that he didn't... I really felt like when the Marine drop was there and the Hellions were poking around, it felt like he was on the verge of taking so much damage, and he didn't. I was like, okay, he stayed alive, but of course, kind of at what cost, right? Like, it's just a little bit rough sometimes when you're kind of running around against a Terran like that. As I believe we got some updated standings here. Let's take a peek at this. And, nope, not standings. That's not what I wanted. I wanted the schedule just to show you guys, of course, where we're at in the day. With 2 best-of-3s left, Roddy. We got a couple PVTs to round things out. Disc versus Future and Trigger versus Masa coming up. Ready for some Protoss versus Terran times?
Absolutely, mate. I am always getting excited when I know that Future is capable of pulling the boys in a matchup where it makes sense. Disc against Future is just a fun one, because a long time ago, Future was definitely the favorite over Disc, and they've both been around for a while, but I think over the last few years, that obviously has flipped the other way. Now Disc is the favorite, but Future is still a scary guy to go up against. Even when people look at you like, oh, you're the better player now, you play at a higher level, you compete more often. Fisher is dangerous, Waddy. He has that killer instinct. I think that's going to be a fun best of 3.
I think so too. Well, we won't make you wait too long. Quick break for us, and we'll come right back. Up next, Future, Disc, more action from the America Regionals. We'll see you in a few.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back once again. A couple matches left for us here tonight as we work our way through the ESL SC2 Masters Regionals. Day number 1 of our Swiss group stage. We're here in the Americas region now, our third region of the day. Couple matches remaining, Roddy. And obviously up next we do have ourselves this Future versus Disc match, which, you know, Disc to me is kind of like, I think what you said before, like what Future was once upon a time, where Disc is now like the competing player on the rise in the Americas region. Can make a good run. We're hoping for a good run. Future kind of used to be that 2 or 3 years ago, thereabouts, and just didn't quite continue with that progression or that trajectory like we maybe expected him to.
No, exactly. I think there was a time when you had Neeb and Scarlet, and then you had Australia and Future, right? Those were the two youngsters on the block. Those were the two up-and-comers, and they both had their runs. Obviously, Australia kept on rising through those ranks, and Future at one point just kind of lost the motivation, stopped playing for a little while, just didn't really enjoy himself all that much anymore. And StarCraft 2 is a brutal game. If you don't play a lot, if you don't practice a lot, it's obviously going to be hard to get a couple of those great results on the board, but he has still hovered around, and from time to time, he kind of suddenly makes a big comeback, and he kind of just has fun, right? He's not taking it overly serious. He clearly has a lot of other things going in his life, but sometimes those guys that are playing for fun, part-time, those are the most dangerous players. And if there is one matchup where I think Future has always been dangerous, it's definitely TVP.
Yeah, he's just very deadly with those builds, right? Some of those early timings, getting aggressive and getting up in your face and just, you know, hey, 2 base, 5 racks, up, you know, go, go, go. The kind of builds where you just don't have to take the extra base and everything is absolutely where he excels. And, you know, that's, you know, this is a matchup where you can do that like absolutely no other. So we'll see what he's got in store from us. He's rocking an Alpha X tag. He is in the top left corner, our red Terran player, Future, and he's sending SCVs on the map.
Yep. Some of the boys are leaving town, but not all of them. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of our Canadian grinder. He's got a magnificent beard. He streams every day. He competes in every single weekly, representing Apprentice Esports. The favorite here, this is Disc.
Well, there's our SCV on the map, going to build up a single barracks, Roddy, just kind of halfway over. This looks like just a very far forward Reaper. Obviously not in a position to build a tech lab or anything fancy like that, and it's just a single barracks as well. So just wants to get that Reaper into Disc space and causing trouble ASAP pretty much.
Weird place to build a barracks, but apparently it is working out. Maybe he's done his homework and he just knows how Disc is scouting, because look at that. Somehow the probe checks the natural, checks the third, and then by the way that it travels to the other side of the map, it goes up that little ramp, and it doesn't go past the ramp where I would normally send my probe through the center, and that would have revealed the barracks. So I don't know if Future has really done his homework, or if this is like a little bit of luck and skill combined, but so far I guess it is working out in a beautiful manner. I looked at that spot and I was like, that seems like a silly spot, but hey, sometimes the best place to hide is in plain daylight, I guess.
Yeah. No, absolutely, and that this time it's going to work out. Obviously, the probe doesn't see the barracks in the main, but now you're not quite sure, hey, is it like a proper proxy? Is it like down on the third location? You're just going to fly it back up. So you don't actually know about that just yet until, you know, you really see the Reaper timing showing up. Maybe by this SCV showing up, the timing of that will tell you a little bit too. Either way, just got to try and figure this out, and obviously he has to take the proper precautions, get a battery down on the low ground. Typically, if there is going to end up being a bunker, that becomes a necessity. This probe chased the SCV a bit too long, and it's going to be given up pretty much straight away. So one probe immediately, and now we dance with the Zealot.
Yeah, there should be potential for another probe. Obviously, we don't want to lose the Reaper on Team Future. Gets enough shots off to get a second probe kill, so far so good. Did lose an SCV on the other side of the map. That's a little bit painful. You're not supposed to lose SCVs against the probe. Second time we saw that today, Waddy. This one maybe less impactful than the one that was killing a CC that was being built, but this is still a feel-good moment for Disc, and is a kind of shake it off and forget about the real quick moment for Future.
Yeah, absolutely. As our probe just going to come back around and come try and make it back home without the Reaper's catching it. Reaper's currently hiding behind the natural, which, if Disc doesn't know, by the way, and he rallies a probe out there, then that's a really quick probe you can pick off. The Adept, you can see, is positioning to defend where the Reapers might run in from, and there's the probe that the Reapers are going to grab. So love that little move, love that little bit of positioning, and we will get one more probe as well. Fantastic play with the Reapers out of Future so far. Love it.
Yeah, that's sweet Reaper movement. And obviously we're not done yet because the Hellion is about to sync up with the Reapers. The Depth is a little bit out of position. No shield battery yet. Where is Future gonna go? Future wants to go into the main base. We still have that Zealot, but Zealots without charge, it is so freaking painful to look at. And this Hellion can actually get a couple of very sweet shots off, which is gonna make it so much easier for these Reapers to get the final hits off. Unfortunately for Future, the Reapers do get surrounded. A little bit of lost mining time and 2 additional workers fall. That was good, but it honestly could have been better.
Yeah, it could have been so much more, but, well, good defense from Disc, because it's going to save that. The depth chase is too far. It's going to go to the Widow Mine. It goes down anyway, so just chaos early on. Units, workers, you name it, and it's dropping on this map. Razvan has not been a friendly, safe place to be a Protoss unit or Terran unit on so far.
Yeah, and Chaos, I feel like, is going to favor Future as he has the hot pickup with the medevac. Now, that Stalker is out of position, but this is not the kind of game that I feel Disc wants to play with Future, right? Because Future thrives in Chaos. He's always been a quick player, and Disc should get the advantage in the slow and steady macro games and just kind of sit at home and deflect. Don't get carried away in the slugfest that your opponent is trying to make it, as the 2 Widow Mines get dropped. Probe with the kill, but in the end, that 1 Widow Mine will still get the double kill. I guess sweet Widow Mine defense, because you don't often see probes killing a Widow Mine. Still, I'm kind of feeling this start for Future. He's only down 3 workers. Disc does not have a 3rd Nexus on location yet. Honestly, pretty good start for our American Terran.
Oh, fantastic start, man. He's been busy. He's been getting kills. This Widow Mine wasn't recharged, so dropped a bit too soon. A little bit over-eager here, perhaps. But, yeah, I love everything about it. And, you know, as Disc gets some Stalkers up, Blink about to be done. Oh, no. Oh, just splits away to make it only 2. But yeah, I mean, as Blink's about to be done, these Stalkers have all been held back, defending and everything, and, well, Future just builds up. Tanks at home, Marines pouring out, extra barracks are finishing, tech labs being taken for our upgrades. He just has everything well underway, and see an immediate robo-bay actually out of Disc.
Yeah, Disc is a big fan of just playing Stalker Colossus, but it might actually be a moment where you should go for a Disruptor, right, instead of Colossus, because this really hasn't been a clean early game at all for our Canadian Protoss, who sometimes reminds me a little bit of a North American Showtime. He's obviously not quite at that level, as good as he is, though. He recently got a victory over Skillers as well in the weekly, I believe, so clearly Disc can take down some of the bigger names in Europe. Will he find that medevac? No, he missed it by like 0.2 seconds. He could think about blinking into the main base, but this is just overall not a start I would ever want to have against a guy like Future. Because Future is not a spirit, right? That's like, oh, good start. Now I'm going to go triple CC and a bunch of sensor towers and I'll do nothing. No, Future is going to follow up aggression with more aggression. He's going to be in your face. And if you've taken a lot of economic damage early, you just have very few units.
Yep, and that's absolutely the case right here as our bio units press forward. Raven was about to drop down an auto turret there, decided not to, and don't mind him saving the energy. Didn't necessarily need it. Might have got 1 Stalker. That's going to be a kill on the reactor, right? So, nice little grab and slowing down a big important structure. I mean, a reactor goes a long way.
Yes, I gotta say, I think Future had a lot of time to save that reactor, right? It was pretty obvious that that was a target for Disc. Disc ran in and out of range like 4 times to get that final volley off. And in the end, that was good enough. But it almost seems that Future was somewhat unbothered. He's like, I'll just do the swapperoo. And I care more about my medevac production than I care about Widow Mine production, I guess. And that is what he's going to get out of the factory. And I guess that's fair, because his Widow Mines are very important against Zealots. They're not that important against the Colossus that is currently being produced on the other side of the map. 1 is out, 2nd one is on the way. We do see a 3rd CC going down, but I still expect a lot of aggression coming out of Future in the next 2 minutes of this game.
Yep, with his upgrades complete, he's going to start moving across the map. And again, we said, you know, Future loves those timings. He loves to be aggressive enough. Damage like this, he absolutely has the opportunity to do damage as well. So, you know, he's going to hold his foot on the gas pedal and just go, go, go. Stalker's being chased back. Raven being kept safely back as well. We did already kill an Observer, which is a nice catch. We punished the Stalkers trying to get the medevacs by, well, stimming forward a few units. So that's a nice little play too. Getting a little bit extra. Stalker count decreasing, and now we come across the map. Future's about to arrive. 2 Colossi as... Oh, we're going to lose the Raven, though. That's a massive pickoff.
Yep, there was a High Templar, by the way, hiding, avoiding the scan radius as well. So that was kind of cool. So we could have had a feedback regardless. But yeah, that is a very big pickup for this. Because I was about to say, this is the age-old battle of the Interference Matrix versus the Colossus, where the rest of the Protoss army is just not that good. And you just need to survive until the Raven is out of energy. I guess we don't need to worry about Raven energy if we just kill it with Stalkers. Now, Future still has a pretty feisty army. We're looking at a couple of tanks. 40 Marauders tanks not sieged up. Still a pretty big Terran army, though. I'm not totally sure if this can engage into this. And he is going to wisely disengage, if you ask me. Didn't get much done there, but did slow the Terran down a tiny bit.
I was gonna say, actually, that was a pretty kind of bad fight from Disc, because he ended up just kind of going in, only to run back immediately and, you know, losing units essentially. Now the tanks get sieged on this right-hand side. Future going to sit here and kind of force his opponent to, well, respond.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do that with my Colossus, man. If these Marauders stem forward, he really wants to get the tank and somehow gets one of the tanks. But here come the Marauders, so it's a tank for a Colossus. Disc is going to warp in a couple of extra Zealots, though, and the Widow Mines are going to try to do their thing. But I think Disc will have enough units. He's got 1,400 minerals in the bank. Kind of surprised that he's able to just hang in there and crank out enough Protoss units to still deal with this as he blinks forward, snipes some of these Men of X as well. I was like, that is a lot of confidence to put in the modern day and age of Overcharge, but the Overcharge was good enough. It allowed the Colossus to kill a tank, and Colossus are not particularly well known for their DPS against armored units. So Disc will survive, and I think survives the scariest phase of this game. From here on out, he should really get more in his comfort zone. The only thing that we're truly missing, Wadi, is a couple of observers, right? Disc just has no map vision.
Yeah, he doesn't get to see anything at all. He lost one observer earlier, and he's just been focused on producing Colossi and producing a Disruptor ever since he got that Robo Bay up and Robo Facility working again. So, you know, he hasn't found the chance to rebuild that detection, that vision. And that is a shame because, you know, if Future wants to just start dropping around, he might very well catch Disc unprepared, out of position, and just not where he needs to be a lot of the time. So that's going to be important to kind of, you know, keep track of to some extent, and I would love to see the investment from Disc into an observer or so to help out with that, because I feel like it's one of the biggest ways you could kind of fall apart here in the next little while.
It was a cool setup of the tank, and I thought it was a smart angle to attack from as well for Future, but I still think if you get the tanks and they get those big shots up on the Colossus, yes, there's an overcharge, but I think that's really the moment for the Marauders to stim forward immediately, but Future waited a long time, and then he finally went for it by the time he lost one of the tanks. I think if he would have done it a bit quicker, Wadi, that could have ended really badly for Disc, because it's so easy to lose 2 or all 3 Colossus if 5 Marauders stim forward and 2 tanks are firing away in the back.
I'm with you, man. It just felt like it was almost like it was expected to happen, right? It's like, oh, the Colossi, and then they just get to kill the tank and they get away, and the super battery heals. It's like, oh, but it's not meant to be like this. There's a reason that this was meant to be so good for you, Future. He didn't do the right thing at the right time, unfortunately. And yeah, I like what you said earlier. You know, the more this game goes on, the more of a comfort zone we're in here as Disc, because it really is. I think Future's, you know, favorite part of the game is starting to pass by, and he's still scary. He's still good, but I do like it for Disc. The longer this goes, the less impactful that early game will turn out to be, the more splash damage there is, the more I actually believe in Disc actually controlling this larger army a bit better than Future.
Yeah, I'm with you, especially if you look, for instance, at the timing of the armory, right? It's a little bit odd. Now, the effect that we're building 4 Liberators at a time on the side of Future is actually quite cool, and that can obviously make for a very awkward fight for Disc to take down the line, as we even have advanced ballistics. First Nova flies forward, barely misses. Liberator sieging up multiple bases is a very nice play, because this could maybe allow that Terran army to get into a good spot. All hell is about to break loose here in the name, man. We have a Zealot counterattack, 2 Liberators harassing, and the Terran army also being split up in 2 forces. What is happening?
Well, it's just going to be chaos, like you say. We'll see what the Zealot counterattack can do, because I don't think Future's got much home at all. He's got a little bit of bio. We'll see if that's enough against those Zealots. Bio on the right-hand side as well, though, is going to go through and try and knock down this base, and I mean, it is just going to be chaotic. The main armies are still looking at each other, but not running through, because the Liberators will stop the Protoss engaging. 11 SCVs dead, the army on the right side of the Terran pushed back, and actually those Zealots might actually continue all the way across the map at this rate.
Oh, that's a good Nova there by Disc, as he gets a ghost, gets a couple of Marauders. I mean, these lips are kind of intimidating, but at the same time, they're not exactly in range of the mineral line, right? So Disc is just looking at that and is like, well, okay, scary, but eventually I should be able to clean this up. And Disc thinks that this is his moment. Stalkers lead the charge. Zealots obviously making their way through the front lines, and all the Vikings have been picked off. Disc with +2 attack just gets an amazing fight here. And all of a sudden, Wadi, I mean, you kind of predicted it 2 minutes ago. The supplies have heavily swung in favor of Disc. He is now looking at a 50-60 supply lead. Future has an armory, is not using it to further upgrade his units. And obviously, like, all these early Liberators that could have had a big impact are just now not going to have a very big impact.
Yep, this, well, SCV line on the high ground going to get picked away at as well. That base is always difficult to hold whenever your opponent has map control. And that is exactly why quite a few SCVs actually start to drop. And just happy to sit here, disrupt a shot, zoning out up the high ground. He might even poke up here now. This is only an orbital, and he actually gets position on this base immediately. We're going to lift the orbital, and apparently Future's going to try and fight. First disruptor shot flies through and is going to hit big on the ghost. We've got a ton of SCVs that are already dead, and this is just not going to be enough at all. Disc turns it around and wins out in game number 1.
Yeah, I was definitely struggling a little in the first 5-6 minutes. Not that super clean, convincing victory that some people may have expected here from the man who is just more active and plays in more tournaments. But you can definitely see the moment Disc stabilized on 4 bases that he was starting to hit his stride. He's like, oh no, I'm fine here. I know how to split up my army. I know that I can still send away a couple of units to the other side of the map, and I'll keep tabs of your main army to make sure that I'm not outpositioned. And yeah, the Libs, they sieged up, but they were not sieging up in a very dangerous spot. So Disc just kind of looked at it, dealt with the other fires, took care of it, did some damage on the other side of the map, landed a good Nova, and then just got an absolutely amazing fight with that blink forward. Bit of a shame, though, because Future had possibilities and chances in that game. Especially, I think, with the tank push, if the Marauders would have just gone for it immediately. And I know Future has a YOLO Terran, right? Where I think 2 tanks siege up, they shoot at 3 Colossus, Marauders stim forward. You get 2 out of 3 Colossus, I think, very quickly before the rest of the Protoss army can save it. But even after that, right, with the Lips, like, maybe we shouldn't get fancy and try to split up our army. Just make it that one big Doom push through the center. And I feel like that is going to favor Future a bit more than let's go 4 base, let's go armory. Like, we had an armory, but this was about to have +3. Yeah. +2 wasn't even on the production tab yet for Future.
That was a bit ridiculous, right? Armory was late, and then Armory didn't get used. But, yeah. I mean, it kind of feels rough for Future, right? That was meant to be... that was the better map for you, because now we're going to Ancient System, which I only assume is Disc's pick. And, well, you know, that was a great start for Future too, right? You know, getting a replication of that start is not going to be easy. So, yeah, it feels like the odds are maybe stacked against him, as in the top right-hand corner. The Blue Protoss, he does turn that first game around and gets the victory in the end. It is Disc from Apprentice Esports.
I do have a small deja vu though, Wardy. Earlier today we were casting a PvT and we said about the Terran that was the underdog. To get a start like that is not going to be easy, because the Terran was like 7 workers ahead in the first game. Second game, 3 wrecks, 20 work elite. So perhaps that's possible for this man as well. In the bottom left side, flexing the Alpha X stack. This is Future.
Very excited to see what he comes out with then, because obviously aggression in that first game, proxies up that barracks, and he was so good with those Reapers. I love the hide behind the Nexus, wait for a probe to pop, jump to the main. It was a really cool play, really cool kind of use of his early units, and if he can bring that creativity to a second game, there's definitely going to be some hope to maybe, like you say, replicate. And there's already, man, 2 racks starting up, and obviously, 1 rack's going to go down the main like normal. It's the second rack's just on the map a little bit that's going to be just, you know, a little bit harder for Disc to scout and to figure out, unless he ends up leaving in that direction.
Do you think that's maybe like Marines from the barracks in the main, and I want to say even Marauders from the low ground, and
It could
the
be.
Marauders
Just
would
go
be a
across
bit
the map.
closer? Yeah, but then he built a Reaper, so I don't really expect it, I guess, after a Reaper first. Now I guess we're just going to have multiple Reapers, 3 Reapers into some Hellions as a follow-up. Probe does get locked into the main base, and that obviously means that the Reaper is going to be able to draw first blood, unless Disc decides to recall it immediately. But that obviously means that you don't get that little bit of extra scouting info that you would like to get as a Protoss. Disc is checking every single corner, but there is nothing to find in this main base. Annoying stuff to go up against, though, right? If you're Disc, where you're like, it's not normal, you know? All you want to see is that Marine into CC or Reaper into CC, and you're like, all right. This is my bread and butter. This is what I practice all day, every day. Now you start getting nervous about all the crazy things that a Terran player can throw at you.
Yeah, now it gets a little bit weird and wonderful, right? So, definitely gets a little awkward. Reaper heading up to the upper right side. Going to move straight in and start tagging up on that Nexus. The Adept coming down. Reaper going to get chased away. And actually, Adept needs to be careful not to go too far out. Otherwise, the Reaper might have the chance. Although there's a Stalker building as well. We do see our first unit is the Twilight Council. Of course, our extra Reapers are about to show up, and that's what Disc isn't aware of just yet. That these are about to be here and could potentially do a lot.
Triple Reaper into 3 Rex with an expand. Now, Future is the kind of crazy Terran, guys, that is willing to get Stim and Combat Shield and then just pull the boys to the other side of the map, right? This doesn't just have to be your standard macro-oriented 3 Rex or 3 Rex where they wait for the Metavax. The Future can play this out in a lot of crazy ways. As all the Reapers hop into the main base, there is no shield battery here, so this can really hurt. I think it's very doable for these Reapers to kill 4 probes if they want to sacrifice themselves. And it seems like we are sacking the Reapers, and we are already looking at 4 probes, which means we could very well get 5. 2 more shots. 4 probes it is. Can we get number 5? One time. Big.
If anything had turned to fight that Reaper, probes, the Adept just went the wrong way. And that is 5 workers killed. So nice job with the Reapers, man. Gets in, gets some good damage done. Now we're on our way toward Blink from Disc and Stimpack from Future. But that's the kind of damage that Future deals that then really powers up this 3-Rex timing. If Disc has that little bit less than he should do because of probes being lost, this 3-Rex is going to hit even harder, man. Make up for it being a bit of a longer walk across the map here on Ancient Cistern too. Yeah, Disc is going to have to be very careful when it comes to 3-Rex time.
Yep, the Adept Shade could see a Marauder though. Actually, take a look at his vision. He did not see the Marauder. That Marauder was heading down the ramp, but Future immediately sent it back. And Disc does not necessarily know yet. What he does know is that there are 2 barracks here. Doesn't even see the tech lab, by the way. That's crazy, and that works, right? And obviously, he's expecting 2 barracks because he knew that the 3 Reapers came out very early. Pretty cool so far, by the way that Future is doing this and the way that Future is hiding it.
Yeah. Here we go. Marauder's starting to move out. This is also only Stim, not even combat shields. Just Stim on the way. As many units as possible built here. The Adept is looking, and I think maybe just got to see the Marauders there, so pulling back. A couple more probes stop, but we really need to get a battery down, if not maybe even a second one. That first battery, we'll see if it's even done in time, although you're just taking a couple different directions across the map.
And like your train of thought, Waddy, I would go triple battery, double pilot, okay? But no, I agree that even a single battery here, that's risky, man, because you know how Future is going to play this. He's going to stim forward, Marauders are going to lead the charge, and they're going to try to gun down that battery very quickly. And then obviously the Marines provide for a lot of additional DPS. Disc has Blink, so he's going to try to get a few shots off before this party starts. Here we go, Future, you need stim, mate. You need to stim. We are waiting a long time. In the end, he does stim. There is that 1 battery. Overcharge gets popped immediately. And in the end, Disc actually makes this look easy with more than enough stalkers. Obviously, he went for the 4 gateway blink. Okay, needs to be careful there. Future stims 1 more time and now just needs to run for the hills because these units are in trouble.
Yes, they are. Stalkers continue to go and chase after the Adept. Will get a shot or 2 off, nothing meaningful. Stalkers continue to chase. They believe they've got a moment or 2 to make something happen here, but... well, good blink back initially, lost a Stalker in the center after the Prism coming to the front too, and extra Stalkers warp in, man. We have the potential to do a lot with this, and these few Marines around the right side, Marauders aren't with them, so that's going to be a catch for Disc. There's the Marauders showing up from the top side of this. They're going to stim the Marauders, not stim the Marines, leaving them with a little bit of extra HP just to tank, and man, it feels like Future's starting to lose a lot of units though.
Yeah, Future had a bunker. It almost felt that he was trying to intercept the War Prism that just wasn't there. Future has lost a lot of units, but it's not like Disc's army supply is incredibly intimidating as he does warp in 4 more units. As long as Future just repairs that bunker, he is not in a bad spot here though, Waddy. 51 SCVs against 42 probes, but obviously this is scary, right? Where you don't have Metavax yet and you feel that every stim hurts you so much. Now Disc is unloading in the main base as well. Disc is going to go full max packs for us. Couple stalkers in the natural, couple stalkers in the main base. But Future is allowed to lose a couple SCVs here, as long as he doesn't lose all the battle units.
Yep. After SCVs go down immediately, Prism escapes out the bottom. I mean, this is fine, right? I mean, just getting a little bit more damage done. He's got to get something extra, I guess, because only 44 probes to the 48 SCVs. I mean, if Future just keeps on holding, he's adding on a 4th and 5th racks. Does have a 3rd CC on the way. It turned out okay for him, man. These Stalkers come back in, though. They're going to get at least a couple more SCVs. And again, this is starting to add up a little bit. Can we save the Stalkers and the Prism? Yes, we can.
I like the way that Future did it, though, right? Marauders to the left, Marines to the right. Absolutely the correct idea there, but Disc was paying attention and did not give him any hands out. Future is going to pick up 2 Metavacs, and the War Prism does not actually reveal this. This can really hurt if you're Disc and you're just not expecting this. If we take a look on the other side of the map, he's got a couple zealots, he's got an immortal, he's got a battery. Oh, stalkers are about to accidentally find these medevacs in the center of the map. Look at this, and now Future finds these stalkers as well. And this is probably like, what? There are units here. And Future is like, wait, there are units here. And this is just awkward for both of them. These stalkers already have Blink, so Blink is going to be on cooldown for a few more seconds. But Future needs to go home now, though, because there are a lot of zealots heading his way.
Yeah, he needs to be careful not to get sandwiched as he's going to have to probably lift into the medevacs, but then you've got a Blink. We do not get the kill. We still don't get the kill. Oh my god, Future playing with fire, but doesn't get burnt.
I mean, we are not done fighting yet. The Zealots are still continuing to chase. There is one tank in the back there. It's super important this tank doesn't deal too much friendly fire. And so far, it is shooting at Stalkers. It's just that the Zealots are such a big problem. If you don't have a single Widow Mine and if you're more Marauder heavy than you would like to be. Marines are great against Zealots. Marauders are just supposed to soak up the shots in the front. Disc is full on sending it, and even though he's still down in workers, I want to say this looks good, but sometimes SCVs can really complicate these fights. It's really hard to say how much firepower there is left for Future. What we do know is that we're fighting on top of barracks as Wadi, so it shouldn't take too long for a couple of extra Marines and Marauders to come out and save the day.
Yep, and they do get out there, they do push this back, and you look at it all and you're like, wait, what? Disc? He barely has army left at all. All his zealots down. Stalkers obviously took a big beating during this fight. And now he goes back home and he's like, oh, I'm going to have to macro. Temple Archives, Forge, setting up to the future, but I mean, he's going to be behind on upgrades for a while. I like the Prism though. Loading up a few zealots, absolutely necessary. Have some form of a counterattack. Some reason that Future should stay at home here is absolutely essential.
And that was already his plan, because when that War Prism came back to save those Stalkers and the Zealots were coming in from the top side, there were also a couple of Zealots already hopping out of that Prism to save those Stalkers. So this was already Disc's plan all along. It just... It played out in a very different way because he accidentally found those two medevacs in the center of the map. Future is still in a very playable spot, but it is going to get harder and harder if Storm gets out. For now, there is no Storm. We're just morphing the High Templars straight into Archons. Maybe Disc was worried about Future making one of those trademark aggressive Future moves where he grabs everything and runs to the other side of the map. But it seems to not be the case, man. Future is, I don't want to say more passive than I expected him, but he's willing to macro a bit more than I expected him to.
He is, isn't he? He's, you know, the Future I know would be like, you know, the third CC would have never been built. He would have just added on the 2 racks and make sure you can build as many units as possible and go, go, go. But yeah, third CC dropping down, Armory coming up, all the suggestions that we are indeed going to have ourselves this longer game out of him. And obviously Disc is ready to approach that too, heading into his Storm. I was just expecting to see Future at some point soon probably heading toward that Ghost Academy. It'll be very important with Storm coming on the field, but also just good against the fact his opponent's been playing pretty gateway heavy and a lot of Zealots and Archons already too, so yeah, it definitely feels like that's the next step here for Future as Disc gets his 4th base underway and is actually going to start moving across to the other side. He already has High Templar building up energy, so Storms are going to be ready the moment the upgrade is done. Looks like he wants to capitalize on that. He's about to run into a little group of medevacs here. This is a great catch if Disc gets on top of it, but Future sees it, pulls away. Disc was turning around as well.
Couple Zealots running into the 3rd base, but it seems that Future has been watching a couple of games of Big Gabriel. There is a bunker, and it's actually kind of protected by that supply depot and the refinery as well. I love it. I always hate it when, yes, they get a bunker, but then it's just in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, and it gets fully surrounded, and 4 Zealots kill it, and it's like, oh no, that was just unnecessary. We've got extra Widow Mines on the way, 2 upgrades, and a Ghost Academy. Once Ghosts are out, I really favor Future's army, but the problem is just that the Ghost Academy has only recently gone down, so he is gonna have to hold with Widow Mines and Bio. Not impossible, but definitely difficult. We need to avoid big storms, and we don't. Those are the biggest storms that this could have dreamed of. The observer there was the absolute MVP, because that is what allowed this to go for this engagement, and now Future is in all sorts of trouble.
Well, that just, you know, Storms just set the tone for this fight. Hallucinate Colossus for some high ground vision. A Stalker plinks up to try and get rid of the tank, and Zealots are just going to be dominant against everything else. It looks as though that is pretty much just going to be it, because Future does not have enough, and Disc is going to take a 2-0 victory. Both games looking a bit troublesome for Disc kind of early on, right? But able to kind of get back in it, right? Kind of almost kind of not in the same way exactly, but very similar to Harstem Cast, where the early games aren't super pretty for Disc and they're a bit weird. And then Disc just gets into a longer game, better setup, and those larger army engagements. He is just absolutely the better player, and I think based on what we saw in this series.
This was so sad for Future, because not only did he just not know that there was an observer on top of his army was somewhat well spread out. And then right before the attack happened, he clicked somewhere that made all of his units choke up in this little nook that is part of the map. So everything is literally on top of each other. That's where the Warp Prism shows up, and that's where the perfect storm lands. I mean, that's freaking brutal and honestly very unlucky, because if Future's mines were burrowed, I think that's a very different fight, and you spread out the bio a little bit. I'm not even sure if this could break him there, but somehow all of his units went to this little triangle corner on Ancient, and that's when Night Templar shows up straight out of a horror movie and lands the perfect storm.
Yeah, that was just a brutal way to end it, man. Like, you were being pretty confident, the position wasn't bad, just the storms could never be that good. Like you said, he's going to be in a bit of trouble because the Ghost Academy was late to the stage, and he probably could have got that sooner. It just, you still can take damage from storms that isn't that much damage, basically, at the end of the day, and unfortunately, he did take that much damage, and that is going to seal the deal. Disc gets off to a hot start in the Americas, which we kind of expect. I think Disc is one of the top guys. I would expect him to make playoffs in this region, so not surprising to me seeing him take a 2-0 to start the day. Maybe 2-0, but taking the win for sure. That leaves us with one matchup left today, Roddy. We've got ourselves a little Trigger versus Masa series to round the day out with. A little bit more PvT, where we probably have a Protoss favorite once again, as Trigger, kind of a similar story, right? Trigger, a Protoss player on the rise, Masa, a Terran player who's not quite what he once was, because he's begun to focus on other things and still playing a bit of StarCraft just here and there instead.
Yep, and also a Terran player that we know is not afraid to be crazy, is not afraid to be cheesy. So it could be a fun best of 3 to wrap up our opening day of the ESL Masters. I do still feel that this 2-0 of Disc over Future doesn't really tell the entire tale of the best of 3, right? It wasn't a wash, it wasn't one-sided. There were definitely chances and possibilities for Future in both Game 1 and Game 2. So hopefully that gives him some motivation for his upcoming match, where he will obviously duke it out with one of the other guys that's going to go 0-1 in this region. I enjoyed it, and I look forward to our final all-Canadian best of 3. What they say, buddy?
Yeah. I believe that is what they say, Roddy. All right. We're looking forward to that final best of 3. Our last match of the day coming up. Day 1 here of the ESL SC2 Masters. We'll resume and round out when we come back from this quick break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back one last time today as we are coming to the end of our first day of the ESL SC2 Americas Regionals and just the Regionals in general. It's been a full one, it's been a fun one. We're 9 best of 3s deep and we've got one last best of 3 to go, Roddy, as we enter Trigger versus Masa. I feel like you've been waiting to talk about Trigger for a little while today, for the last 7 or 8 hours maybe.
Yeah, not necessarily, but I just think that Trigger comes into this year of, DreamHack Masters America, or ESL Masters America, as we now call it, as a serious contender. No longer a guy that, like, oh, we expect him to make it into the playoffs. He's obviously teammates with Serral and Raynor. He's been doing pretty good for Basilisk in the WTL so far. And this kid is so damn motivated, right? He streams almost every day. He plays in every single tournament that you run, plays the American weeklies, plays the European weeklies. Trigger is hungry, and with Neep taking a step back, so one of the top tier favorites of this tournament, not necessarily participating, Trigger's got a realistic shot at crowning himself ESL America's champ this season. Like, he may not be the top favorite, right? Scarlet and Australia still the bigger names. Special and Elazer, more accomplished players as well, but I do really think that Trigger has a shot. Doesn't mean that he's going to win it, but I believe there is a chance, and obviously it's going to be very exciting to follow his journey throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. I think it's totally possible, totally doable. He's been fun to watch, like you say. He plays in so many events, and he's the first, you message him, and he, boom, replies straight away. Yeah, I want to play. Of course I do, which group am I in? He's super eager, super happy. He's just a fun player to watch, he's not... It's hard for me to kind of summarize Trigger's style in a way because I feel like he tries a little bit of everything as well. So he's just a fun player. And like you say, definitely has, I think, a shot is fair to say. The best shot? Absolutely not. But a shot? Absolutely. I could, you told me Trigger won America. I could get behind that easily.
I mean, you think back of some of the series we had in the playoffs last year. Do you still remember that Game 5 on Stargazers? I'm sure the Trigger doesn't want to hear us talk about it, but he was already very close, and I genuinely believe that he has leveled up again as a player over the last 6 months. Let's see what he's made of, as he's going to duke it out with an absolute legend in the North American scene, one of Fear Dragon's favorite players of all time, without a doubt. This is Systorm Gaming's Masa.
It's like, he's on Systorm? Who isn't on Systorm at this point, man? Like, I had actually no idea that he was on Systorm. That was a pleasant little surprise to me. As in the bottom right, our red Protoss representing Basilisk, it is Trigger.
Yep. Masa in his qualifier did get a victory over PattyMac, and PattyMac was actually one of these American Protosses that really impressed me a while ago, right? Even made it over to a home story cup, had a couple of great games offline as well. So to see Masa in the year 2023 still have the skills to defeat a player like PattyMac, that definitely promises some good for this series. Now, I do think that Trigger is the overwhelming favorite. I mean, Trigger recently got a result like 3-0 over Elazer, right? I think that's freaking crazy. If you can do that, you are obviously the favorite in a best of 3 over Masa, who's not, taking StarCraft 2 ultra serious. It's not the biggest priority in his life. But, Masa's showing us that he can still take down very good North American Protosses. That obviously means that Trigger is going to have to take this serious.
Oh, absolutely. There's no taking this lightly as the engineering bay block comes down. He catches it early enough to justify pulling the probes. Way back early in the day, we had a TVP where it was like, please don't get the engineering bay block the second time. The second engineering bay block came down. This time that will not happen. Trigger does just drop the Nexus straight down following this. And the Cybercore is coming up too.
That's so many best of 3s ago. Why I was a different man back then.
It was a different man, it was a different age. A lot of things changed.
I had a completely different perspective on StarCraft, man. Back then, the Trirex has never lost. Now the Trirex has lost the game. Like, my entire world got upside down in these last 10 hours. But yes, that did happen in our very first best of 3 of the day. That was a good one, by the way. If you guys joined us a little bit later, XY versus Tebow in the Asia region. Yeah. Honestly, a pretty fun series to kick the day off with.
That was actually an awesome starting match. We couldn't have asked for more, especially, we went in thinking, it could be kind of quick, but still close, and it was long and very fun. So, yeah, if you're looking for some more StarCraft when we're wrapped up with the live games, check out that VOD, get onto that Asia region. It was a really fun start over there.
Yep, and the best DT crisis management that I've ever seen.
When DTs attack your base and you're the one that kills 15 workers. Like
Yeah, it's a long time ago, but it's still impressive. All right, Masa has a couple of Marines, is working on a second barracks, got a factory, got a starport. Trigger is obviously the name of the game for him is going to be scouting, right? And he's going to try to be truly on top of everything that Masa is doing. Because Trigger knows that the longer the game goes, just like in our previous best of 3, the more and more favored he will be. Where things can still get dangerous are obviously in the first 6-7 minutes. Masa has a lot of knowledge, he's a very smart player, and he's still capable of hitting you with a gnarly Marine tank Raven push or something along those lines.
He absolutely is. These Marines are going to get themselves the Adept. That's a nice catch. Just Marines from an odd angle. Going to get that pick off, and that's a pretty nice start, man.
And that's a very nice start. And also just sweet Marine movement, to be honest. Like, kind of going to the left, giving Trigger the idea that it's safe for him to go in with the Adept, throw down another shade. Suddenly the Marines show up behind the Adept, and then there is nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. So lovely little start here for Masa, who is building his first tank, is building that Raven that I was already alluding to. I'd be kind of cautious here if I was Trigger, right? We know that Trigger loves 2 gateways into Blink, into a Robo, into 3 bases. But those are the kind of builds where you have a strong economy, but you don't have a whole lot of units. And doing a build like that against a man that you know is most likely going to attack you, I think be a little bit risky, right? It doesn't have to be bad, but I do feel like you're playing with fire.
Yes. Playing with fire is a good way to put it. Just, it's dangerous, man. The kind of builds you can come out with and everything is Blink about halfway done. 4th gateway is about to finish up as well, by the way, so full on firepower here from Trigger. Wants to get damage done, wants to bring the fire. Obviously that Raven, going to be a nice target if you can get rid of that. Really makes your follow-ups that much simpler. The Raven is such a good unit to keep alive as a Terran. There's a reason they keep building it every game in TVP nowadays, Roddy.
Yep. I like the fact that a Trigger has gone up to 4 gateways, right? Instead of going with the 2 gateways that he's so fond of and then going up to 3 bases. This is just going to allow him to have more map presence, have more units out and about on the map. And if Masa does wants to push, it's a whole lot easier for you to have your units in the correct position and pick up Marines one at a time. Maybe get a snipe on the Raven, like we just saw Disc snipe the Raven on Grass 1. I think it's a wise choice by Trigger. It also just shows to me that he has matured a little bit as a player, that he doesn't play the same as he would do against like a Elazer or a Spirit against Masa. He's willing to switch it up and kind of go for a build that he thinks is great against Masa. As he blinks forward, gets the tank, as the Raven was busy battling an Observer. And now all that I see here is a bunch of Marines, as the tank from the main base was obviously not in the correct position. Trigger wipes in more units in the natural. Okay, this is very aggressive, but this is just the Trigger that we know and love. Goes for another forward blink, gets on top of the Raven too, is going to lose a couple of Stalkers, but this is obviously already a great trade for our Canadian Protoss.
Yes, it is. A lot of SCVs going down. A new tank showing up might stop these Stalkers from adventuring forward one more time. He led with 1 there, taking the tank shot, now backing away, knowing it's there, knowing the range. Next, a few Stalkers warping in, but Masa already losing a lot. Down 16 workers in this game as 8 have just died. And Trigger is looking as though he just wants to do more as he pokes in one more time, gets a couple more kills. Just going to keep on keeping on, really, right? Just good damage dealt. Now going to take the Prism into the main. And this is where it's frustrating for Masa because, well, you've got less units, so it's going to be harder to deal with the split up group of Stalkers, which is now what we're going to see.
The man is a cornered animal at this point. For the second time, he shoots as one of his own units. I know that you lost your train of thought earlier when he fired at his own Marine. He's going to do it again. He is chasing down that Warp Prism, and it's just a few bullets short as Trigger just gets on top of another tank in the natural. We'll get that one too. And don't forget that during all of this, Trigger is macroing at home, right? Like sometimes we are watching these scenarios play out and we're like, it's good for the Protoss, but they need more because only Stalkers are not going to get it done. But Trigger is not just working with Stalkers. Charge is 70% done. There is an Immortal on the production tab. It's a beautiful 3-base setup. This really is Trigger's game, I think, unless Masa pulls off a miracle.
Yeah, that last blinking was maybe a bit dangerous because the high ground tank was in such a good spot to support the low ground tank, but then, yeah, I mean, just doing damage throughout and Viking going hunting for Prism. Uh-oh, it's not there. It's gone. It's out of there. Recall already happened, mates. Trigger's a step ahead of that one. He knew something was coming up to deal with that, and yeah, you don't really lose from a 20 worker lead a lot of the time unless the Terran already has a very overwhelming army, and I wouldn't really call this army that exactly. You know, with a couple of batteries up and just a bit of time being bored, I think Trigger should be fine here, although every Stalker he loses is a little bit less army supply he has to fight when this army arrives.
I want to see the boys being brought to the other side of the map, to be honest, right? Like, I know that he doesn't have too many boys to begin with. There are only 37 of them out there on the map, but it's just the longer this game goes on, the worse it gets for Masa. And at this point, there isn't too much splash damage to worry about. So if there's ever a moment for SCVs to shine, I kind of feel this is the moment, right? Where they can create that sort of a force field blocker against the Zealots, and the Marines and Marauders can do their thing from behind the SCV line. Unfortunately, I think for us and Masa is not doing that. Now, he does have a tank in a very good spot. Okay, that's a couple of very big tank hits, but Trigger's army is just growing at such a rapid pace. Trigger can take a bad fight here and he's still fine.
Yeah, and he's got himself the Prism across the map ready to deal damage if he needs it. He splits his army into two parts, gets rid of the tank on the top portion of this, and this does look to be way too much Protoss. Continue to jump on through. That's the cleanup, and that's the game. Trigger opens with the 1-0 lead.
Yep, I said he could take a bad fight, and he kind of did that there because he sent 6 units to deal with the tank, and it was kind of awkward because the Stalkers were blocking the Immortal. And then after he killed the tank, those units were just standing there on hold position. They weren't helping out the forces at the bottom side of our screen at all. But despite that somewhat clumsy engagement, Trigger was just way too far ahead after the initial Blink Stalker regression. And honestly, he made it look kind of easy, right? We had a couple of times today where we spoke about the Protoss favorite and an overdog and an underdog, you know, just to make cats happy. And then it actually was a whole lot closer, even if the favorite still won. We're like, oh, well, little asterisk there because the Protoss was in trouble. I don't think that Trigger was in any trouble in that game. Maybe that final blink, like you said, was a blink too far and that wasn't the best one. But at that point, he already killed 2 tanks. He killed the Raven. It was a 3-base setup against a 2-base Terran with 30-something SCVs. So I think we can let that one blink slide.
Yeah, I think we can let that one go as well. As Trigger takes on Masa game 2. Babylon, though, so maybe Terran time. Maybe time to get a little bit something going. I really like the part when, you know, Trigger did just go 4 gates. You know, Masa's an aggressive player. He likes to make a bunch of units and sometimes come and be tricksy against you. And the 4 gates takes away that a little bit and takes the control into your hands. And I think control is something that Masa loves to have in the games. Otherwise, he wouldn't play the way that he does. So yeah, I think that's a big important part of how Trigger, you know, utilized a strategy here against specifically his opponents that he may not usually go for. In the bottom right, up 1. Love how he played that first one from Basilisk. It is Trigger.
I'm completely with you, and there's one more reason for that argument. In the top left side of Babylon, we are looking at the main base of our Canadian legend. He is down 0-1. Unfortunately for him, wasn't quite able to play his game. He's not sending out any boys either, so no proxy. Storm Gaming's Masa.
Super early probe. Straight across the map to be annoying.
Yep, he grabbed literally one of his first 12 probes and immediately sent it to the other side of the map. Maybe that is to get a heads up as quickly as possible in case Masa would be cheesing, right? And we all know that Masa has built way too many barracks on the other side of the map throughout his StarCraft 2 history. Way more than any Terran should, with a clean conscience, if you ask me, Waddy. So maybe that's why Trigger did this. In the end, he's not going to see anything weird. What he will accomplish, though, is 2 SCVs chasing it very early. Oh, the SCV get hit off. One more SCV is going to try to cut it off. But the shields are regenerating. The probe does fall, though. Okay, it costed an arm and a leg, but Masa got the probe.
I was going to say, I mean, I'm not sure how much we love it when there's 4 SCVs going for the chase down there. Might be a little bit of overkill, maybe, possibly. Anyways, all good as we do have our Cybernetics core starting up here on the side of Triggers. Just getting that started and waiting for, well, the Nexus to go down and see what we do.
The final reason why I was also a fan of the 4-gate is also that it allows Trigger to be the aggressor, right? And if you're the player who plays more, if you're more confident in your ability, the longer the game goes, the more it's going to favor you. It also makes sense to flex out some of that multitasking and that early game micro, right? If you're playing all day, every day, and you're playing against somebody who plays some StarCraft, but not nearly as much as you, hey, you want to capitalize on every single little advantage you can create for yourself. And if you're the aggressor, you can obviously force out errors of your opponent. While if you just sit at home and you're going to try to defend, you're going to allow a very experienced player like Masa just to execute his build in perfection, in peace, and it obviously becomes a more difficult and dangerous game.
That's a very good point. Just control is a massive part of this game, and just the fact that you can, like you say, do more early, create more opportunities. It makes perfect sense, man. Especially when it's not like, 4-gate blink is something you can transition out of so nicely too, as long as you do like a bare minimum, which is quite easy to reach. It's not like he was like proxying all the gates and it's like, well, here we go. If this one attack doesn't work, I really am in trouble anyway. It was a nice amount of aggression, I guess, that comes out of the 4-gate blink, as Adept just pokes a couple Marines here, and a Twilight Council. For that to be done again is maybe just some more blink, Roddy.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. And Trigger, I rarely see him do something wild. He's not a ForJumi who likes to go charge first from time to time. Glaives have just fallen completely out of the meta, so Blink Stalkers makes a lot of sense. Now, the real question is, will Trigger once more open up with the 4 gateways, or is he going to go for the 2 gateways that he likes to do in the macro-oriented games? This is actually going to be annoying already for Masa, because that Adept can just keep on shading to the high ground. So you're going to use the Adept shade to get high ground vision, and then your Stalker can get in range of the Marines, as Masa's going to try to repeat that trick from the previous game, but this time around, Trigger sees them coming and he will not let his unit get cornered.
Yeah, good movement again, using that Adept shade for the vision, just a cute little additional thing you can do here, and just allowing him to shave away at those Marines as best as possible with that early Stalker. As the Robo's getting close to finishing this time, Trigger says, you know what, I'll not play the 4-gate, I will just go for the bit more of a macro focus. I've got that 1-0 lead. Let's see what you want to do if I macro. Let's see what you can bring to the table as this Adept. Shades for a bit of info perhaps, but doesn't really see anything.
Yeah, maybe we were supposed to cancel that. So this is that other build that we were talking about, that we were kind of happy not to see from Trigger's point of view. Maybe he's just doing it here almost for practice, because he is very confident that he's going to get the W. And this is the build that he really believes in. This is the build you see him execute, or at least try to execute, against some of the finer Terrans in the European scene as well, if he does run into a Gape or a Clam in the weekly. It's his bread and butter. This is the build, the opening that he really believes in. It is difficult, though, to defend everything on a map like Babylon. Tanks, Ravens, there is going to be that battle, right, between the Raven, the Interference Matrix, and those 1 or 2 Colossus that are your only true damage dealers as Protoss. Like, I'm pretty curious to see how this game plays out. If this was for all the marbles, I really wouldn't be a fan of Trigger going for this build, but if he just wants to test himself and still get the job done with the one thing that he practices the most, I guess it makes some sense.
I like it, honestly. I think the thing is as well, you've just been aggressive in the first game, and that might make Masa a little bit more cautious to begin with, and then as you're playing a 3CC style this time, or 3 Nexus style this time, immediately then Masa's playing a bit more carefully against something that is a bit more macro focused, and that he could have been a bit more aggressive against perhaps, so that kind of builds into it as well as our few Stalkers. Just trying to test the limits of what they can do here. They grab an SCV, building a depot, and again, just Trigger being as annoying as possible, even though this time it's much more macro-oriented. He still says, hey, look, I've got a few Stalkers, let's do something with them. Let's make use of my units at every possible moment.
If you got the APM and you know you can do this stuff without messing up the macro at home, then obviously you want to do it, right? If there's a little bit of value to be gained, you're going to go for it. Needs to be careful, though. There is a tank siege up. Tank does get a big shut off. And so Masa is just basically doing the same thing as he did in that previous game, but this time around, he is not being attacked. Trigger has created that 16 worker lead for himself that we know you can get with that quick 3rd Nexus. But I still think the first push, the only move out probably we're really going to see in this game of Masa, is going to be a scary one, man, Waddy. Like, that's a lot of firepower in the Terran army. This is a great map for tanks in every single matchup, TVT, TVZ, TVP. And it really kind of comes down, I feel like, to the Raven, right? Can the Raven lend the Interference Matrix? And is the Terran then able to capitalize on that Interference Matrix?
Yeah, he may even need a double because there's 2 Colossi already out. I gotta say, the rate at which these Colossi are being produced, he may even have a 3rd one when a Matrix falls. Obviously, the more you have, the less you can shut down, and you'll at least have some splash damage available. The dance is still very important, though, and this is the kind of push time where sometimes you even see the Temple Archives for single feedback just to get the Raven.
Yep, that's exactly what Disc was looking for on Gresswan, but didn't need it because he actually killed it. Masa throws down a scan, and if you just take a look at Masa's vision quickly, he has literally not scouted one time on the other side of the map. The Raven is in trouble, but the Raven lived. Drops an Interference Matrix, Marines lead the charge, and obviously every single volley that these Colossi can get off on the Marines is going to hurt. And that was a lot of Raven energy to spend on not the thing that I think you really want to spend it on. The tanks are left very exposed. calls. The Marines are sleeping on the job, and Trigger is just taking care of the scariest units, right? The Marines, they are not scary for these Colossus. The tanks and the Ravens, they were supposed to be scary, but Trigger makes it look easy, and he completely smashes this move out of Masa, who still has a couple of units sprinkling in, but obviously this move out was a bit of a disaster. It just seems that Trigger is on a higher level than Masa at the moment.
What a freaking awesome fight, man. That was so cool. Jumps on the tanks, gets the Colossi on the Marines, and just so active again. Just says, okay, you're coming across. Let me try and see if I can find a moment. I can create a fight that's actually just really good for me. When you're the one that wants to take a position, looks like he doesn't feel like he has enough to continue here. He recalls just before the bio gets overwhelming. Obviously, the lead that you've established here for yourself as Trigger means that going back home, regathering your units, and just collecting together before you go again, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's the safest way to play this. And I like that he actually has the maturity to do that rather than just trying to force it up that natural expansion right there.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem there was that he only had Zealots and Colossus, right? Maybe one Stalker. But if you then see two Vikings shooting at a Colossus, you're like, yeah, okay, well, that's awkward. I've got no anti-air, so he's not going to take that fight. Masa is still just a double CC Terran. Has not produced any SCVs. Vikings are going to try to get a couple of shots up, but these Colossus are protected by the battery. Trigger is sending a War Prism towards the main base of Masa, as Masa does have a little drop, double drop even, into the back of the main base, so that's a nice little move. Gonna try to snipe the Templar Archives, and he will get that, so that is nice. But what the Zealots are about to do in the main base of the Terran, I think is a whole lot nicer if you have a Protoss Heart, Waddy.
Yeah, I'm kind of down for what these Zealots are about to do. I think that's going to be really a significant part of this as they force a lot of SCVs away. Actually, it wasn't even that bad, but even the lost mine time at this point when you're already behind as Masa, it's just pain upon pain, right? More trouble in a game you're already struggling in. And Trigger knows he didn't need to do anything overly crazy here. He didn't need to warp in a ton of Zealots and do a ton of damage. Just again, forcing the SCVs away begins to do enough and keeps him in that lead. And just, 20 workers ahead, army looking fantastic. Talking about a bunch of Colossi and the answer to them. 3 Vikings on the map right now. Ain't really a lot. And Masa Nelly, well, actually does give up a medevac for free.
Zealots running into the natural, and I believe the Trigger has grabbed pretty much every single unit he has. Now left a few bio units behind, actually, and still has that safety bunker from the early game, so you can deal with these Zealots. Trigger is now going to bring these Zealots back to get a little surround, wrap around perhaps on his army. Masa still being a nuisance, though, with that one leftover medevac. Unloads a couple of units, finds a few probes. This is all cute, but he needs so much more, because we've got a 4-base Protoss against a 2-base Terran. Trigger, however, is scrambling a little bit right now to get himself in the correct position.
Yes, he is. He's just maybe just going to launch himself straight into this fight. Maybe partially waits for the warp in. First Colossus kind of low already, will go down. Some Vikings being chased. The Zealots started to close the gap on the tanks. And the Immortal got a couple shots on the tanks as well. With all the tanks down, 2 Colossi left alive. It's going to be enough. And Trigger is going to take the 2-0 to round out the day, close this out, and yeah, just get himself the first win, which we expected, right? We expected Trigger to come in here as the favorite. He looked like the favorite. I was really impressed with that fight in Game 2. The decisiveness and the control in Game 1, just really taking Game 2 as well and just making it his own game even when his opponent was being the aggressor. It's just some really cool stuff from Trigger. I don't think you can say anything apart from. That was really awesome to watch, right? Just really solid showing. He obviously comes out here looking to make a point, looking to be one of the favorites here in the Americas region. And if he plays like that, I can believe it, man. I can see it.
Yeah, I've got very little to add there, Waddy. I think you summed it up perfectly. Just a strong showing by the man from Basilisk. Did what he had to do, showed up, got the 2-0. We'll see more of him, as he's going to obviously duke it out with somebody else that goes 1-0 in the Americas region. So the second best of 3 will always be a bigger test. And then the third one is the biggest test, because as you said a couple times today, 3 is the magic number. If these guys win 3 series, they make it into the next round, the playoffs. If they lose 3 best of 3s, they are officially eliminated. So obviously for Masa, there are 2 more lifelines. No man overboard yet. I think he had a tough draw here, going up against one of the stronger players in the region. Like, for instance, a Masa against Okko. That could be a very fun series, and I honestly don't know who I would favor.
Yeah, Masa had his moments of cool plays in this as well, right? Where, especially, I'd say, the Marines in that first game, catching that depth, the movement was cool. He had a lot of good ideas. It was just, Trigger was really abusive with some of his positioning, some of his plays, and just some of how he, again, took control of the game and didn't really let Masa play the game as he maybe wanted to himself. So Again, I think a lot of credit to Trigger, and just excited to see Masa in those other matches, like you say. We'll be playing one of those players. I mean, Masa against Future, I think it'd also be a pretty cool match. That's been very fun in the past. I know we don't always get excited about the TVTs, but I could see that one being a lot of fun too. Of course, there's a lot more matches to be played in Americas. We've only had one day-to-day. You still got players like Elazer, Cham, Nina, Patty Mac. You know, so many more players. Scarlet, Estrella yet to play. They'll all be coming up in the next few days. We do have the final results from day number 1 in terms of what we've been watching, these 10 best of 3s. Roddy, any favorite? I think upset of the day, biggest talking point has to be Wayne against Showtime. But anything else that would stand out for you?
For sure. I mean, summoning the day, Tebow against XY was just a fun best of 3, right? Maybe not the absolute highest level of play, but it really was a fun best of 3, entertaining from start to finish. Spirit against Jumi. It's weird that Jumi took a map, and I'm yet still a tiny bit disappointed in Jumi's performance, but that's just because I rate the young German boy quite high. I know he can do better. You know he can do better. It wasn't his best showing, but the good news for Jumi is that he's got at least 2 more chances, and hopefully a whole lot more. And I think Harstem against Kaz is absolutely a series worth watching, just because Harstem got himself in all sorts of trouble, especially in game 2. But even in that first game, he was in some trouble. The fact that the captain still managed to win that 1-2-0, I thought was very entertaining.
Yeah, even back at the start of the day, that Tebow XY series was fun. SEV put up a little bit of a fight game 1 against Oliveira, giving some more reason to be excited for matches in the Asia region too. I think we're just in for an absolute treat of a couple of weeks already. Well, 3 weeks really. This was day 1 of, I believe, it's 18 days of StarCraft here in the ESL Masters. There's only Mondays that are without it, and you've got the weeklies to fill them, so there's just going to be so much StarCraft. We're going to have a good time of it. Just looking forward to more, man. I know I'm not here tomorrow, but you are, so hope you have fun with it all. And yeah, it's been a great first day. Any final thoughts? I know we've talked about the matches, but just anything you want to say? I've gushed about how excited I am for the games, so your turn, I guess.
Yeah, no, excited about the games, just excited about the amount of StarCraft action that we've got coming up. And obviously, I just want to give a little shout out to you, Wadi, because this year is very different for us guys. We don't have 7 people in the studio or somewhere in Sweden helping us out. This was pretty much all Wadi. I know we had a couple of hiccups in the beginning because sometimes technology is just weird, so we had to fine-tune some settings, but I think you did a great job, mate, and I'm sure that Biomov is going to do a great job tomorrow as well. And I look forward to your next day of producing and casting.
Appreciate it, mate. I'll be back on Thursday with ZG, I believe, so have some fun there. Of course, just ESL Masters every single day, so make sure you tune in, come back. 3 regions every day. That's the cool thing as well. Asia now lasts 3 weeks as well, right? So Asia's not just like, you know, in the past we had like China was like 1 week, Oceania was 1 week. So now that gets spread out a little bit more too. So just, again, more StarCraft to watch out for. With all that said, I think we've got nothing else to say apart from a final thank you to our sponsors on the bottom of the screen, Blizzard, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop for their support of the ESL Pro Tier and allowing us to keep on having competitive StarCraft coming out at such a high level. It's absolutely awesome to see. Thank you, Roddy, for the kind words and for being a lot of fun. I think we had a great first day. And like I say, just excited for more. We'll see you over the next few days for more ESL SC2 Masters. Until then, take care of yourselves and keep on enjoying all that StarCraft.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.